Welcome back to RIYADH, day 2 of a 3-day meeting here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse. We're here live from Saudi Arabia on the Jockey Club of Saudi Arabia's English-speaking channel on YouTube. 12 races once again ahead of us throughout the course of the next few hours. Callum is out and about. We've got Tom Collins in the studio once again. And of course, this is the 7th of February. It's meeting number 89 of the season. The meeting today headlined by the Japan's Cup, a Group 3, domestic Group 3 event for fillies a little bit later on today. Of course, racing again tomorrow. A bit of a break next week, and we're back the week after that with the Saudi Cup 2-day meeting, chasing $38 million in prize money. And we will hopefully have at some stage today the likely fields for the Saudi Cup and the undercard as well. As I say, Tom Collins is alongside, and we're back in green.
Yes, we remembered that we were teaming up in green today.
I nearly forgot.
I did too. I almost put on a jumper that was a different colour, which you'll see tomorrow. But we went with green in the end.
You can't wear a jumper here. It's far too hot for a jumper.
It's my only outfit left. We've been here for 4 weeks. I haven't got any more. It's difficult. But today's good, isn't it? Like, today's racing's good. I think Red Stable may dominate. And then, as you talked about, the big feature race 12. Again, the Red Stable have a great chance with Mazuna. But Dance Desire and Off the Map are in there as well. It should be a good tussle. I'm
going to take you on with a few, I think, today. Red Stable against the White Stable. The White Stable might just be able to claw. They were 3-3 yesterday.
Yeah, they were. They should both have a good day today. I think Red Stable will come on top, but who knows? Maybe the White Stable will, and whatever happens, the studio competition will be fun.
Yeah, I think Tom leads by 2. Is it 5-3-2 after yesterday?
I think it might be 4-3.
4-3-2?
I think so, yeah.
I thought the last winner maybe put you 4-3-2. OK, I'll take that. So 3 open races, 4 maidens, 3 handicaps. We've got an awards race and a cup race to round off as well. And that is the Japan's Cup, our 12th and final event. Unusually for a Friday, we normally have 3 races on the turf, but we're purely on the dirt today.
Yeah, I prefer turf racing, I have to admit, but obviously they're protecting the turf for Saudi Cup week, which is absolutely fine. It looks like a carpet out there, so they don't actually need to, but yeah, they are protecting it. So we have 3 extra dirt races, as you say. Means more runners, but equally it's fun and, you know, big fields, lots of winners hopefully. And
the sun is shining again. It was an overcast day yesterday, quite warm, a bit cooler today, but the sun is out, and again, quite a strong breeze blowing around.
Yeah, I didn't know if it was a headwind or a tailwind down the straight. It was kind of swirling, but we'll see, I suppose, as the racing goes on, if there's a bias or not due to the wind. One thing is for sure, there aren't as many dragonflies today. No,
there was a swarm of dragonflies infested us in yesterday. They seem to have dissipated again for today. We'll find out from Callum in a second, maybe, just which way that wind is blowing. Mark Francis has the commentary today, and we've been naming the commentators by car. Alex Fussy. Yep. We had Gareth GT Topham, GT. Yep. Who else we had? Enzo Ferrari.
Yeah.
We struggled for John Blance yesterday. He has to become a John Deere tractor.
Yeah, I think that was quite good, you know.
Yeah, John Deere?
Yeah, I'll give you credit for that one.
He didn't really sort of take to it, did he? No, I don't think so. And Mark Francis today, we've been struggling for Francis as well, but yeah. I think we came up with an idea yesterday that we might have to just stick with this today.
The Toyota Mark II Francis. Yeah, I like that. I like that.
So I just call him Toyota.
Yeah, why not?
So we'll speak to Toyota very shortly. In the meantime, let's say good afternoon to Callum, who's out in the sunshine in the paddock. Hello there, Callum.
Afternoon, boys. Tom Collins, remember there is such thing as a laundry service. You don't even have to wash your own clothes. You can just take them away and get them washed for you. So please, don't be stretching for outfits now, Tom. Get your clothes cleaned. It's absolutely fine. It works miracles, and that's why you can see myself and Martin rotating our outfits day in and day out here in the Kingdom. Looking forward to today. 12 races, as the boys have mentioned, all on the dirt. A couple of open races to start with. It gets a bit muddling in the middle with some maidens and some low-grade handicaps, but then it really picks up towards the end with the last 3 races, in my opinion, being absolute crackers, would be not out of place on a Saturday card as well, all culminating in the Japan's Cup with the fillies. I think Dance Desire's on a bit of a run. You've got Paradise Row in there as well. Really looking forward to that race. You wanted a little bit of a wind update. I was going to say it was going to be a tailwind down the straight, but it's just begun to swirl again behind you. You can just see the flags down the home straight swirling away in the background. It's largely going to be in their favour behind them, so hopefully we won't see too many pace collapse, and that could mean speed favouring horses might just get the rub of the green today. So hugely exciting, boys. Looking forward to it.
Yeah, thank you, Callum. Good to get that wind update. Swirling, the official wind description. You got your water down?
Got my water, yeah, I'm happy, very happy.
Good. Well, our first race is due off in around 15 minutes' time. We get underway with a local bred fillies open. Have you managed to stock up on jokes today for the commentator or not?
I haven't had time, but I'm sure there's plenty of time in between races where I can come up one or two.
Okay, well, we've had the Enzo Ferrari, we've had the John Deere. Today, it's the Toyota Corolla Mark II. So let's head over to, what we're going to shorten it just to Corolla?
No, well, what about just Mark II?
No, I think the Toyota.
Okay, Toyota it is.
Okay, it's all yours, Toyota. Good afternoon to you.
Dear, oh dear. Dear, oh dear, oh dear. Toyota it is then. 12 races ahead of us here then at Riyadh. Really looking forward to the coverage today. We start with a local bred fillies open for the 3-year-olds over 1,200 metres. That's 6 furlongs, and the runners and riders are now appearing on screen. Red Stable have the favourites in the first 3 contests. They've got 2 in this. Sahab Al-Mokhtar is the mount of Ricardo Sosa Ferreira, is drawn way out in 16. 2 doesn't go. Dubamine is next, number 3 for Ayad Al-Tarizi. And the other Red Stable runner is the market leader at 9-4, but also with a wide gate in 18. Fahed Al-Faradi on board. 5 is Aliyat to Wait for Mohammed Al-Hubail. 6 is La'ayon A's for Mohammed Al-Daham. 7 is Zor Saleh for Adel Al-Faradi. The rest of these all maidens, headed by number 8, who is drawn in 8, Bin Kafa for Abdullah Al-Kredis. 9 is the only grey, or one of 2 greys, Blue Nail, Naif Al-Anazi, Dubamine is the other. 10 drawn in 1 is Kawalis, that is the mount of Thurb Al-Timyat. 11 is Matt Mari for Selman Al-Rashid. 12 Mandabat Hillstone for Abdullah Al-Sayyidi. 13 Mohaija for Alex Moreno. Over the page to find 14, which is Moasil, the mount of Khalid Al-Mamoni. 15, also a late scratch. 16 is Taraf Al-Riyadh for Asama Al-Shirani. 17 to Saleh, Rayan Al-Ta'esh. Plenty of colour changes today. I don't know if there's been a recent sale, but 18 and 19 represent new connections. Tishawa 18 for Abdulaziz Al-Faradi and 19 Toked for Rakan Al-Abaid. The bottom one there is number 20, Adam Monifar for Ahmed Al-Azari. They are the runners and riders then for the opening race of 12 here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse. The runners are in the parade ring, and so too is our top reporter, Callum Helliwell.
Thanks very much, Mark. Looking forward to the first of our 12 races here. Sahab Al-Mokhtara is the first one we'll look at for the Red Stable, who were in imperious form last time. Ahmed Al-Khatani doing the training here of this one. It'll be an interesting one in this. It definitely looks to be the owner's second string in this contest. Not the best of movers either, not getting a real walk on, we must admit, but not the best of movers, a bit stiff in behind, but well muscled and looking nice in the coat. Just coming into that winter coat, I would suggest just a little bit. Let's drop back to the 4 here. This is the one that a lot of people at home will be looking forward to. This is RIYADH coming in here for Sami Al-Harabi. Fahed Al-Faradi on board. He'll be looking to get his week off to a better start. With winless yesterday, we'll be hoping for better luck today. Keen to get going, has been jig-jogging around all the way today. She's handling herself okay. Aside from that, she looks in great nick, doesn't she? Really is shining up well. The blood is up. You can see those blood vessels pulsating, so she's got every chance to put her best foot forward today. Look, she comes here on the back of a good victory, and she'll be looking to make it 2 from her last 2. Let's go back to one who's handling things a little bit better. This is Aliyat to Wake, Lucas Gaitan's runner. Mohammed Al-Hubail doing the steering. Lucas Gaitan recently ended that drought spell that he had with a winner, so we'll be hoping to continue that big turnaround in form. This is a nice, really nice type here, typically well turned out by the Gaitan stable. Very light to build, this filly. She's not got much bone about her, but she's quite active with her hind leg. Just watch the way she works in behind. She's really quite active in behind. She's just beginning to get a bit of a keen grip, but I'd say she's handling things just a little bit better than RIYADH. Let's go back to the 9. It's the next one we'll look at. This is this nice grey, just coming towards me now. Very steel grey individual coming towards me. This is Blue Nail. Nothing to have much in terms of form to look forward to. 5th last time out. But a nice mover and a really eye-catching individual. She's a gorgeous, gorgeous girl. And although she's getting a bit jigged up since she's seen the camera, I wouldn't hold that against her. When we weren't watching her, she was fine. She's just having a look at Mustafa. And who wouldn't get excited when they see Mustafa in the parade ring? And finally, we'll pull back to the last one we're going to look at is the 14. This is the final one. We'll take a peep at Moasil. Looks in really nice shape. Liver chestnut, you know I can't say no to these liver chestnuts. This one's in really good shape, quite effeminate, but just I wanted to note the walk, just a little bit stiff in front. That would be my only concern. A few of these aren't the most fluid of movers, but the pick of them, yeah, it had to be Lucas's horse. I think the pick of them's the 5, Aliat to Wake.
It's going to come from stall 12, 15-2 currently, third best in the market. The market headed by the 2 red stable horses. Tom thinking the red stable could have a good day today. And we can have a look at the red stable horses in action. Both of them starting off with the second favourite, Sahab Al Mokhtar, who we can see winning back on the 16th of January. A horse is looking to complete the hat-trick today.
She's a very speedy filly. Do you remember this race? Should I remind you?
I've got a terrible memory.
This was the race where you thought the horse stayed and I didn't.
Oh, this for her? Okay.
Yeah, so she travelled into, obviously she's way the best in the field, but then she comes off the bridle in the last stages here, and you can just see her margin.
I do remember this now, yeah.
Slightly is eroded by the second and third.
And unfortunately, we can't have the same argument today because that was 1400 and she's dropping in trip today.
She is. She's back to her ideal trip of 1200. Very speedy, as we've said. She's drawn wide though, so Ricardo's going to have to be at his best to get across.
And here's the horse up against her, also in the Prince Faisal colours. This is horse number 4, who was also a winner last time out. She's also won 2 of her 5 starts.
So Ricardo was on this horse this day as well. So he's ridden both of these 2 red stable horses last time, and he's opted for the 1, Sahab Al Mokhtar, which is interesting. I thought Rawada was more impressive here. The horse in second, Motawatheba, won yesterday. The horse in 4th, Makthor, won yesterday. 2 horses come out of that race, subsequently won. The horse in 3rd, I think, was Barriahum, who came out last week and lost, but in a much deeper race. The form's working out nicely. She won head and chest. Crucially, she comes from just off the speed, whereas Sahab Al Mokhtar will be up there with the pace. That's the difference between the 2.
I just wonder whether she was maybe the I'm going to shoot myself in the foot here, of the pair, whether she's the strongest stayer. That was also 1400. She also won over 1400 in the deeper surface at Taif, so maybe stamina's more her forte.
I agree with you, yeah. I think Sahab Al Mokhtar is a proper 1200 metre filly. Any further, she paddles. So today, the 1's going to be okay, but if she gets embroiled in a pace battle, especially from her wide gate in 16, it might set up for the stalker, and Rawada is going to be that horse. I think the traders have got it right putting the 4 over the 1, but it is fascinating that Ricardo Sousa Ferreira has chosen to ride Sahab Al Mokhtar, considering he rode both last time.
And give us a word on Callum's horse as well, the 5, who's the 3rd best in the market, Aliat Tuwake, who has had 4 starts so far, winner over 1400 and dropped back to this distance and was 2nd last time.
She's another front runner in this field. I mean, we've only talked about 3 horses, but there's already 2 front runners. There are more as well. Her maiden victory was pretty impressive. She blitzed the field over 1400. Last time she ran 2nd in this grade. She'll be pushing forward from stall 12, and she's drawn inside Sahab Al Mokhtar, so she might be able to get the rail, as we can just see the 13 Morhija right now waiting to come out, waiting for her spot in the lineup. So yeah, another front runner, Aliat to 8. She'll duel early. Whether she'll hold them off, I don't know.
I'm going to throw one at you before we get onto the comments on YouTube. I thought 3 was interesting here. 12-1 currently on the international markets. Duamine, who from stall 6 will push forward, has been keeping good company, but has got winning form if you go back to an open, to a conditions race and a maiden race over the course and distance.
Another front runner in this race, but as you say, the form stacks up quite well, and she's a big price at 12-1, so I can certainly see that. Her recent efforts have been a little bit disappointing, but in better grade. Again, if the pace holds up, then she has a chance. It's just how many front runners are going to duel up top here.
Well, there's the 17. Plenty of pace on it. I just thought 12-1 was a good play on that. Similar price for the 16 as well, who's had the 4 goes. Form dipped last time, but had placed twice before that.
If you're looking for a stayer, and you don't like Rawada's price, then you'll be looking at the 16 Taraf Al Riyadh. 12-1 for this filly, who's 0 from 4 so far. She draws wide, but she's a strong stayer at this trip, and again, if there is a pace collapse, she'll be one of the ones that closes from the back of the pack.
Okay, you're 1, 2, 3, 4 then?
I'm just watching the 1 go down to post. She looks lovely. But I'm going to be with the 4, Rawada, on top of Aliat Tuwake in 2nd. So 4, 5, 13, who we haven't talked about yet, but we will in 2nd, and then 16 in 4th.
Okay, the 13, who was the one coming late into the paddock, 2nd over the course and distance in both maiden and open company on the last couple of starts, but hasn't managed to get ahead in front as yet.
No, she hasn't. She's another front runner in this field, as if I haven't said that plenty enough already. Alex Moreno rides, very aggressive jockey. He will try to get to the front. She's filled the runners-up spot in her last 2 outings, including in this grade, so we know she's capable of going close. Obviously, I couldn't put her on top, not only because I don't think she's the best filly, but also I don't want a horse really on the speed, despite the fact that speed holds up over 1200 usually on this course. But I have a third because she's consistent. So I have RIYADH on top to come from slightly off the pace. RIYADH to Waken, Mohija, second and third in my standings. Both of those are front-running sorts. And then the 16 Taraf Al Riyadh, a closer, in fourth.
And that 16 does look good going past the window here.
Does. Blinkers as well, which is interesting. Shows very little early speed, so maybe they're trying to elicit some pace to get into a better position in the first 100, 200 metres.
Yes, a few of these actually look quite good heading down to post. If you are watching on YouTube today, please do get involved. Tell us where you're watching from. What are your selections and thoughts and hopes for the day? Now, I think it was 2 weeks ago we had Ray from Perth. Was it 2 weeks ago?
Might have been last week. It might have been 2 weeks ago. I blended into one. I'm not sure.
Or maybe it was early last week and then he disappeared the latter couple of days. But anyway, Ray's been back in touch.
Oh, yeah.
Says, good day, guys. Back again from Perth. Another Friday night with the racing in Saudi Arabia.
Love that. Welcome, Ray. Hopefully you can pick plenty of winners. If my memory serves me correct, didn't he have 4?
He did, and a decent prices as well,
yeah.
Which is probably why he's been missing for a few days.
Yeah, absolutely. He's swanning it away somewhere. Yeah, best of luck with all your selections today, Ray.
Yeah, Ray, do keep in touch and let us know what you're fancying through the course of the day. So Tom's with the 4 here, the red stable to kick off the 3.
You're with the oh, that's actually your number 1 pick. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Nice.
Gone for a bit of value today.
You have.
Yeah.
I like it. Different Martin, this is.
Well, no, I'll revert to type at some stage.
I'm surprised you didn't mention that 16-1 winner just then.
I will if you want.
I just did it for you.
There's been a couple. There's a 12-1. There was a 10-1. Tom leading by 1. How was your red stable flannel last night? Did it get an outing?
It didn't, unfortunately. I have got it with me because I said that I would use it on today's show if I needed to. And I looked at the card and I saw there were lots of red stable horses that were fancy, so I thought...
Well, just drape it over the back of your laptop. This is, of course, your prize for winning the inter-studio tipping competition last week.
Correct, yeah. It's a good prize as well, to be fair to you. It's much better than week 1.
Yeah, Ray confirming 4 winners. Great night. Yeah, I bet it was.
Ray, who do you like in this race? He hasn't said, has he?
He hasn't, no. But it wasn't the fact there were 4 winners on the night. I mean, like the first 4 races yesterday went the way of the international favourite, but Ray was firing them in at big prices.
He was indeed. He was.
Okay, well, do get your comments in. They are now down at the start. 9-4. RIYADH is the market leader. Sab Al Magtar 11-4. Callum with RIYADH to Wake at 7-1. I've gone up to 12-1 for Dubermin. I know there's plenty of pace on, but that horse will push forward. It's got the course and distance form, and this is easier than she's been in of late. The win at Tyfe coming over the 1200. See how she gets on. Dropping back in distance today, but certainly does stay the trip out well. Confirming, Tom.
RIYADH, horse number 4 for me.
I'm going to go 3. And Callum is confirming you're with the 5. So we're with 3, 4 and 5 between us.
Yep, I'm with RIYADH to Wake here, guys. Really like this one in the parade ring. Bit active in the hind legs, but I'm not going to hold that against her. There's a few of these that weren't the best of movers. Let's give you an update on some of the horses that came in late. It was interesting. A few of the horses came in very, very late on in the day, including the 3, Dubermin, who didn't look bad at all here. This really nice grey filly. She's had the 2 wins from 5, but she found it tougher the last few starts, but there's clearly ability there. Another one that came in late with Mohija. She looked really, really well. I was really intrigued by what she's going to do here. She's 2 seconds from her last 2 starts. I spoke to Alex Moreno, who rides her, who just said she can get a little bit above herself in the parade ring and can get a bit worked up, but she handled herself really well and she looked fit. So Mohija would have been a major paddock positive. And then we also had the 17, Tesela, who was the last one to pop in, came in very, very late. Looked very quiet in there, ran out of race doing the steering aboard that one. So just a few updates of horses that came out late, but I'm going to stick with the 5. RIYADH to Wake. Mark Francis, they've begun the loading process, so it's over to you.
Thank you, Callum. Yeah, great to hear from Callum, Martin and Tom. Thoughts ahead of the first race here, a local bred fillies open. A team siding with numbers 3, 4 and 5. Quite like the chances of the 3, which I think was Martin's selection. Dubermin. Tom highlighted that there's so much pace here. Dubermin's well drawn. Been at her best the last couple of starts, but Martin highlighted the fact that there is back form. She was once 2 from 2 at the start of her career. But it's a red stable dominance here in the opening race. RIYADH 9-4. Sahab Al Mokhtar, the money horse, 11-4 from 130. 7-1 bar those. Red stable runners 1 and 4, drawing 16 and 18. So when we see the head-on shot, look away to the left. Toked is coming forward, so too is Anna Monafar. And Leon A's will also complete the line. So the final 2 fillies about to step forward. 3-year-olds only here. Leon A's due into stall number 2. And Anna Monafar a little wider out. They're just working on her. Shouldn't be too long. Coming forward into stall 15. Certainly needing some extra encouragement. Eventually goes forward, and that gives the green light to Leon A's to complete the lineup then. So the first of 12 here at RIYADH. Good luck whichever direction you're heading. Local bred fillies open to open the programme. Standing by, ready and off. For the first of 12 here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse, Dubamine was a step slow away, so too was Bint Kaffer in the yellow jacket, racing at the back of the field with Blue Nail. Meanwhile, at the other end, purple jacket, Mohaija, white cap for Alex Moreno is one of those best away, with Leon A's closer to the inside, one of the last to go in, one of the first to come out. Racing in third position, a further 2 lengths behind, is Sahab Al Mokhtar, who is just a length ahead of the white cap of Tasale, 3rd and 4th. Aliat Tawake is racing in 5th position. Already being driven along is Toked with the red braces on white. Being scrubbed along as well is Cavaliers towards the inside. As they turn for home, it is Leon A's Mohammed Aldaham, who is now stretching away. Being chased in second by Mohaija. Here comes Sahab Al Mokhtar, now taking second from the latter. Cavalier stays on towards the inside, and then came to Saleh. Very few have got into this contest, and it allowed Leon A's to kick away. Now opening up by 7 or 8 lengths, still being chased by Sahab Al Mokhtar and Cavaliers. Nothing else in touch. Up towards the finish, Leon A's. 2 goods. Home in second, Cavaliers the far side of Sahab Al Mokhtar, 2nd and 3rd, all the way up the straight in the end. Dubamine with some decent late work ahead of Tasale. Leon A's keeps up the good form for Mohammed Aldaham, who has the International Jockeys Challenge to look forward to in a fortnight's time. And this was pretty straightforward from stall number 2. As I said in commentary, very few got into this contest. You can see the red jacket of Sahab Al Mokhtar on the left and the red sleeves and cap of Cavaliers on the right. This was the only pair seemingly giving a chance for a challenge to the eventual winner, who wins by 6 1/4. Leon A's, number 6 on the programme. Cavaliers plugged on well on the inside of Sahab Al Mokhtar. 6-10-1. Then came to Saleh and Dubamine, who filled out the minor money. Leon A's then has won the opener of the day here in RIYADH in a time of 1:13.46. 6 1/4 lengths back to Cavaliers. Then came Sahab Al Mokhtar to Saleh and Dubamine, 3, 4 and 5.
Well, I didn't have that on my bingo card. Lyonnaise has absolutely spaced them here. Really impressive victory under a confident Mohamed Al-Daham, who, as Mark Francis so eloquently put, will be taking his place in the International Jockeys Challenge come week after next, I should say, on that Friday. He'll be representing the Saudi jockeys alongside Ricardo Souza Ferreira, who will also be representing the jockeys of Saudi Arabia. Big day for both of those riders, and a big day for Samar Al-Dahani, who is the lead trainer for both of those jockeys. So Connection will be over the moon with this success of Lyonnaise, who's the second win on the 15th time of asking. Did finish 5th last time, but again, was hard to find here. I must admit there were others that offered more, and others in the parade ring that offered more. Certainly, that horse kicked on from Cowalese, who was plugging on down the rail, but 6 1/4 lengths behind. Saab Al-Muqtara, who was a good third. Tassela, who was late in the parade ring, finished 4th. Dubamine, who was late in the parade ring, finished 5th. And Blue Nail, who we liked as well in the parade ring, finished in 6th. You can see this filly, only a 3-year-old. She's had plenty of starts. Remember, these 3-year-olds are still basically juvenile. They're in their first season of racing. And she's done very well there. She'll be over the moon with the Connection, will be happy. She's a big girl as well. She's beginning to feel that frame. She's not very nice in behind, but she's a big, strong girl. And Mohamed Al-Daham in the saddle has enjoyed that one, I imagine, and will be happy to weigh in. And once he weighs in, should be coming in at around 60, should be coming in around 58, which he is, and he's done well. Mohamed, fantastic, what a great start, well done.
Thank you, Alhamdulillah, really nice. I ride before, I finished 2nd, and today come back, Alhamdulillah, he ran very good.
Yeah, it's run very, very well. Very easy today. You kicked very early for home, but she was so far clear of everything else.
Yeah, I see the TV horse behind me long, but Alhamdulillah, my filly, she ran today very good, and the trainer changed a little bit, he put the blinker, and come very good.
Could you immediately feel the difference with the blinkers on? Was she far more concentrating?
Yes, because when I ride before, no blinker, little bit sleep, but today, mashallah, with the blinker, when he start, he go quick and he wake up.
That's fantastic. You are going quickly yourself. Only 7 behind Adel Al-Faradi in the Jockeys Championship. It's getting close.
I hope if I take, Alhamdulillah. If not, if Adel he take, I'm happy.
And don't forget about Camillo, is it?
Inshallah.
Well done.
Thank you.
Well, it wasn't easy to find the winner of the first race here in Riyadh today. Lyonnaise around a 10-1 chance on the international market, beats a 33-1 chance into second. With one of the market principals in behind, but Lyonnaise, who'd had 1 win in 14 previous starts from stall 2, has led them a merry dance.
Yeah, well, I was looking for a closer because there looked to be a lot of speed. There was a lot of speed, but it's gone the way of the speed, if that makes sense. Being dominant over these 1,200 metre distances is relatively easy if you've got a lot of pace. But this race looked like it was going to set up for a huge duel from the outset. Watch from the start here. Lyonnaise breaks from stall 2 and is immediately out to the front. Mohamed Al-Daham gets her into a real good stride early. Okay, there's a challenger on the outside in Mohajer with the white disc and the purple silks. But Mohamed's never far away from the front. And as he said there in the interview with Callum, the first time blinkers have obviously really helped this filly because she began to look exposed coming into the race. 14 outings, only the 1 win. She was facing some horses that were more prolific, some horses that were far less exposed than her. And she still managed to blitz them, really. Had the rail forwardly placed, which is the perfect combination over this distance. Pushes through here, coming into the home straight. And Mohamed knows he's got plenty left in the tank. She ends up running away for a facile 6 1/4 length victory from Cowalese, who ran a huge race in second, and Sahab Al-Muqtar back in third. It was dominance, really.
Yeah, the inside berths did dominate. Stall 2 beat stall 1. Saab Al-Muqtar doing best of those coming from out wide from gate 16 to finish third, but let's just stretch further and further clear. There was nothing in the recent runs that would really suggest this. Was in a local bred horses race last time out over the 1200, and prior to that had been campaigned over further, albeit in much better races. Yeah, and her rating of 65 after 14 outings, you would say that's the handicapper would have a grip on how good this filly is. The rating suggests she had around £10 to find with the likes of RIYADH, £7 to find with Sahab Al-Muqtar, but the blinkers have made such a big difference today, seemingly, and she's produced a huge career best. You can see that she's clear. Cowalese and Saab Al-Muqtar in second and third. The 4th place horse, Tassela, on the outside, and then it's just a blanket of the others. Dubamine actually ran okay, to be fair, in 5th. Didn't get on the lead as I thought it might do, though.
I thought she'd be up there as well, but she was mid-pack, wasn't she? She ran pretty well considering.
Well, the Red Stable have got a good few chances today, but they come off third best in the opener. It's the Eon A's under Mohammed Al-Daham, who eats into the lead in the Jockeys Championship. It's down to, what, 7 now, is it?
Down to 7, yeah. Oh, the question, for the International Jockeys Challenge, do we know if those victories, if Mohammed gets any, would count towards the Jockey Challenge or not?
That's a good question. I don't know the answer.
Because obviously Adele's not riding, so if they do count, then he's got a bit of an advantage there. If they don't count, then it doesn't really make any difference.
I guess if that is meeting, say, number 91 of the season, then they probably would count, wouldn't they?
I would say so, which gives him more opportunity to erode the deficit.
I'll look into that for you.
Thank you.
Come back with an answer. Right, race 2 then of the day of meeting 89 this Friday is a Fillies Open. And I guess the Red Stable have got the key in this as well with Al-Walia, who beat a few of these last time out. We've also got a few rivals who were in much better company last time out, 2 weeks ago in the 1,000 guineas, and they're also dropping in grade and dropping in trip. The Toyota Mark II has the runners and riders.
Thank you, Aston Martin. Yes, race 2 coming up here is a Fillies Open for 3-year-olds over 1,200 metres. The Red Stable with a strong hand once again, as Martin highlighted. The one here is Al-Walia for Ricardo Souza Ferreira, drawn in 2, denied the hat-trick last time. 2 is Lady Sapphire for Khaled Al-Mamodi in the FMQ Silks. 3 is out. Haraya is 4 for Azil Al-Sahani, 1 win from 3 starts, and that came last time. Princess Code is 5 for Eddie Castro, 6th White Deer. I have to say the White Deer, but it is White Deer, still 1 for Abdullah Al-Hussein. And the bottom one on that caption is the 7 Abiyat for Osama Al-Shirani. The rest of these all looking for their first success. The 8 is Al-Dana for Mohammed Al-Hubail. 9 doesn't go. Farragar is 10 for Farwas Wanas. 11 is a jockey change. No Ali Al-Mamoni, so Naif Al-Anazi comes on board for the ride, the 11 Hathari. 12 Mob Sharaf for Abdulaziz Al-Faredi. 13 is Merlil for Abdullah Al-Odib. And very similar silks about the 14, both in white and black checks. Noof, more of a chessboard. Ayed Al-Tarizi on top. Final 2, Ragid, also similar silks, 15 and 16. Mohammed Al-Daham looking for a quick fire double on this 15 Ragid. And 16 Rawabi for Abdullah Al-Farouz. So they are the runners and riders then for the second race of the afternoon. Fillies in action again. Callum Helliwell will be delighted.
Don't know what you're talking about, mate. Haven't got a clue. All rumours and accusations, ladies and gentlemen. This is for the imported fillies, though, which will be a little bit of a different of 2 horses to look at. Really looking forward to it. Our Leah is the one. Obviously, we mentioned ran in a very hot race last time, but had beaten a few of these on previous attempts. Look, she doesn't blow you away in the parade ring. She looks fine in the coat. She's a big, strong type. Look at the short, powerful neck and the big shoulder, but she's not the most attractive of types. But what she does is she runs well and she's powerful. She's quite precocious for her age, and she's certainly the one to beat on paper. And if you did like her on paper, I could do nothing to put you off her in the parade ring. Let's go back to Lady Safia here. This is the runner for the FMQ stable. She's a nice type, gorgeous girl. The FMQ team are actually beginning to find some form as well. She's a really good walker, isn't she? She really covers the ground as she walks, and despite the fact she's being slightly held onto as well. Hard to tell how fit she is because she's that steel grey colour, but she's a nice type, and she has got a bit of a poverty line on show as well, so I've got no negatives with her, Lady Safia. The only thing you could say, she's a bit almost too loose with her hind legs, but that's really clutching at straws. And Khaled Al-Mamoni, who's been in good form, is continuing to ride. So let's go back to the 4 here. This is Hawaria, just we're seeing in shot now. She has beginning to find some form as well. Second on her first 2 starts, a winner last time. And look at her. She's a real physical model, isn't she? Really catches the eye, completely different to the local breds that you've seen before. Having a good old flick of the head and a look around. She's got a strong neck, good shoulders all the way through. A lovely back on her as well, and a good back end too. There's plenty to like. She's also got the flare strip on, a movement just to get her easier breathing. She's nice. She's very nice indeed, and she's in cracking form. Let's drop our way now back to the 12. The next one we'll look at. It's a lovely tie. I love these owners. Abdullah Al-Daya Mumdah. they've got great horses. They always buy a type. They're long, they're leggy, but they're athletic. Paradise Row we'll see later on as well, and this is their baby here. This is Mubshara, only rated 45, but it's just absolutely gorgeous. Big, strong type. Will do better in the future. Certainly not precocious. One to keep in your notebooks, though. And then finally, the last two we'll look at are the 15 and the 16. The 15 is Ragid, coming towards us now. She's quite a light type, quite immature, but she's got a nice front to her. She's got a gorgeous, gorgeous head, and the back end works well as well. You'd say she's probably carrying just a wee bit of condition, which should be surprised at this point in the season, but she is. Hopefully she can put that behind her and run well. Here the horse is carrying no condition, the 16 Rawabi. Gorgeous, absolutely lovely type, jet black filly. She's lovely, she looks in great shape as well. She's been immaculately turned out by the team, and hopefully she can put her best foot forward today. She's had the 4 starts, still looking for her best effort, and it would require a career best to win here today. If I had to pick all of them out, boys, I think I'm going to go with the 2 here, Lady Safia. Just for me, the pick of the yard.
Okay, Lady Safia, who does have ground to make up with horse number 1, Alwalia. I touched on the fact there was a few of these in behind Alwalia. This was the win 2 starts back for Alwalia. Has since been beaten in a sales race, but put together back-to-back wins and Fillies Open and a winners of 2.
Yeah, back in the pack is Lady Safia, as you say, in the Silver Silks in 6th currently. Alwalia, forward-going type, which is what we need. I say this every single day on this channel. I didn't say it in the first race, which is what I should have said, which is pace is hugely dominant. We saw in the first race at Speed of the Speed 1. If she can get forward from stall 2, grab the rail, she's going to be really tough, Alwalia. And it will take a much better performance from Lady Safia to reverse this form. Lady Safia is 4-1 in the international market, considered second best. She's going to need to take a big jump forward.
Okay, and a bit more form as well. Huwaria, who has been a winner herself last time up with the field well stretched out and behind, having been second on a previous couple of starts.
This was last week, over 1,400 metres. I was with her this day. She got in as a reserve, and she managed to hold off the horse in the yellow silk sail on the outside. I thought it was a decent performance. It wasn't a very good field, to be honest. And now she steps up immediately into an open and goes down in trip. She has something to prove, but considering this race lacks depth, she could easily run in the top 4.
And she's been backed on international markets 8 into 6-1. Princess Code at 9-2 alongside Lady Safia. Alwalia in the red stable colours is the very warm 6-5. Market leader backed in from 11 to 8.
So Lady Safia and Princess Code are second and third favourites, right?
Yeah, well, joint second, 9-2.
Both of those have been beaten by Alwalia already this year.
Yeah.
Lady Safia in that piece of footage, and Princess Code finished 5th behind Alwalia. And it's also by Honor AP, who's a sire, US sire, that puts lots of stamina in his progeny. So I don't know about this 1,200 metres for her. I still think she's a longer-term prospect.
And then the Princess Code was up in distance again last 2 weeks ago in the 1,000 Guineas.
Well, exactly. I think they want to send her over the 1,600, but she's just not furnished yet, which is why they're keeping her in sprints. But the fact that those 2 horses, the 2 and the 5, are second and third favourites and have already been pummeled by Alwalia kind of tells you that there's not really much depth in here. And also that Alwalia is way the most likely winner.
Yeah, I think she is. Well drawn in stall 2. Ricardo on board. Red stable in good form. In good form herself.
Yep.
There's just lots to recommend her, really.
Yeah, she's the only horse that's won 3 times in this field. I mean, only one of the horses won twice, and that is Lady Safia, who we've already talked about. Should we mention a couple of the others that we haven't yet spoken about, and then therefore the people at home will realise how much they have to improve to get there?
Aldana, I'll throw at you as well, rated 55, 20 pounds inferior.
Yeah.
She's yet to win in 5 starts, and she was up to the 1,600 in the 1,000 Guineas to finish 6th last time.
Let's say she didn't run 6th in that race, and she never actually ran in there. She would be massive price in here, 33-1. But because she ran 6th in the 1,000 Guineas, you have to give her respect. That, though, came over a much longer trip. So, I mean, I've got a 3rd in, just purely because I didn't like Lady Safia at the predicted price, and I thought she'd be some each way value, but I don't think she'll get close to Alwalia. £20 to find, as you say. She only gets 3 kilograms in weight. That equates to £6. So she's still got £14 to find on official figures. A stone.
Alwalia, the more you look at this race, at 6-5 with international markets, is, if you like a short price, value could even be shorter.
No, I do. Yeah, I do.
Could be a 4-6 twos on chance.
Exactly. I do actually think she is value in this race, despite being a short price. You can get value in short prices, and she just seems to hold all the cards. She's got a good draw. She has speed. She's the most prolific in the lineup, top rated, but probably the best jockey right now. I mean, there isn't much. The only negative is that race last time up, where she ran in the sales race and she was a bit disappointing. But
that was over further, though.
It was over further. It was a better race than this. Yeah, I wouldn't say it's too much of a negative, to be honest. She's definitely the horse to beat.
That's only the two last time out winners that have been really backed here, the 1 and the 4. White Deer is a 14-1 chance down the field last time out. The form before that wasn't too bad and holds the 13 on the win.
Yep, she was last in the 1,000 guineas, last of 13. But yeah, the previous effort suggests she has some place claims. There were several in here that did run in the 1,000 guineas last time. The 13, Mulil, is another one. She was readily outpointed. And if you go even further down the race card, 14, Nu, 15, Ragid, 16, Rawabi, all of those finished behind Al-Walia earlier this year. It just looks like Al-Walia, if she turns up, she'll win. If she doesn't, then it's going to be a battle between maybe Lady Safia, Princess Code, Aldana and Waria. But otherwise, it should just be down to the one really here.
And it's been quiet on the YouTube chat so far. The Ricardo fan club haven't really started banging their drums as yet today. Normally they're in sort of saying Ricardo for 3 winners, nominating what he's going to win on, but they've been quiet.
They have been quiet. I'm sure they'll get involved later. They love Ricardo. And to be fair, he's been outstanding this campaign. He's been by far the best jockey in terms of wins to rides ratio.
Maybe they'll come storming to life after this.
Maybe. Hopefully.
Okay, so we've got to be, as regards the studio typical condition, we've got to be, hopefully, and look what I've done wrong as well.
Oh, you've put yourself in the lead. I don't know about this.
Sorry, I'll change it back.
Thank you.
4-3. So we could be 5-4 after this.
Well, hopefully. I do think we should get a win on the board here. If she turns up at her best, either of those two, like a replica of either of those 2 victories, 2 starts and 3 starts ago, she should win.
Okay, they're down at the start. 6-5, 9-2 twice over, 6-1, 11s and bigger. We're all with the 1 here, Al-Walia, to give the Red Stables a winner. Looking to land a 3rd or 4th career win from 8 starts to make it a 50% strike rate, which nothing in the field comes even close to being able to represent.
No, not even close.
And it's got the class edge as well. Al-Walia for the Red Stable. How many Red Stable winners overall today, do you think?
Well, I think I put down 6 as my top selection.
6.
But I did like one in the first and he didn't win. So from here, I think I've got 5 top picks, Red Stable. But I would say there are probably 2 or 3 very good chances and then 2 or 3 horses that will need to improve a little bit, but are still pretty ominous in their races.
I'm not sure I've got any more Red Stable winners today.
What about Ayla Malik later? The reserve, the 22 that gets into one of the
No,
maidens?
taking it on. No value.
We're going to be opposing each other all day. Al Rahi in the next?
No.
Okay.
Taking that one on with the White Stable. Well, the selection's easy. We're both with the Red Stable here, aren't we?
Yeah, both with horse 1. Should make all.
In fact, I want to say no more Red Stable winners today, according to my files.
That is bold, but I love it.
Okay, here we go then, Callum. All yours. Your thoughts once again on race 2.
Yeah, really intrigued by this. I think Al-Walia should probably win this standing on her head, but she's not the paddock pick. Lady Safia is the paddock pick. I thought Hawaria looked really, really nice in the prelims. Big, strong girl. This is a big step up in class for her, but she looks the type that's got a little bit of ability about her, and she's shown that in all 3 of her starts so far. This is a quick turnaround, and as the boys have mentioned, a different trip, so I'll be slightly concerned with that. I think White Deer is one you're going to love next season. Watch out for White Deer in handicaps. Probably just a little bit. She's been killed because she won early in her career, basically. She's been killed for that. Abdullah Hussein on the board. She's got rating of 62. She's intriguing for the future. The pick for me is the 2, Mark Francis. Going forward, it's all yours.
Thank you, Callum. Yes, looking forward to the second race today. I agree with the gent in the studio that Al-Walia should be in a different league to these, really. She's beaten a fair few of them in her time. Lady Safia, second choice in the market. I'd imagine be second home. A race that's dominated by the top 2 at the race card. A reminder, we go with that the 3 and the 9 here. Nave Al-Anazi now on the 11. As half the field are loaded for race 2. Do get your comments in on the YouTube page, the JCSA English-speaking channel. Martin and Tom will welcome your comments, questions and selections throughout the day. Of course, we are a fortnight away from the 2025 Saudi Cup. Really looking forward to the coverage over the next few weeks here in the Kingdom. We may get some of the fields in today. Fantastic two-day meeting. Saudi Cup is on the second day, that's the Saturday. The International Jockeys Challenge on the Friday, featuring Mohammed Al-Daham. Ricardo Sousa Ferreira join him with a winner this afternoon. Now, Lady Safia is the one that's just rearing in stall 6, silver colours. They are all loaded. Flag has been raised. White Deer nearest to us in 1. We are set. Waiting for Lady Safia just to calm down. Now, the back doors are open. She is, unsurprisingly, going to be backed out by the looks of things. Lady Safia. Let's hope she remains a participant here. She's just going to be led around. She's got herself very, very warm, as you can see. Glint on her silver coat. The vet is just checking. No cuts or anything. I believe that she's good to race. Indeed she is. She's coming back into 6. And they're lined up for the second time. Stand by for the start. Flag re-raised, and they're off and racing. A Lady Safia broke on turns with Al-Waliya. These are the first two to go forward, with the black jacket of Haraya, who's also handy enough with Noof, the black cap. Away to the left, getting away well, was Princess Code. Between those is Regid as they tackle the opening turn. And it's the red colours of Al-Waliya from stall 2, Ricardo Sousa Ferreira, who have been sent through to lead. Being challenged by Lady Safia, silver colours in second. Diagonal line here first to 6th position, only covered by about 3 lengths or so. Haraya is bang up there with Princess Code. Between those is Regid as they come down the side of the course. White Deer is next, the yellow cap on the inside. Then comes Rawabi, who is trying to pick off 1 or 2 scouts. Lady Sapphire is pushed along. So too Pink Jacket on the inside of Aldana. Right towards the back of the field, Farragut only has 1 behind as we approach the final furlong and a half. And it's Al-Waliya who has a race on here with Haraya, who is trying to draw alongside, picking up Machara Orange Cap, about to take 3rd. Lady Sapphire in between horses. White Deer plugging on with Nooth. As we go inside the final 100, Haraya is getting to the girth of Al-Waliya and now goes on Haraya for back-to-back victories. Down's the favourite, Al-Waliya in second, tight for the minor money, involving Lady Safia, White Deer and Aldana. 2 wins in a row then for Haraya, who was a winner here just last week. It's a winner here this week and got to Al-Waliya in the closing stages. Stamina came to the fore over this minimum trip. She's seen it out best. 1:14.54 for Azil Al-Sahani. 2 seconds. Now 2 victories for this for Haraya. 2 wins in the space of a week. Wins by 2 lengths in the end. Al-Waliya home in second. Lady Safia home in third. Mubshara, White Deer and Aldana fighting it out for the minor placings. But it's Haraya. A very taking success here for Azil Al-Sahani. Wins by 1 length and 3/4 to be exact. The finishing order 4, 1, 2 and 12.
how Maria has justified her last win by winning here after a very quick turnaround and getting up in the dying strides to be our Leah in a thrilling contest. Really, the stamina that she had in her disposal, winning over further last time, dropping back in trip today, has suited her down to the ground, hasn't it? And she has won there for Asil Al-Sahani, continuing his good run of form, and Naif Wanas doing the training as well. We'll grab a word with our winning trainer as well. Naif, a lovely bloke and always willing to talk. He's the one closest to the jockey at this moment in time. He'll be very happy with this filly's success. He'll be over the moon with her. She looked great in the prelims. You couldn't ignore her. She looked great in the prelims. It was just a matter whether she'd handle this step up in class, this drop back in trip, and she has done both with aplomb. We will grab a word with our winning trainer right about now. Naif, congratulations, Mabruk, well done.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Alhamdulillah, this God gave me that. Thank God. Thank for everything. I win couple races this from God, alhamdulillah.
She is a beautiful filly as well, isn't she?
Yes, but they don't give me good rate to go inside the race in Saudian Cup, in the day Saudian Cup, you know. They don't give me good rate, you know. It's 2 times, second, and again I win again. They don't give me good rate, you know.
Did you always think she was going to win this race then because she was better?
That's why I put in this race. I put in this race because I think she win. I wanna show him why they don't give me good, rate. You know, they don't give me good point to go to Saudian race.
Well, now they're going to have to give you a good rating. And remember, there's still plenty of prizes after Saudi Cup as well.
We work full of years, you know, for these races. You know, this is important for us. But thank God, thank for everybody, thank for you, Alhamdulillah. And I said congratulations for Prince Mohammed bin Saifuddin.
Thank you very much. Well done.
For him and for Mabruk for his family. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I guess the handicapper can only go on what he sees. He gave this filly a rating of 63 on the back of the win last time out when she won that fillies made it over the 1400. When she went to that rated 60, she was 63 on the back of it, and she's gone onto the track. She's proving herself. She'll get a good bump for this for lowering the colours of a 75 rated filly.
Yeah, she will. She should go up to at least mid-70s after this, maybe even high 70s, depending on what the handicapper sees fit. She's done it well today. Look, we were both with the runner-up. She ran her race, Awalia. She ran as we expected. She smashed the opposition in behind. She finished 3 or 4 lengths ahead, 4 1/4 actually, ahead of the third. So she was briefly squeezed out as well, Awalia, at the start in the red, but immediately kind of takes up that position that we were expecting. Against the fence, up front, on a speed-dominating track, in the perfect position. Going around the turn in a second, she will gather more of a lead rather than just the nose that she's in front right now, just due to inside momentum. Here we go. So she's a length clear now. Lady Safia is in second in the silver. Now look, Waria gets through that gap, and that could have been the difference there. Asil Al-Sahani may have had to sit behind horses, but he eyed her spot, and now she's only half a length back, a filly with 1400 metre form. She just kind of had to prove if she was good enough. From this stage, it was obvious Lady Safia wasn't going to win. So it was Awalia against Waria. And to be fair to Awalia, she held that advantage for much of the home straight, but she didn't switch leads, and then she got really tired on her right fore with about 100 or 50 metres to go. And that's when Waria in the black silks powers through and ends up winning quite decisively above the line. She's a good horse, but she needed to step forward on what we saw so far, and it looks like she's done so.
And as the race will be played into her hands, because the red stable horse was always up there and was the one to run down in the closing stages.
Yes, well, the fact that she was able to sit pretty and prominent is probably the difference here, because if she was further back, I don't think she'd have got the same trip through. That still may have had to tip wide, and the red stable horse may have gone beyond recall. But she was able to sit just on the shoulder in third place, and that's probably the difference. As you can see, Awali is on the wrong lead, the winner's on the right lead, putting down the left front leg first rather than the right. And she's just able to go through her gears rather than Awalia sticking at what appears to be top gear at this stage and then getting tired. I think Awalia ran to a mark of 75, to be honest with you. She beat Lady Safia by 4 lengths.
Confirming that form with her.
Exactly.
She's 73 rated.
73, exactly. Waria was getting 2 kilograms, so 4 pounds, which would suggest that she's probably run to a mid-70s mark at least.
So you probably are looking at a late 50s, late 70s clock on 80 filly. So
I think so.
The trainer's almost justified in his belief of her.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he's right in the belief. And to be fair, I think we were kind of right by saying that Awalia should be winning this race because we didn't know that she was that good. You had to take a reading between the lines approach that she was going to improve 13 to 16 pounds, which is tough to do. So Al-Wali ran her race. She just got beaten by a better and improving filly with extra stamina.
Yeah, around 8-1 on international markets as well, lowering the colours of the red hot favourite, Al-Wali. The red stables go begging again. First 2 races gone.
Third race, maybe? Third time lucky?
Well, that means if I'm saying they're going to have no more after that race, it means they're going to have no winners at all today, which
that is bold.
It's a brave statement. I thought that might well have been their winner so far today. Do keep your comments coming in on YouTube as well. If you're watching us today, do let us know where you're watching from and give us your selections as well. It's meeting number 89 of the season this Friday afternoon here in Riyadh. Next up is a maiden race. This one's for 4 and the 5-year-olds. We're again over the 1,200 metres, and the old trusty Corolla has the runners and riders.
Thank you, Aston Martin. Yes, race 3 coming up here is a maiden for 4-year-olds to 5-year-olds over 1,200 metres once again, to all of these looking for their first success. And the third race in a row where we have a red stable favourite, Al-Rahi, Ricardo Sosa Ferreira, this time drawn in 10 on the top horse. 2 is Golden Soul for Luis Morales, 0 from 6 so far. 0 from 5 is the 3, High Dreams for Mohamed Al-Hubail, who is drawn out of the car park in 17. Next door to the 4, Maksabi, Fahid Al-Faradi. 5 is Takreem for Mohamed Al-Nasser, who takes a couple of kilos off. Unitarian, Thurb Al-Timyat is the 6. And over the page to find 7, Wahaj for Salman Al-Rashid, another claimer in this field. 8 is Watan for Farwas Wanas. 9 is Yellowhead for Mohamed Saeed, just the 1 start so far. Drawn in stall 1 is the 10, Yes Mo for Abdullah Al Sayedi. 11 is Al Daraya for the same connections that won our previous race with Haraya, Azil Al Sahani looking for a quick fire double. Angel Pass is 12 for Jimmy Carrion. Over the page to find 13, Bint Havana Grey, one of the Greys, Adel Al Faradi. 14 is Blind Lights, Eddie Castro. 15 is Hill Run, Abdullah Al-Lawfi. 16, Miad, Osama Al-Sharani. Ziad Al-Jabrai gets on board, one of the pace setters here, Tahiyati, the 17, that's drawn low in 7. And 18 is TNT, drawn in 5 for Abdallah Al-Hussein. So they are the numbers and names that matter then for the third race of the afternoon here. All 18 go for race 3. It's a maiden. Back to the team of experts in the studio, headed by Aston Martin.
Yeah, those experts just left momentarily. They'll be back shortly. In the meantime, you've got myself and Tom, actually. Thanks, Corolla. Yeah, Red Stable out of luck so far today. Will this be the race? Al-Rahi heads international market at 9-4 for this maiden race. Al-Rahi with Ricardo on board. Still yet to see the Ricardo fan club come to life on YouTube, but Al-Rahi is rated 60 coming into this. Has had 6 goes so far, Tom. Was second last time I saw it, but this was back in November, though.
Yes, this horse has had a pretty tough career. I mean, he's had year-long breaks in the past as well. But finally, he's starting to string together some efforts, albeit they are placed efforts. Third and then second on his last 2 outings. This run was fine. As you can see, he was always up with the speed. He doesn't switch, leads. He's tired in the latter part of the race, but he has that tactical pace, which is the difference between him and plenty others in this contest. Maybe that will enable him to get off the mark at the 7th attempt. He's a favourite in this contest, probably wisely so, but Jimmy Jerkins hasn't had too many runners recently. I don't think he had a single runner last week, from my memory, and he didn't have one yesterday either. So,
did he not? When did he have his bad tummy? And
2 weeks ago.
That was 2 weeks ago.
He was, yeah.
And he's here today.
He is. I just saw him. I didn't think he was, but then I saw him go into the paddock.
And this is his only runner today, isn't it, I think?
I think so.
Yeah. Okay, well, of course, Jimmy coming towards the end of his stint here in Riyadh, back off to America at the end of the campaign. It is Al-Rahi. Callum heads to the international market at 9-4.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, really interesting in the parade ring here. Just see Knife One us again. He's looking for his second winner of the day. It's been quite interesting. Horse number 6 was just in here. That was Unitarian. We're just getting the front bandages removed. I was asking the trainer, "Oh, what's going on here? Why are you taking the front bandages off?" And no, we never run with front bandages on. It's just all superstition here. Al-Rahi is the 1. This is the Jimmy Jerkins runner. with Ricardo Sousa Ferreira on board. Red Stable been quite unfortunate so far. They'll be looking for a change in fortune. Best form really in this race. Second place last time out. That's always sore. I felt for the groom there when they just walk over you. That hurt. Good looking type though. Looks well in the coat. Big strong bull of a type. Let's go back to Golden Soul. I love Golden Soul. Absolutely love this horse. The form has gone a bit down the drain recently though. Showed some good efforts in recent time. A bit of a pace angle, but the recent efforts have been quite disappointing. Just turning in the coat as well. You can see that winter coat coming in. Looks really well muscled though, and still has a little bit of dappling around the belly, but you're getting slightly concerned that the form is going the wrong way with Golden Soul, but a nice horse nonetheless. Let's drop all the way back. We want to find the 7 is the next one we're going to search for, and in typical fashion, Mustafa, it's as far away as humanly possible, so we're going to rush our way over and get to the 7. This is RIYADH, who is seeing here Abdullah Al Manif runner. This is a horse, is a prime example of a horse just coming into winter coat, looking really quite woolly and fluffy in the parade ring. Again, these maidens, you expect nothing less, to be honest. A lot of these are finding it very hard to win. RIYADH is no different, but this is only start number 6, slightly less exposed than some of the others. Let's pull back to the 11, Alderia. Here's the next one we're going to peep at. This is the Wanas horse who's looking for a double here, Naive. Look for a double here. This horse caught my eye, not just because of the connections, who had the winner in the last race, but this horse is really fit. Really fit. Looks a good model. Look, obviously not the tallest. This filly, she's a 4-year-old now. She's not going to grow any more, bless her, but she is not the biggest, but she looks in great shape and she's really shining up in her coat. Pull back to a couple of others as well. They're going to come shooting by us, and the first one we want to look at is Eddie Castro's mount. That's walking towards me now. This is Blind Lights, very unexposed. Only the 3rd career start for Blind Lights. For connections, he would not expect her to be in this sort of competition. She should run a big race today. In behind, we've got the 16. This is probably one of the paddock picks. Maid looks really good today. Beautiful in the coat, big, strong type. Looking forward to seeing how Maid gets on. They are going to do a lap, so we'll stick with Maid. Really lovely, shining type. Certainly a fitness angle, but the form is very disappointing of late. Rating of 53 coming in here. And finally, I wanted to show you TNT. This horse is the pace angle, the 18. Comes out of a decent draw as well. She either runs a mighty race or an absolute stinker. There's no in between. Second last time out with a good effort, but some of the efforts before then have been quite diabolical. But if this horse gets the loose on the lead, might be quite hard to catch. Certainly has each way place claims here for sure. Boys, I think the pick in this one is going to have to be the 16. Couldn't take my eyes off Messiah.
16. 4 runs so far. Not a lot of form to go on either. Okay, we'll touch.
Is this 9, by the way? An absolute beast of a thing. Most of these
Very
are quite
big.
small. The 9 is huge.
Yellhead. Second start.
Probably. Well, how old is he?
4.
Yeah, he must be a late developing type because he's massive. So much scope.
Did Callum say he'd gone for the 16?
I think so. Yeah.
Mayed.
Yes.
Okay, 12 to 1 chance. What are your form comments telling us about Mayed?
They say, bear with me. Soul Start this season saw her finish 16th of 18 in a 1400 metre Type made in September. Not enough to warrant support. But only 12 to 1.
Yeah.
I was expecting a lot bigger price, I have to admit. Maybe that's due to a rating of 53. I don't really know what she's done to deserve that rating of 53, but there you go.
Okay, well, Al Rahayu's the international market leader. It's got an official rating of 60. Top rated in the field would be horse number 6, Unitarian, who's rated 62. Second pick on the international market at 100 to 30, but not been seen since August. And then 18, Race Maiden. Not for me.
Nor me. Barely ran a yard as well at Type in August. Literally didn't pick up the hooves. The 5 last runs have all been disappointing. His price is ludicrous at 130, really. I understand that this is a pretty difficult race to price up considering they're all much for muchness. But on what he's done so far, I can't have him at all. He's definitely regressed as well. He's got a turf pedigree by Tazli out of Mysterious Girl. No, I didn't put the 6 in my top 4.
Okay, I quite like the 2 here, Golden Soul. 6 starts so far. Has raced over 1,600 and 1,400 for the last couple of runs, but go back before that, over this trip, was second over the course and distance back in October. Still 15 maybe tempers a bit of enthusiasm.
Yeah, I'm not sure why I didn't put this horse in my top 4, really. The form comment I've got is relatively strong, considering the race. Runner-up over course and distance on the seasonal appearance in October. Not as good over longer since, but should relish the return to the minimum, which is pretty confident, well, not confident, but complimentary in a race like this. But no, I left the horse out of my top 4. I can certainly see him going close, I have to admit. The draw is the problem, as you say, but it's a problem for quite a few of these in here with chances.
Okay, well, his third pick at 5-1. Similar price as the 13, Bint Havana Grey, who was formerly traded in the UK by Richard Hughes and has had 6 goes here in Riyadh, but was last of 12 on the most recent start.
Yeah, below par recently. If you go back to that second and third place finish on a third and fourth most recent outings, then she has huge claims. She got Adela Alfredi on board for the first time. Draws well inside in stall 2. I can definitely see Bint Havana Grey winning, but those 2 last runs were just dismal. I couldn't put her in my top 4 either. It wouldn't be surprised if she played a part. She should be a shorter price than Unitarian, that's for sure.
And okay, quick word on the 8 Watan as well. 12th of 16 in behind Man of the Night last time up. This is easier.
Yeah, much, much easier. Man of the Night runs tomorrow, I believe. He's a very good horse, rated in the 90s. That was an open race where Tan just had no chance. Drops back into maiden company, draws relatively well, but the form, aside from that open run, just hasn't been good enough to warrant any support. So, again, I left that one out my top 4.
Okay, who do you have in your top 4 then?
So I've got the 1 Al Rahi on top, but it's more out of sufferance. I did think he was going to be favourite. He doesn't represent much value, and if I was at home, I wouldn't advise playing him. But one thing we didn't talk about with Al Rahi is he's got first-time blinkers. And he's a forward-going type anyway, so maybe that'll make the difference. In second, I've got a real outsider, an Angel Pass, the 12 horse. We'll come back to her in a minute. In third, High Dreams, another big outsider, the 3 horse. I'm wondering whether I got... I've made a mistake. That's why. Okay. I was supposed to put Golden Soul in as my third, not High Dreams, the 3, but there we go. So Golden Soul third in, and then the 11, Al Daria, fourth in. Yeah, I didn't mean to put the 3 in there. That horse has no chance. The 12, who I have in second, is fascinating, really. 33-1 in the market. It's just massive price. Purchased for just 1,500 guineas. 5 fruitless efforts in the UK, but was with Sir Mark Prescott, who doesn't really get them ready first time up, or in their early season. So,
well, they're always kind of more longer-term projects, certainly switch to handicaps, aren't they?
I could definitely see her running well at a big price, but... yeah, I've made a complete mess of these numbers here. I did have Golden Soul as my third pick, just for confirmation. But Al Rahi on top.
Okay, and Golden Soul is attracting a bit of money on the international markets. Goes into 9-2 from 5-1, as they do assemble down at the start. I thought Golden Soul would have a bit of a chance here, rated 60. He's got the chance to be better than 60 as well.
Yeah, for sure. I don't think you need to be much better than 60 to win this, though. Just a repeat of either Al Rahi's best or Golden Soul's best could be good enough to win this race. I'm going to be with Al Rahi. I think he's just got a little bit more appeal, especially because he's forwardly placed and has blinkers on. For Ricardo and Jimmy, good combination, red stable. Probably the most logical winner, but I wouldn't be rushing to play at 9-4, that's for sure.
Okay, so you're with the 1. I'm going to go with the 2, Golden Soul. He's going to come here from a wide berth in stall 15. Hopefully that's going to be a big problem. Unitarian is at 7-2. But Callum, you've gone against us here with a bit of value.
Yeah, I have, team. I've gone for the pack of the pick, Mayad, the 16. It's in the colours of Masaya, and that's why I got slightly confused when I was saying the horse's name wrapping up in the parade ring. But yeah, Mayad is interesting. A few of these are very boom or bust. They're loading, so I'll get through them quickly. TNT, boom or bust. It's either going to be a good day or a bad day. And Golden Soul, boom or bust. I think Al Rahi makes a lot of sense, being at the top of the market, is a steady performer and might just have enough to do the business here. But yeah, the pick for me is the 16. We come out of stall 6 and hopefully Mark Francis can call this one home to victory.
Yeah, good luck, Callum. Good luck, everybody, here in race 3. Respect Tom's opinion with the favourite Al Rahi. I'm going to go with something a little bigger. That is Bint Havana Grey, who definitely does possess talent. Whether it's today that we see her best, not too sure. But I'm keen to take on the top 2 or 3 of the market. Bint Havana Grey 5-1. I thought would go pretty well from a low draw. She is the only grey in the field as well, so easy to spot Bint Havana Grey. Easy to work out the pedigree as well. Daughter of Havana Grey by perfect cover. Waiting on Al Rahi and also Watan, with Golden Soul stepping forward with Blind Lights. This is the final quartet to take up their positions here at the 1200 meter start. 6 furlongs for race 3. Stand by. And they're off. Rahi recovered from a slow beginning. Slow away was Yes Mo from the inside. So too from the other flank was Al Duraya from stall 18. As they go through the first furlong here, this side, the grey, Bint Havana Grey broke well. Also moving forward, unsurprisingly, is Tahiyati with the yellow sleeves and cap. And Al Rahi now just noses ahead. So red jacket Al Rahi, Ricardo Sosa Ferreira is the leader. To Tahiyati in second, Bint Havana Grey back in third position. These are being followed then by Golden Soul in fourth place, who races on the outside of Watan. There's a break then of 3 or 4 lengths back to the next wave of runners, who are headed by Yes Mo. Then comes TNT in mid-division. These are being followed by Miad and then Angel Pass. Right towards the back of the field, we have Unitarian, who is the last to see the judge as they approach the final furlong and a half. And Golden Soul, this side of Bint Havana Grey, has now come through to take the lead. Watan trying to pick up Al Rahi going the wrong way. So too Tahiyati as they approach the final 100 metres. This will be Golden Soul's afternoon on start number 7. Will gain victory number 1. Golden Soul the winner. Watan in second, Bint Havana Grey in third. Nice late progress from Al Duraya alongside Yes Mo. They filled out 4th and 5th positions. Martin Kelly on the board this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Golden Soul. Luis Morales from stall 15 has won here in a time of 1:14.68. Pushed out in the closing stages, gets the job done. Watan, it was staying on pretty well for Farwas Wanas, beaten 4 lengths at the line. And then came Bint Havana Grey. 2B 8 and 13 here. It's close for 4th and 5th positions. We'll give you that in just a moment. But it's Golden Soul who wins, gains the gold medal for Luis Morales, wins by 4. Watan home in second. That's the 8 on the race card. Then came Bint Havana Grey. This is where it's going to get tight for 4th and 5th. This side, Yes Mo. It looks like Al Duraya is just lunging at the right time and indeed is confirmed in 4th. Al Duraya 4, Yes Mo 5. Max Sabi next in 6th position. Golden Soul, a winner for Martin Kelly. 2B 8, 13 and 11 in race 3.
Well, we said it was either boom or bust for Golden Soul, and today was well and truly a boom day. Congratulations to all connections. Luis Morales doing the steering on this 5-year-old now. 5-year-old still entire, and he has done the business in quite comfortable fashion. Martin Kelly in the studio would have been over the moon with the way this horse travelled into the race. Came round the bend about 4 or 5 wide and swept through to take the lead, and it was never in doubt, pushed out towards the end. Watan running on for second. Bint Havana Grey was always up there in third. Al Duraya ran on well for connections, who had the winner of our last race getting in 4th. Yes Mo 5th and Maksabi in 6th. Golden Soul coming into the winner's enclosure now. This horse is really interesting. I remember earlier this season, looked like a horse that was destined to win a race, then put in a few real bad stinkers, and just wasn't quite able to turn that form around. But today has well and truly turned the form around. Look at all these youngsters. Look at this. It's like a school trip out here. Love to see it. Absolutely love it. This will be a Friday to remember for a lot of these young men, and they'll be very, very happy with this. Everyone find the camera. There you go. If you can't see the camera can't see you. Louis Morales will be over the moon with that as well. Let's all steer clear of the horse there. Perfect stuff. And Louis, who I'm pretty sure to win yesterday as well, having a nice time of things. Still got the wrist strap on, obviously without injured for a long time, having been injured in Taif. In a bit of a paddock incident, so he'll be happy back in the saddle and back amongst the winners as well. A good performance all round, and a horse that I don't often say this horse deserved to win a race, but it's nice to see Golden Soul get the head in front today. Never really looked in doubt as they turned in, but we'll get a word with Louis. He weighs in perfectly, should be carrying about 58, gets the 58, and will now come and join us here for a little post-race wrap-up. Congratulations, Louis. Well done. Just get your saddle and kit taken. Well done. Fantastic.
Oh, thanks. Thank you so much.
Very, very easy today. Swept around the outside. This horse finally got that first win.
Well, from the beginning, when he started running, he finished first time out fourth. Then he ran a very good second, very good third, very good fifth. And then he disappeared a little bit for a while. You know, so he has some issues. Now he's coming back, you know, in a good shape. The distance was my concern, you know, because he's 6 furlongs, he's not so fast. But today he broke sharp, and I catch, you know, a good position from the beginning, so it was easy in the last 400 for me.
It must be nice to see him coming back to form, because like we said, early in his career, he looked quite nice, and then it all went wrong.
Yeah. He started doing really good, and then, you know, horse racing sometimes it has ups and downs. So we have to try to manage everything to go well, and then at the end of the day, you know, try to win some races, you know.
And let's show everyone at home the wrist. How's it feeling right now? It's proper strapping?
It's excellent. Thanks God, you know, but I use some protection just in case, you know. Some horses sometimes inside the gate, they disturb when you try to catch something to hold fast, and then I don't want to just get hurt again, you know. So I just using this for my own protection, so I can continue riding for some years.
Well, you are continuing to ride, and you're doing it very well. Well done.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, well done to Senor Morales. Gets his horse home in front, travels wide off the bend, but was going much the best into the top of the stretch.
Yeah, Lou was asking for a little bit of effort from some way out, but the horse obviously just relishes extra distance. The front runners, there are 3 across the track, including Al Rahi, who's in the red silks, going backwards there, as you can see. Also the 17, Taya Yati, also going backwards. Bint of Anna Grey did the best of the forwardly placed horses, the grey filly against the fence, but it was set up basically for a stalker. And when we see from the start, breaking from 15, not an ideal spot for Louis, but the horse breaks perfectly.
It's well like a rocket.
Yeah, brilliantly away, and immediately able to move across, which is a huge help.
And negates the draw by this stage.
Exactly. It's currently in the 6th path right now. Considering this horse broke from 15 about 15 to 20 strides ago, that's an incredible move across. And now sits in the perfect kind of box seat just behind the leaders. Louis got everything there that he needs. He just needs the horse to stick with the leaders through this part of the race, because that's where he can become outpaced. And then in the home straight, find a little bit more of pressure, and he definitely did that. He ended up running out a very easy winner in the end, and he looked the most logical winner from about this point onwards. Al Rahi's about to start struggling in the red, go backwards, say as Tayayati, he's currently in 3rd. And it's going to be whether Golden Soul can power past Bint Havana Grey, and he absolutely does that. Ends up winning by 4 lengths. Bint Havana Grey doesn't completely weaken, but doesn't finish off with great energy, and eventually gets run down to 2nd by Watan, who's done best of the closers, I suppose. But he was never too far back either, really. He was kind of in that 3rd flight behind Golden Soul. And those 3 have drawn clear of the remainder. It's a good win for Golden Soul, no fluke about it. And we did say pre-race, if either Al Rahi or Golden Soul run to their mark of 60, they'll probably win. And Golden Soul has done it.
He has indeed. To what extent was he suited by coming back down in distance today?
Quite some extent, I think, especially because he's got early pace. It wasn't like he's out the back and then looking to stay on. He used his tactical speed to get in a nice spot and then move through. It was a bit like in the first race where we had RIYADH, who also had the extra stamina, the 1400 metre stamina, but was able to sit just a length or two off the leaders. And in the final 100 metres, when the leaders do start to tire, albeit they are running on like a golden highway, conveyor belt, if you will, when you have the extra stamina, you can kick into another gear, and that's what Golden Soul did here.
And Jimmy's not had I know he's had the occasional winner, but overall he's been struggling for winners, and El Rahi, albeit it'd been off the track for a couple of months, disappoints today.
Yeah, since the turn of the year, it's not been ideal for Jimmy. He had a good start to the season, and obviously brilliant end to last season with a Group 1 winner, but yeah, since 2025 began, it's not been great. Limited runners, but also very limited winners.
Okay, he disappoints there, but it's a Golden Soul on the international market. It's the shortest priced winner we've had so far today at 9-2. It's been 8-1 and 11-1 for the first couple of races. The Red Stable still without a winner.
Yep. Good winner for you there as well, you should say, for the competition.
Oh yeah, we're back
4-4.
to 4-4, yeah. I've not updated the scores, I'll just do that now actually. 4-4-2. Yes. Good.
Yep, plenty of races to go.
There are indeed. We're moving on to race 4. It's a local bred horses maiden for 4 and 5-year-olds, up to distance to the 1400 on this occasion. The 3 tops international markets. We're yet to see the Red Stable strike. You are forecasting a big day. They've got the 21 in here, who's around an 8-1 chance. No, in fact, Jimmy's got another run. I thought he only had one, but this is another one for him.
It's because it was a reserve. I think we both didn't look at the reserves getting in, but obviously we've done form comments for
the
them
18
anyway.
came out, didn't it? And
yes.
the 9 and the 2. So.
Exactly. So yeah, Jimmy does have another runner. I don't think this Red Stable one will win, so probably no, my lucky will.
Well, that Red Stable would have had their chances in the first couple of races. That's gone.
They've got some later, I'll tell you.
No. Plays chances. In fact, we've got to say hello to Doc Shull. Oh. Let's go Red Stable.
Yes.
Let's go Jimmy.
Come on, Jimmy. We do want a Jimmy winner.
We do. We love a Jimmy winner.
We do. Those interviews are the best. Maybe he'll get one in this next race. We'll see.
Well, let's find out what Abba Al Talat is taking on here. Runners and Riders, back with Mark.
Yeah, thank you, Kello. Race 4 coming up here. Local bred horses maiden. We're stepping up to 1400 metres for the first time today. 4-year-olds and 5-year-olds in action, all seeking their first success. A couple of tricky names in here. As Martin suggested, we go with that the 2, 9 and 18. So the field are headed by 1, Al Muj Al Eli for Jimmy Carrion, drawn in stall 1 as well. 2 doesn't go on to 3, Akid Alanea, who is currently the 9-4 favourite for Adel Al Faradi. 4 is Farid Al Ghali for Nawaf Al Farouz. 5 is Gala Hamad, the first of 3 greys in here. Ahmed Al Taya on the 5. 6 is Moeed Al Washin for Mohammed Al Daham, seeking his second winner of the day. And the bottom one on that graphic is the 7, Najim Oscar from stall 18, Khaled Al Mamoni. 9 is Sameh Al Kata. We'll look at that one in action in a few moments' time. 9 is out. 10 is Wathban for Rakan Al Abaid, who takes 2 kilos off. So too does Osama Al Shirani, who rides the 11 here, which is Yakef Shara. It's Selman Al Rashid on that caption. Maybe a late jockey change. I'll go and investigate very shortly. At 12 is Zamul for definitely Abdella Al Hussein. 13, Amira Al Hijaz, Abdullah Al Credis. 14, Idawa for Mohammed Al Nasser, confirming it is Selman Al Rashid on the 11, Yakef Shara. 15 is Broin for Thurb Al Timyat. 16 is Danat Karome for Abdullah Al Khamis. At 17 is Prasiyat Watan. That is the mount of Tariq Al Mansour. 18 is the final scratch. So 19 is Reem Al Makahil for Fayed Al Faradi. And then we get into the reserves that all get in here. At 20, Wad Al Jahara, Abdulaziz Al Yesh is drawn in 20. 21, Abba Al Talat for Osama Al Shirani. That one's drawn in 3. Al Shaka Sarah is 22. That one's drawn in 7, waiting for a jockey to be added. So too on the 23, Sawas. That one breaks from 8. So they are the runners and riders then for race number 4. The runners are in the parade ring, and Callum has an eye on the favourite, Akid Alanea.
I certainly do, team. Yep, Akid Alanai, the 3. Nice type here, still very unexposed. Has only had the 2 starts and has been in the money in both of them. This is an ideal opportunity, but now some of these reserves are snuck in. I don't think it's totally an easy job to win this. Plenty keen enough going around the parade ring here, but a really nice type. Full, well-bodied type. Yeah, good strong neck and good strong back end. Maybe could build up in the shoulder. Plenty of dappling to like as well. Let's drop our way back to the 6. This is Moeeb Al Washam, just coming towards me now. Big, rangy, imposing type. Lovely head on this one, taking everything in. Another one just a bit jig-joggy. They're all a bit keen to get on with things here. I think we could see a strong pace in this contest. Another nice type, though, very well-muscled individual, well put together. I have no negative for this horse, who's just had the 1 run. Now we pull back to the 8. This one's more of a long-term project, I feel. This is Samir Al-Khater. Second on debut, though, and can't be ignored. Just built as if there's some more to grow in front, really. Look at the neck. It's quite thin, it's quite light. I think there's more development to come. Now we pull back to the 11, this grey, who's the next one we'll see. This is Jacques Fekshera, who just comes towards me now. Well-muscled individual, this. Looks fit as a flea, ready to go. Not quite as attractive in the back and probably not quite as developed as some of the others in here, and needs to turn the form around with 3 duck eggs in the last 3 starts. Now, we must pull back all the way to those reserve horses, 21, 22 and 23, because they all deserve a line here. And Mustafa hurtling across the parade ring like prime Usain Bolt. He's going to first look at the 21 here. This is Abba Al-Talat, the second runner of the day for Jimmy Jerkins here. Typical Jerkins horse here, big, strong type, dappling on the belly. Nice markings in behind as well, a poverty line on show. Thick, strong neck, lots to like about this one. Marching around with purpose, certainly no negatives. Typical of the team, very, very well turned out. We'll pull back to our Shaker Sarah. Now, I don't know whether this is a change of ownership. The boys will know more than me, but I don't think this horse ran in FMQ colours last time out. Correct me if I'm wrong, but our Shaker Sarah looks fantastic. Really, really nice looking type here. She's a 4-year-old now, still pretty unexposed. She ran a very big race last time on her second start, rattling home late on the rail. I'll be intrigued to see how Abdulaziz Al-Faradi gets on in the saddle. And finally, this is the one I love. Absolutely love Sawas here. I thought the form of the last run was fantastic. She's got Fawaz Wanas on board as well. He had a double yesterday. He's looking for even more success today. What an imposing individual this one is. Really, really nice type, and I'm keen to see how Sawas gets on. He is going to be the pick for me in this one.
I'm just confirming a couple of jockey changes. Then number 22, Al Shaker Sarah, now the mount of Abdulaziz Al-Faradi, and Fawaz Wanas now on board the 23. Sawas, who gets in as a reserve. Thanks to Doc Shirl getting in touch with us as we're taking a bit of form for this. And we're going to have a look at horse number 19, Relim Al Makahil, who's just had the 1 start so far, finished 4th this day on debut.
I thought it was a pretty good run as well. Made some late inroads against the inside, as you can see in the light blue silks, white cap, darker blue epaulets. Solid debut performance. This was in November. So, you know, it's been a while since the run.
Comes home nicely.
Does. But you don't want to get too far behind on the track at the moment. That's my one concern. I did have the horse second in, though.
And it's a big price on the international markets as we take in another form clue, this time for the 8, who was second last time out.
I had this horse third in my ratings today. You can see in the two-tone green silks, kind of like Peter Brandt's in the US or in the UK, if you prefer. This horse makes up some late inroads, once asked for effort there. You can just see he was very laboured until the jockey went to the whip and then immediately picked up. It was a good effort, first time up. He's going to improve from that, but it just wasn't good enough for me to put him on top. So as I say, I've got him third in.
Well, second of 16 that day over the 1200 metres, beaten 4.5 lengths by Madgeman, and is the 9-4 joint favourite on the international market alongside 3, Akid Alanaya, who's had 2 starts so far. 1 over shorter, 1 over further. Yeah,
this is my pick, Akid Alanaya. I do want to caveat this by saying I picked these without thinking the reserves would get in, and there are 2 interesting reserves that we'll talk about. But yeah, Akid Alanaya is the play. I love the jockey booking, Adel Al-Faradi. I like the middle draw. This horse, as you say, has run over a variety of trips. Finished powerfully to take 4th on debut over course and distance. Last time was weak at the finish, over 1800. Now drops back to the right distance for Akid Alanaya. Tariq Anaya does very well with his bred horses. He's also the owner of this runner. They're usually very precocious, 2-year-olds, 3-year-olds, 4-year-olds. I think Akidan and I is going to be primed to win today. If he doesn't win, then he'll be on the back burner for future conquests. I don't think we're going to see him improve dramatically moving forward. I think they're going to try and get him ready to win now. And therefore, he's going to be my pick. But he's short enough in the market, and I am worried about the 22 and the 23 in here.
Okay, the 22 I quite like. I'll shake a Sarah. 10-1 chance. I think we're both with her when she ran here last time out. She was 5th of 12 on debut over the 1200, 3rd last time out. She can be slowly away, but again, she shaped last time as though this longer trip's going to suit her.
Yeah, exactly. The step up in trip is huge. I love that they've given her to the FMQ owners. I presume they've given her rather than the horse was purchased. She's a big player. 10-1, she's been overlooked in the market. I think she's got a better chance than that. I've got her 4th in, and I don't usually put reserves into my selections. But I thought just in case she does get in the field, I've got to put her in my top 4 because she has that good a chance. I don't mind a jockey booking at all. And what stall is she going to be in? She's going to be in 7, I think. So she's drawn well, which will give her every possible chance. I think Jimmy's runner's horse number 21 is going to be in 3. 22 is going to be in 7, and 23 is going to be 8.
Yeah, that's confirmed as well.
Yeah, okay. So a good draw as well for the 22. And for the 23, Sawas, who not only were we with the 22 together last time, but I was with the 23 last time as well. And he should have won. Camilo was on board that day. The horse just lugged in to his left throughout the whole home straight, and he just went down in a photo finish. He should have broken his maiden that day. If he races a little bit kinder for his rider today, then again, Sawas has a good chance, but because he was a reserve, I didn't realise he was going to get in, and therefore he's not in my top 4.
Well, Abba Al Talat for Jimmy in the red stable, unseated on debut. Then finished 6th last time over the 1200. Comes up in distance today, but got beaten by Mayman on that occasion as well. So it's form that ties in with the 8.
Yeah, the debut run, he just ducked left at the start, and it was game over for the rider. Last time, as you say, the form does tie in. I don't think it was an overly promising performance, I have to admit. Obviously better than the debut, but there still looked to be a lot to work on there. They've put a visor on. Yeah, he's not for me. I think he's short enough in the market, the 21.
Do keep your comments coming in as well. Doc Show getting in touch to support Jimmy. Had Mohammed on there as well says hello, so good afternoon to you. So let us know where you're tuning in from, and if you've got any selections for us as well. There's Jimmy's horse going forward in the front of shot. Abba Al Talat, who's having its effectively second start today after what happened on debut. An 8-1 chance on the international markets. Sawas, number 23, is at 8-1. He ran better last time out, finishing 2nd. Steadily improved with each one of the 3 starts. The 17, Furisat Watan at 10-1. I'll shake a Sarah at 10s. Reem Al Makil is at 12-1. That's a bit of form that we saw a little bit earlier on as well. And that horse has been steady in the markets currently. And they are down at the start. It's 16-1 and bigger the remainder. Zamul at 16s, Danyat Chrome at 16s, 20-1 and bigger. So remind us of your top 4.
My top 4 are 3, 19, 8, 22. But I would be keen to move the 22 up, to be honest, in hindsight, now that I know the horse is definitely in the field.
She's a big man. She's been short. She was much. I can never remember the prices on the international market, but she was much shorter last week, wasn't she, or 2 weeks ago?
She was. I think she was second favourite for that race. Yeah. What's she now? Still 10s?
10s.
Yeah.
With the longer trip likely to suit as well, and a good draw.
She's a good each way play.
Yeah. Okay, confirming 3 for Tom. I'm going to go with the 22. And just confirming your selection, Callum.
I'm going for the 23, boys. Mark Francis, it's all yours.
Short and sharp, how you are. I like it. The runners are now going in for race 4. Sawas, number 23. Tom spot on, by the way. 21 is drawn in 3. 22 is drawn in 7. 23 is drawn in 8. Confirming the riders, 22, Al-Sheikh Sarah, Abdulaziz Al-Faradi, and Sawas is ridden by Forwas Wanas. Only 5 of the field left to load as Frusiyat Watan loads into stall number 5 for Tariq Al-Mansour. Waiting on the 8, Sami Al-Qatar. And then 2 of the reserves yet to take up their positions. That's Abba Al-Talat and Al-Sheikh Sarah. 2 leading ownerships in Saudi Arabia. Red colours of Prince Faisal. trained by Jimmy Jerkins here on his farewell tour. And Faisal Muhammad Al-Khatani, commonly known as the FMQ stables. They own 22 Al-Sheikh-Sarah. But it's the 21 who is last to load here for the fourth race of the afternoon, which is bang to post time, exactly 4 here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Stand by for the start. Good luck with your selections here as we await Abba Al-Talat to slot in for Osama Al-Shirani. The horse is halfway in. One final shove, and we're set. Stand by. And they're off. And an issue there at the start, I thought. The red jacket of Abba Al-Talat. I don't think the gate opened on terms with the rest of the field, so certainly one to keep an eye on post-race. Meanwhile, in the contest itself, the orange jacket of Farid Wagali towards the inside is one of the early leaders, with Najim Oscar, yellow headgear down the middle of the course. They're being joined by two of the reserves in between runners. We have the strong travelling Sawas, who is steering himself to the front, racing in company with Al-Sheikh-Sarah. Then comes the green colours of Sami Al-Kata, who races in mid-division. Aidua is not too far away. And then comes Zamul, the white and red jacket, just disappearing out of shot, who races ahead of Prasiyat Watan. And then in mid-division is Browen, the red and black jacket, as they come down the side of the course. Plenty of drama here. Farid Wagali is the leader, to Al-Sheikh-Sarah racing in second, and Sawas is now scrubbed along. Sami Al-Kata towards the inside needs a bit of an out in the two-tone green silks. Trying to run on is one of the greys. The red jacket also picking up well is Abba Al-Talat as they go inside the final furlong. The reserves are dominating here. Far side Al-Sheikh-Sarah. Now Sami Al-Kata has gotten out and hit the front and goes on to extend. It is Sami Al-Kata who goes on to take victory. In the end, Akid Al-Anea it was who got second ahead of Sawas and Al-Sheikh-Sarah. They were followed across the line by Abba Al-Talat. Now, I think we need to see the start again, because hold all your tickets and everything, because I don't think all the stalls opened at the same time. In the contest itself, and if I'm chatting absolute rubbish, it is number 8, Sami Al-Kata, who has got the victory today. On start number 2, goes one better than the debut effort, and might be a smart individual going forward. Abdullah Al-Odib, who doesn't ride too many winners. It's a big day for him, but as I say, hold all your tickets. Wins in a time of 1:28.75, 2.5 lengths back to Akid Al-Anea. Decent late work in the closing stages, as we see Sami Al-Kata win by 2.5. Akid Al-Anea second, and the reserves were filling out the rest of the placings. Sawas third, Al-Sheikh-Sarah fourth. Might be Farid Wagali, the far side of Abba Al-Talat, in 5th and 6th position. So I look forward to the debrief here from the team. It is Sami Al-Kata who is first across the line, the finishing order 8-3-23-22.
Samir Al-Kata has won this very dramatic contest here. 2 runs now, a first career victory, having finished second on debut. I think this is one that you want to keep on the right side of in the future. Big frame of a horse that I don't think has quite filled out that frame, as we mentioned in the parade ring. Just beats Akid Al-Anea, with Sawas in third, and now Sheikh-Sarah getting very tired and finishing in 4th. Second, third and 4th for the team. Farid Al-Wagali was the horse who finished in 5th, cut out much of the early running, and Abba Al-Tat is the the horse that finished in 6th and is the horse that we need to talk about. Horse number 21 may have had some issues at the start with the gates not working properly. The boys in the studio will know far more than that. But at the meantime, we'll talk about the winner because that horse has crossed the line in 1st. But hold on to your tickets, ladies and gentlemen. We will find out more when we know. But a good performance here from this race winner. Just making sure that we're just seeing if any of the stewards have got in touch, and we're still not hearing anything from the stewards yet, so hopefully we'll hear something soon. But this horse is a nice one. This is a nice type. I'm intrigued by what this horse is going to do going forward. Just a big raw type. We had a similar winner yesterday, I can't quite remember the name, but a big raw type who will do a little bit more. And again, more kids. Is it school holiday or something? Is there something we're missing here? Plenty of youngsters around, lads. Just be careful around the horse. Just be careful. There we go, because still an inexperienced runner here. We're not dealing with an age-old handicapper. Everyone just be nice and careful. There we go, lovely shots there. Everyone look at the camera. Remember, if you can't see the camera can't see you. Steady on there. But a good win for this individual. Son of First Defence, a 4-year-old gelding. I think the gelding operations are doing to work wonders here in Saudi Arabia, and a good performance nonetheless. But boys, the horse that finished in 6th is arguably the story of the race. What do you know about what happened at the start?
To the start and just see exactly what happened. Looking out for the red stable horse here, number 21.
Draws inside in stall 3, so keep an eye on the low draw as we get the footage lined up and ready to go.
Just see the jockey Wayne back in. Horse making its second hand. So stall 3 you were saying we need to look at.
The right side of the gate seems to flap open and close. Keep watching stall 3 and then closes there, see? The horse has definitely missed at least half a length to a length, plus obviously the momentum that you would miss by not taking that first stride on time. I don't know if we can see that again, producer, please.
It seems like there's a fault with the mechanism on the left-hand side.
I don't know if the 3 just burst the stall. Maybe we can see it from front on again if possible. I don't know if the 3 tried to burst the stall because the jockey took the blind off very soon, too soon. Just keep watching the 3. He's taking the blind off. Does the stall open early there? I think the
noseband's definitely against it. So whether he's pushed it.
I think he's pushed it. It's opened early and then gone to shut again in front of him.
Maybe see it once more if we can.
Keep an eye on stall 3, as we say. We'll see your head on in a second. You can't really see from this angle.
Yeah, he's nose barged it.
He lunges.
It's not the stall's fault, it's the horse's fault.
Yeah, he lunges, opens the stall, and then the stall flaps back in his face. Yeah, watch stall 3 here. There you go. He opens a fraction early, and then it shuts again in his face. I mean, it's not ideal regardless. Even if the horse breaks through, the stall should stay open. But I do think he has.
But he's affected the mechanism, however it works.
He's instigated the stalls there.
Yeah.
Which is unfortunate because he actually ran a really good race. Yeah. He finished 6th and is a horse to keep on side. We'll take it from the start.
Despite missing it by about 7 lengths in the end.
And then the momentum as well. The horses must go further clear. The other one to miss it was the 20, Wad Al Jawara, equally slowly away. Those two just had no chance from the start. But look at Jimmy's runner in mid-pack here in the red. Really starts to move up the field despite that treacherous beginning. He runs a very eye-catching race and is one for next time. The pace is quite hot up top. Sawas is up there from the outset, as is your selection. The reserve, Al Sheikha Sarah.
I can't believe she didn't frame.
Yes, she looked like she was definitely going to place turning for home. My pick's just in behind the speed in the yellow and black at the bottom of your picture. He ends up making a nice run at Keed Alanaya, but eventually finishes 2nd. And the winner right now is in 4th on the inside in the 2-tone of green. His jockey just needs to get out. He's stuck against the fence. He's saving ground, which is great. But now he needs to get out because that lead is about to come right back in his lap. Fortunately, the horse on his outside, which is Najm Oscar, drops away. And that just presents a brilliant opportunity for his rider, Abdullah Al-Adib, to get out in between horses here. And to be fair to the eventual winner, Salma Al-Qatar, he picks up really taking it in the closing stages. I did think I was coming there to win with Akid Alanaya on the outside, the grey horse. He breaks on top, you can see here, really quickly away. I thought I was coming to win, but the 8 horses picked up and he was the deserving winner. He travelled best, he finished best horse in the race.
Yeah, it looks a promising type. 2nd on debut here about 4 weeks ago now to Majman. Builds on that over this longer trip to get off the mark. 2nd time up. Wins at the ends by 2 1/4 lengths. It's the 3 and the 22. So we've had between us the second, third, and fourth in that race.
Yeah, pretty luckless. I mean, we're on the right horses, just not the winner. Your horse gets tired, actually, Sarah. I wouldn't be surprised if she drops in trip.
Goes back. I mean, we thought coming up in trip would suit her today.
Yeah, I think with this now proven, she'll drop back. My horse definitely needs 1600, but 1400 is fine for a Callum and I. He'll win a race. And the third place finisher, Sawas, he's tough to like at the moment. He does things wrong in his races, but he's got talent. He'd probably break through at some point, but he's tough to have full faith in.
What sort of rating do you reckon we're going to get the win? It's hard to say because the second doesn't have a mark. The third's 59. You may be look at a late 60s horse?
Yeah, I think late 60s. But if they give him late 60s, I think he's better than that, to be honest. He travelled well and hit the line well. And that debut run was promising. So keep an eye on him. I think he could be quite useful.
Yeah, a lot of upside to him. Your selections and comments, please do get in touch if you're watching on YouTube today. It'd be lovely to hear from you. It's day 2 of a 3-day meeting here in Riyadh. It's the Japan's Cup meeting, a local Group 3 later on. It's meeting 89 of the season, 2 weeks out today to International Jockeys Challenge and the Saudi Cup 2 weeks tomorrow. But next up, Mr. Corolla, we're moving on to race 5. This Arabian horse is handicapped this time. We're staying once again over the 1400.
We are indeed. Handicap action as well. The first Arabian race of the day, team. Headed by number 1, Radar Al-Khaladir for Salman Al-Rashid. It's an Al-Khaladir feast here. They have runners 2, 3 and 5. We go with that the 4. 2 is Tuhamiat Al-Khaladir for Tariq Al-Mansour. 2 wins from 37 starts. A better strike rate is with the 3, Hafid Al-Khaladir. Adel Al-Faredi, 2 wins from 8 starts. 4 doesn't go. 5 is Tawak Al-Khaladir for Rakan Al-Abaid, no longer Rakan Al-Abaid, now Abdullah Al-Lawfi. 6 Our Mir for Ricardo Ferreira. 7 is Gasham Sham Al-Jazra for Abdullah Al-Farouz. Over the page to find 8, Muazzez Al-Khaladir is the mount of Fahid Al-Faredi, drawn in 8 as well. 9 is the unbeaten Raya, 2 from 2, Abdullah Al-Saidi, unbeaten so far, does have stall 16 to contend with today. 10 is Umran for Abdul Ella Al-Hussein. 11, Mubarez Al-Shahania is the mount of Jimmy Carrion. Thurb Al-Timyat is on the 12, that's Maythab Al-Zamili. Yasser Al-Bakawi on the 14 here, Rayat Al-Baha. The 13 doesn't go. 15, Alizia in new silks here for Asama Al-Shirani is followed in the race car by number 16, Nahwahel Al-Khaladir for Mohammed Al-Nasser, takes 2 kilos off. Haddad Al-Thab is the mount of Ayad Al-Tarizi, that's number 17. 18 is Aisha Al-Shahania for Abdullah Al-Khamis. And the bottom one is 19, Jet de Violette for Ahmed Al-Azari. That one drawn in stall 19. So they are the runners and riders then ahead of the 5th race of the programme. This is an Arabian horse handicap for horses ready between 75 and 95. Back to the team in the studio. Martin and Tom.
And just concluding our roundabout of the previous race as well, we saw Jimmy Jerkin's horse in the red stable colours coming from stall 3, looking to headbutt the stalls and open them, and that's been reflected by the reports from the stewards.
Yeah, the chief steward says horse 21 was inconvenienced by its own actions, confirmed runner, all clear on judges' numbers.
And that looks to be, from what we saw, certainly the right result.
Yes, he kind of barged open the stall then flapped in his face. It's tough luck. The horse ran really well, but it happens.
Maybe one if you've got a tracker at home, stick it in the notebook and to keep on side of him next time up. So handicap covered this time for the Arabians. Horses in the paddock. We can head back out to Callum.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, great getting to the bottom of that. Great work from the stewards and you guys for finding all that out straight away. This is the 1, Radar Al-Khaladir in this Arabian horses handicap. 75 to 95. It's a decent race, this. And the 1 is a nice type. Won 3 of the 5 career starts here in Saudi Arabia. And it's just a lovely mover here as well. Has to make the shortlist here, but obviously with a rating of 95, has to lug home 60 kgs. But Sultan Al-Sharid is on board. He's going to take off 2 kilos, which will help. Let's drop our way back now to horse number 8. We're going to just see another grey coming towards us here. This is Muazzaz Al-Khaladir, another Al-Khaladir in this field. A winner on penultimate start and not disgraced last time out. Got a beautiful bit of dappling on. I thought it was a nice enough mover as well. It's a little bit off on the near 4, but aside from that, I wouldn't care anything against him. Cross nose band on as well, which is a positive just to give the jockey a wee bit more control. Pull back to the 9. This is a talking horse here. This is Raya. 2 starts in Saudi Arabia. two very impressive wins. I had my doubts about the quality of the debut that he won. But he put those doubts to bed with a very imperious display last time out. Has to contend with that wide draw. He's drawn out in 16, but he's done nothing wrong so far and should be looking to make it 3 wins from 3. Let's go back to a couple that I'm intrigued by. The 15 and the 16 here. Alesia is the 15. We're just going to try and find her, see where she's gone. I get confused with all these tiny chestnuts as well. Here she comes. She's in the maroon colours with the white band across the middle. She looked like she was going to win the race last time before throwing it away and not being able to pass the long-time leader, which is a bit of a trait she's got. She's a talented individual, and she certainly, at 7 years old, can't be dismissed here, and in a handicap situation she'd have every chance, but her attitude is just a little bit of a concern because she looked the winner all the way but just didn't want to go by. Let's go back to the 16. This is now a Hel Al-Khaladir here. Nice type as well, another Al-Khaladir in this field. She's a 6-year-old, but she's only had the 3 starts in Saudi. She won last time out, having improved on each start. It would be a bigger ask today to win, but she's got very little weight on her back, 54 kilos, and a jockey on board in Mohamed Al Nasser, who's a great booking. He claims 2 kilos as well. This horse has to be given a chance, and on looks as well, I've got no negatives about her at all. She's marching out nicely. She covers the ground well when she walks. She's a little stiff in behind, but I couldn't hold it against her enough. It'll be a fascinating race, lads. I have to give you a paddock pick a little closer to the off.
Yeah, thanks, Callum. The jockeys have made their way out into the paddock then for our next race, race 5 already. We're racing through this 12-race card here today. It's 4-1 the field on the international markets, and RIYADH Al-Khaladir, one of the international market favourites, on the back of a win back on December the 12th.
Decisive victory, but this was a terrible race, as you can see. Only 3 horses actually in the shot right now, one way out the back, and they're just big distances between the first, the second, and the second and the third. This was a desert-bred open, so okay, it was an open, but it was a very weak one. This is much more competitive. She enters handicap company for the first time, but she has been prolific. 3 wins from 5 starts.
She has indeed. I just wonder whether the rating for a handicap is maybe a little bit artificially high, but we'll come back onto that in a second as we have a look at a horse we've both been a big fan of. She's unbeaten in 2 starts so far. This is RIYADH.
Yeah, unbeaten filly. Ran away from her rivals this day for a wide margin success. That was in a 0-85 handicap 2 weeks ago. She's a major player in this contest, but today she has to prove her ability. She had a weak maiden on debut. This was a relatively weak handicap. She was sent off a very short price. Today's much more difficult. She runs off a mark of 91. She could still be well handicapped, but she draws stall 16 and she won't be able to dominate in a similar fashion to what she did that day.
Yeah, not drawn as well. But the form of that race last time, as you say, she drew away from them to win by 5 3/4. The second's been second, the third has won, the fourth has been third. So the form was working out well. Yeah,
at lower grades, of course, the 0-85, so against lower horses. But for sure, I mean, you can only beat what's put in front of you, and if they've come out and run well again, then it suggests that it might be a pretty good 0-85 as they go.
They're the 4-1 joint favourites on the international markets. The 2 horses we've just seen, RIYADH Al-Khaladir and RIYADH. We then have Tawak Al-Khaladir at 5-1. This is horse number 5. A bit more exposed, well, a lot more exposed than the 2 we've touched on. This horse having its 21st career start today.
He's been running against some good ones this season, though. Some really smart types. Horses that would easily beat these handicappers. Runner-up on the penultimate, on the previous handicap attempt. That suggests that he has the ability to win, and he's also now £7 lower and in a lower grade. So if he's firing on all cylinders, Tawak Al-Khaladir is a major player. The big concerns are he's fully experienced, he's an 8-year-old, he's probably not improving, maybe even regressive at this stage. He draws wide in 13, and I just don't know whether he's consistent enough to really trust at a short enough price.
And a similar sort of price for the 8 as well. This is Muzaziz Al-Khaladir, who won by 3 lengths a couple of starts back and then was 6th last time out. But the overall profile is not convincing.
It's not, but equally, I think he's open to loads of improvement. He's actually going to be my pick, the 8.
Okay.
Mainly just because I'm trying to read between the lines with a couple of these. I thought that the victories for this horse were pretty impressive. Last time he ran in a listed race, so way better than this. Switched ownership since. Draws relatively well. I like the pedigree. I'm going to be with the 8 at 6-1. I think that's a fair price.
Yeah, off the track from Taif back in September. Came out with a course distance handicap win off 83, 87 today, and a run in a cup race last time out. And currently is around a 5 to 1 chance. 15 to 2 for another Caladir. We're packed full of Caladirs here. Hafid Al Caladir, 2 from 8 so far, is the 3 currently at 15 to 2.
Who was this, sorry?
The 3.
The 3. Yeah, likely race 2-time winner. Failed to stay 1800 on both outings this term. Drops down in trip, returns to handicaps. They're 2 positives, as is the jockey booking. But you have to have a little bit of faith. 9-year-old, only had the 8 outings. Not really a profile that I would like.
And it's 11 to 1 and bigger than the remainder. That brings in Tumayat Al Caladir, another Caladir in the field. That was a 10 to 1 earlier. It's gone out to 11s now. 37 career starts of the belt for this 8-year-old mare. It was over the 1,200 metres last time out. Longer trips, though, seem to suit.
Finished second behind Radar Al Qadiyah earlier this campaign in December. Yeah, longer trips do seem to suit. But again, is another one that's probably not ideally well handicapped at a veteran stage of their career.
And then we have 11 to 1 also for the 7. Gash Hamsham Al Jazra, who is a 6-year-old. 5th on the last couple of outings. Draws 1 here today, looking for a 6th career win.
So this horse beat Tawak Al Qadiyah, the 5 horse, earlier in the season in a handicap. However, Gasham Shamal Jazra is now £6 worse off at the weight. I would expect the 5 to beat the 7, and the market does too. Wherever the 5 finishes, the 7 should be close up behind.
Okay, well, the top 2 in the market have been attracting support. 100 to 30 now for Radar Al Qadiyah. Rhea goes 4s into 7 to 2. 4 to 1 for the 5. 3's 8 to 1. It's 11 to 1 and bigger the remainder. So your top 4 are?
What price is the 8?
4 to 1 as well.
4 to 1, yeah. 8 on top. 8, 1, 5, 9.
Okay.
So basically the 4 favourites, but in a different order.
And the pace is going to come from?
Oh, well, Raya's going to push forward. So is Radar Al Qadiyah. There is speed in this race. It might hot up early for an Arabian contest, but equally the 9 and the 1 could just push on. I think they're the 2 obvious front runners in this field.
Okay, they are down at the start. 11 has been dismounted. Mubarez Al Shanaya, a 14 race tomato, just having the tack adjusted down at the start. This is race 5 on Japan's Cup Day, the big race. Well, 2 feature races to come a little bit later on. Races 10 and 12 today. Race 10 being an awards race, worth 130,000 SAR. And then we've got the big race as our final event of the night. And we've got a field of 12 to go to post for the 165,000 SAR Japan's Cup, this local Group 3. And that's for the fillies and mares over the 1,600 metres. There's the 5-inch shot. Tawak Al Qadiyah. Wonder if we'll see both of the great Al Qadirs here on Saudi Cup weekend in 2 weeks' time. Tilal and Asfan.
Do we find out today if they're in the likely fields?
I think likely fields are due around today, yeah.
That'd be fun.
Hopefully.
They usually avoid each other, don't they? They go to the 2, 1 in each race.
Yeah, and they've both won the corresponding races.
Yeah.
It's hard to keep track of them.
I think Talal's a better horse on turf, so I think they'll go with turf with Talal and dirt with Asfan.
Okay.
We'll see.
We will see, yeah. Likely fields not far away here in Riyadh for the Saudi Cup meeting. 2 weeks today when it gets underway. Okay, I'm going to go with Rhea. I think it's been really impressive so far, and I think despite that stall 16, if she breaks well, a bit like the last race, or 2 races ago with Golden Soul, gets across and gets a good position. 7 to 2. The money, though, all for number 1, Radar Al Qadiyah, 4 into 3 to 1. You, though, are with the...
I'm with the 8, Muazzez Al Qadiyah, unexposed, like Rhea, open to more improvement, and hopefully can go close.
Okay, 8 and 9, the selections here, Callum, in the studio.
Yeah, thanks guys. 8 and 9 for you. Totally understand both of them. Both of them major paddock positives. I'm really torn between the 1 and the 16 here. I think it's just not being talked about too much and looks fit enough in the parade ring. And I'm gonna side with the 16. Look, we're drawn in 17. It's gonna be hard, but I had to make a pick of the paddock, and just by the skin of her teeth, Nawahel Al Qadiyah is the pick, but it was very close between the 16 and the 1, but I'm glad plenty of people at home are going for the 1, so if the 1 does win, I won't feel too bad, because all of you at home will have been very, very happy with the result, as that one continues to see support. Sultan and Sharid don't don't know too much about the jockey. 2 kilo claimer, which will help here. It's basically £4 as it equates to over here in Saudi. It will give this horse a bit more of a chance, but that last race win was not a strong renewal. I know this horse has now won 3 from 5, but the last race didn't blow me away. The favourite sort of blew up on that occasion, and only 3 even went a yard. So I'll be willing to take that one on. I'm doing it with the 16 Mark Francis. Tricky Arabian contest here. Can Raya do the business once again?
I hope so, Callum. Yeah, I like Raya here for Abdullah Al Saidi. Drawn in 16 would be the negative, but it's certainly an Arabian on the up. Rada Al Khaladir, though, holds the title of favouritism at 3-1 now. Raya 7-2, both of those well supported. Tawak Al Khaladir has the black cap for connections. Abdullah Al-Lawfi now in the plate. No Rakan Al Abaid on the 5. Muazzez Al Khaladir also 4-1, so joint third favourites 5 and 8. Hafid Al Khaladir 9-1. Gasham Sham Al Jazra 11-1. It is bigger prices about the remainder. Last couple coming forward, Gasham Sham Al Jazra and also Rayat Al Baha. We'll leave Awamir to be the final one to load into stall number 2. It's the 14 slots forward, waiting on the 6, Awamir for Ricardo Souza Ferreira. Good luck here. Race 5 coming up. First handicap of the day. First Arabian race of the day. 1,400 metres. They're set, locked and loaded. And they're off. Racing over 1,400 metres. Raya over towards the left. One of the greys is trying to take up a prominent position. So too is Haddad Al Thab from gate 15. At this side, red jacket, black cross belts of Dahamiat Al Khaladir was probably the best away and is being joined by Tawak Al Khaladir as they go through the first 200 metres. 4 in line. To Hamiat Al Khaladir, pressing on with Tawak Al Khaladir. Then comes Haddad Al Thab, extreme left for Raya to make a line of 4. Awamir is just in behind these, close up in 5th position, racing in company with Radar Al Khaladir and Elysia. The maroon jacket with the white disc is just a further 2 lengths ahead of Hafid Al Khaladir. A break of a few more then, back to Nawahel Al Khaladir, who races in mid-division with Muazzez Al Khaladir. Right towards the back of the field is Aisha Al Shahani. So too is Gasham Sham Al Jazra as they reach the halfway stage. It is Tawak Al Khaladir who has now taken the lead. To Raya, who is called upon for maximum effort in 2nd position. So too is Awamir, who is picking up well down the middle of the course. To Hamiat Al Khaladir looks tired in 4th position. Passing that one is Radar Al Khaladir. But they've all got to go get some here because Tawak Al Khaladir is pressing on and moving clear by 4 lengths. Awamir is trying to close that gap. Raya looks booked for 3rd, and then came picking up in the closing stages Muazzez Al Khaladir, but this is all about Tawak Al Khaladir, who pushed out, won well. In 2nd position, Awamir this side, Muazzez Al Khaladir ahead of Raya, and then came Nawahel Al Khaladir ahead of Umran. The 5, Tawak Al Khaladir, has obliged here in race number 5 and wins well for Abdullah Al-Lawfi. Has been out of the winners' enclosure some time now, this 8-year-old, but is clearly talented, of a mark of 93. Was a second 3 starts back, but aside from that, hasn't really had much luck in racing at the moment. Put all that to one side because he's too good today. Tawak Al Khaladir. Abdullah Al-Lawfi wins by 5. Awamir home in 2nd. Muazzez Al Khaladir ahead of the other grey Raya 3rd and 4th. Noah Al Khaladir, perhaps the eye catcher, in 5th place ahead of Umran. The numbers 5, 6, 8 and 9 to the 5th race of the afternoon. A win for number 5, Tawak Al Khaladir, Abdullah Al-Lawfi.
Abdullah Al-Orfi in a purebred Arabian race. Sometimes the game is very simple, and Tawaiq Al-Kaladir has landed this contest in pretty impressive style. Never really looked in danger once turning into the straight under Abdullah, and has won really, really well. Big, strong time. Look at the knees on it. It looks like it could do soft ground at Sedgefield rather than King Abdulaziz racecourse. Just making sure that the horse goes the right direction. Make sure we're all looking where we're going, team. Great stuff there from our winner. Big, strong boy, and has got the 3rd career win on the 21st career start. Abdullah Al-Orfi, more famously recognised for his exploits aboard Afghan Al-Kaladir, he's guided this one to success. Shout out Mark Francis in commentary. Plenty of Al-Kaladirs here, and he was always on the lookout for them. Tawaiq Al-Kaladir beat Awamir, beat Muazzaz Al-Kaladir, beat Raya, beat Nawahel Al-Kaladir. Shout out to Raya and Nawahel Al-Kaladir. I think they both run mighty races from wide draws. Raya didn't exactly break brilliantly, but showed plenty of early speed before getting a little bit tired late on. Nawahel Al-Kaladir was the recipient of that bad break, got barged into, but actually picked up really late and passed some runners late on. But your winner was never really in doubt. You got a good run for Muazzaz Al-Kaladir as well there. Tom Collins, that unexposed runner, took a big step forward. Just mind that young boy out the way. Just protecting children in the winner's enclosure here. Plenty a young man here in the winner's enclosure. And I am now looking forward to seeing what you boys make of this victory here of Tawaiq Al-Kaladir.
They've been racing over further for the last few starts. Was second over 1,600 metres a few starts back in a handicap, and strikes here in what was a valuable pot as well. 75,000 SAR to the winner, but always prominent. Led them into the stretch and wins by, what, 4 3/4?
Yeah, I had this horse 3rd in my shortlist, and you know what, when I was going down this list, I thought he was the horse to beat, and then I came across the unexposed types, and I just did what you do when you look as well, and veer towards potential. And he was definitely the horse to beat. I mean, he ran runner-up in a similar handicap to this one, his penultimate outing, a better handicap.
Back in October.
Yeah, and then he was running today off £7 lower. So, I mean, he was well handicapped, wasn't he? But the thing is, he was an 8-year-old with 20 starts and only 2 wins, wide draw. There were negatives there too. Take it from the start, he breaks really well. On top, actually, in the middle of the fields in the white with the black chevron. Raya breaks well out wide in the green and yellow silks, but it's kind of forced out wide for a long way down the back, which isn't necessarily a negative, but her rider would have preferred to get in it when possible. My pick is right out the back right now. You can't even see him, but he eventually runs 3rd. That's Muazzaz Al-Kaladir, the grey horse, just at the bottom of your screen now, light blue silks with the white cap. He's the one that does the best of those that are way off the speed. Otherwise, it's the horses that are up front that dominate yet again. Tawaiq Al-Kaladir leading, Raya, the eventual 4th place, finishes in 3rd. The eventual runner-up, Awamir, is currently in 5th against the fence in the black silks. So pace is held up. The only one to come out of the pack, really, is Muazzaz Al-Kaladir, who makes a big late run in the blue silks just to chin Raya for place money. But the winner was never really any doubt. Again, another sprint, this time over 1,400, not 1,200. That is dominated off the front end.
But just looking back to the last run, which was some time ago, finished 6th that day. But you look back at the form, he was beaten 55 lengths, albeit in an open by Durgam Athbar. But
yeah, it was a much better race. I think Durgam Athbar is rated around 111 or 110, something like that.
116 that day.
Okay, 116. So a much better horse than Tawaiq Al-Kaladir is running against here, being a 75 to 95 handicap. But yeah, it was beaten a long way. You're not wrong. It's just he was in the right spot today. He was in a handicap off a nice mark of 93. We know he's capable of performing to a rating of 100, and today he's put it all together and racked up a 3rd win. I also didn't realise that there was a jockey finish, which is my fault. I should have looked at the caption when Mark, the Corolla, was reading out the runners and riders, but on the race card it said Rakan Al-Abaid. Abdullah Al-Alfi is a jockey upgrade. He's very good in Arabians. He rides Asfan Al-Kaladir. And yeah, if I saw that, maybe I'd change my mind, but I don't know whether I'm just saying that because I know in hindsight.
And Muazzaz Al-Kaladir is not done badly for a closer here?
Done well, yeah. I think he probably ran the best race, to be honest. You can see him just in behind, grey horse, blue silks, white cap. He's the only one to come out of the pack and close up and make some ground. So I definitely wouldn't be giving up on the 8. He's open to plenty of improvement, and he would win a similar race next time.
And the winners come from 13. Raya, who was unbeaten coming into this in 2, was out in 16, but not really done by the draw, ends up on the inside rail.
Yeah, the draw's not harmed her really. She had to go a little bit wide on the turn, but nothing major. She's just facing much better horses, as we talked about in the preview. She had every chance of improving and going close. She was unbeaten after 2 runs. It was hard to know where her upside was, how much upside there was, but today she's bumped into a couple of better horses than her. That being said, she's still a 4-year-old. She could improve again, and it wouldn't be surprising if she went close again in a similar race next time.
Yeah, she's had those 2 runs and been beaten today. She'd gone up from 83 to 91 on the back of the run last time, switched to a handicap. And that form had worked out not too badly as well. But Raya, still with plenty of potential. You could follow a few of these going forward. The 3rd and the 4th, definitely.
Yeah, definitely. I think Tawak Al-Khaladir is probably now beyond the realms of following, because he'll get a £7, £8 rise. And then
He's back to where he started when he was beaten at this kind of level.
Exactly. The runner-up ran well, Awalmir, but again, is another veteran, a 9-year-old, so hard to make a strong case for following that one. Yeah, the 3rd and the 4th place finishers, Muazzaz Al-Khaladir and Raya, would be the 2 I'd take out of it.
Okay, and if you've got any comments for us or any selections throughout the rest of the card, do let us know. Ray's been back in touch. He went with 15. Was that in the last race? Let's have a look. Yeah, he went with a 15 in the last race. So no joy for Ray down in Perth.
Have another shot in the next one, Ray. Come on.
Still lots more to go. We're just reaching the halfway point. Race 6 of the day. It's a maiden. Once again, this time for the 4 and 5-year-olds, over 1,600 metres. We've yet to see the Red Stables strike, and I'm not going to do it here because I've got no runner.
No, not yet. They're just having a mid-card lull, and then they're going to kick into gear.
And you were predicting big things for the Red Stables.
Yeah, I thought they'd have 4 or 5 at least. Well, not at least. I thought they'd have 4 or 5. They've got one really big chance later. They've got another reserve that's snuck in. It's interesting. I still think they'll get at least 2, but obviously it's not the day I foresaw.
Foresaw?
Yeah,
that's quite right.
Yeah.
Do you want to foresee the runners and riders for race 6?
I'd love to, yeah.
Yeah, well, let's do that with Mark.
You stole my line, Callum. You stole my line. Race 6 coming up here is a maiden due off at 5:10 local time, so just under 15 minutes away. There are the runners and riders on screen as we tackle 1,600 metres for the first time today. 4-year-olds and 5-year-olds in action. Esni is the first one for double-seeking Mohammed Al-Daham. This is a first-time starter. 2 is Al Dewan, one of 3 greys in the lineup. Osama Al-Shirani on board from gate 17. Al-Razi is better drawn in 8, the son of Arrogate. Abdullah Al-Rashed on top. Call Me Mischievous bids to provide a double for Luis Morales. That's number 4. 5 is Don Doro for Abdullah Al-Credis. And 6 is Fahad, Victor Gutierrez. 7 is Ibn Miflay for Mohammed Al-Hubail. 8 is My Runner for Adel Al-Faradi, drawn in 19. 9 is Karum Najad, drawn in 9 for Khalid Al-Mamoni. And 10 is Runaholic for Jose Rodriguez. 11 is Tribute, Sultan Al-Mamoni. And 12 is Agay for Abdelaziz Al-Massa, while drawn in 1. 13 is Al-Wa, the rest of these fillies, by the way. Alex Moreno on top of the 13. At 14 is Aventurin Al-Arab, drawn in 2. Salman Al-Rashid also taking that very number off. 2 kilos off the back of Aventurin Al-Arab. 15, Haga Tree, Thurbal Timyat. 16, Matt Kareem, Varayan Al-Ta'esh. 17, Malayir Al-Kayer. He's now the mount of Ayed Al-Tarizi. And the first white stable runner of the day is number 18, No Camilla Waspina. Abdullah Al-Farouz is aboard this 4-year-old filly, Katouf, who's only had 1 start so far. Final 2, 19 is Rital for Eddie Castro. 20 is Simt for Rahid Al-Faroz. They are the numbers and names then for the 6th race of the day. It's a maiden. It's due off in just over 10 minutes' time. Chaps, who do we foresee winning this contest?
Well, we foresee... I don't know, Tom, who have you got on top?
I've got My Runner on top. Yeah, but I mean, this is really difficult. It's an older horse maiden, probably the hardest type of race here on the track. Big fields, lots of horses that have had either plenty of attempts or are really unexposed, and they've had issues, which is why they haven't made the track many times. So My Runner's the horse to beat, and we can watch him last time and kind of talk through why he's the horse to beat.
Well, he's shown poor form prior to this second autumn foliage.
Yeah. But then he comes out this day, he's wide on the track. It looks like he's going to win at this point. He goes a length clear. And you're thinking, wow, where's this form come from with My Runner? Suddenly he's going to get off the mark at the 6th attempt. Just hangs into his left under pressure. You can see he's rolling around in the latter part of the race. And then he just gets done, coming up towards the line by the horse in the dark blue on the outside, who Subsequently came out and ran a pretty nice race. Now, that was 2,000 metres. Today drops down to 1,600. I think that's the big positive for this son of gun runner.
Okay, well, he's joint top rated in the field off a mark of 70, so we're taking a bit more form for Callum. Has had 2 starts so far. 5th on debut, and Tafan was 2nd of 20 here last time.
There was promise on this occasion, but you can see that he's readily outpointed by Shibble Nima, who is just going to power clear in the latter part of the race. He finishes very one pace, which is a little bit of a concern over the course and distance. Maybe he'll improve for this fitness-wise and just general kind of talent level performance, only his 3rd outing. However, it just wasn't enough from a visual perspective for me to put the 9 on top. I did put him 2nd in because he's open to improvement, but I wouldn't be keen to take him at 130.
Okay, well, this is my runner's race according to the international markets. And the fact the 2 horses we've looked at are 11 to 4 and 130 at the top of the market. My runner at 11 to 4, Callum at 100 to 30 as we head back out to Callum.
Thanks, Martin. Aldewan, first one we're going to look at is Samar Al-Shahani on board. Big, strong horse. Then you had the 4 starts and has been in the money in the last 3. Has to be a player in this. Let's go back to the 3. This is the son of Aragat Al-Razi. Really nice looking type. Maybe just a bit long in the back and needs to fill into that frame a little bit more. One who has filled the frame is Call Me Mischievous. A horse of this calibre for these owners shouldn't be running in this sort of competition, but it just hasn't quite worked out for Call Me Mischievous. Just be careful here. Mustafa of the 3, he's just getting a little bit jig-joggy here, and this is looking to give Louis Morales a double here on the day so far, which will be his 3rd win of the week. We go back to the 8, My Runner. This is one that I know Tom is very keen on. He'll be happy to know that I also think this horse looks really good shape in the parade ring. Lovely, thick, powerful neck, good back end. Looks to be a typical, maybe even a 1,400 metre horse rather than a miler, but is going over the mile here. Has Adel Al-Faradi on board as well, which will be a positive. Adel looking for his 1st win after a little bit of a gap. Let's look at the 9, who also comes into this race in decent form. Very similar profile to the winner of our last maiden. This is Kuram Naj, 5th on debut, 2nd last time out. Khalid Al-Mamoni in the saddle, that's a positive as well, and has been very well turned out by connections as well. And finally, we go back to Katouf, who's the 18, right at the end of the line. This is the White Stable's 1st runner today. I just wanted to have a look at this one. Mustafa again, legging it over the parade ring to get the shot. What would we do without him? Big leggy type here. Almost looks like one that needs to grow another hand really to fit into that frame. You can see the high back end, the high withers, but the dip in the back. I'm never really a fan of these types, but I know there'll be plenty of White Stable supporters here who want to look at Katouf. Not for me today, but an intriguing horse nonetheless. Lads, the paddock pick for me has to be horse number 8, My Runner.
So positive comments, Tom, for the horse that you like here?
Yep, always like to hear that. He's a nice looking type. I think he's the form horse as well. If he looks the best and he looks the best on paper, then surely he might be the best.
What about Kuram 132nd best? If we get down to at 6 to 1, number 12, which is a gate who's had 7 runs so far out. Has been an open company the last couple of starts. On the official figures, got a similar chance to My Runner.
Yeah, but she's been a weak finisher over this distance. She's shaped like she'll win a maiden, which is probably why she's relatively short in the market. But I don't like the way she finishes off her races. Maybe she needs to drop down in distance. She has a lovely pedigree, probably the best pedigree in the race, to be honest. Ortad out of Masada. I suppose My Runner's pedigree is maybe a little bit better. So is Call Me Mischievous, both US dirt-based pedigrees. But the pedigree on the 12 horse is equally good, and she could easily run a place. As I say, I think she's just vulnerable in the latter part of the contest.
Okay, well, that's a 6 to 1 chance. We then get down to 10 to 1, a bigger for remainder. What else would you throw into the mix?
Horse number 4, the one I just touched on there, Call Me Mischievous, Bite Into Mischief, brilliant US dirt sire. Also can have turf progeny too. I don't know too much about the dam, to be honest. However, this horse's form is it's a difficult one because he's shown plenty of talent, but equally he's shown no talent at the same time. He's a horse that has lots of early speed and then really weakens, but they will come in over longer trips. I just don't know whether he's not been staying or whether he's unable to sustain his early efforts. It's a fine line between the two. If it's not staying, then he has a good chance in this spot. If he's unable to sustain efforts, then he'll have a similar fate here. He'll go forward and then he'll just weaken in the latter part of the contest. Either way, I think he's a good each way price at 16-1. He could be every bit as good as the likes of My Runner. I just think My Runner's a little bit more solid, comes into the race in better form, and has an equally good pedigree being by Gun Runner, who's kind of the talk of the town in the US right now. He is throwing up some really nice horses.
Well, they are arriving down at the start, midway point, race 6 of this meeting 89. And they'll shortly be going behind the stalls. Give us your top 4 then.
8, 9, 11, 4. We haven't talked about the 11, Tribute, who is definitely capable of winning a maiden, but it's hard to trust from win purposes, considering he's 0 from 18. However, he did finish 3rd in an open race last time. Now, if you're looking down this list, that's the best piece of form on offer. It's just, can he finally break through at the 19th attempt? Probably not, but I think he'll be there or thereabouts. And again, if you want an each way play, there are far worse shouts than the 11 at 10-1.
Okay, the 11, yeah, 10-1 currently Tribute.
Who are you with here?
I tentatively went with the 12 a gate. Just on the basis of joint top rated, 7 goes so far, 5th last time. That was in an open company. Okay, 70 rated coming into this, but the horses just in front of it last time at 87, 81, 86 and 92.
Yep.
So there's a bit of, I think, movement in that 70 rating.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. As I say,
6-1 seemed fair.
Yeah, I would have had her in my top 4 if I knew that she would definitely get home. She should be there or thereabouts coming around the home turn, and if she does stay, then why not? She draws well.
Okay, I'm with the 12. You're with the
8.
The 8. All yours, Callum.
Yes, guys, looks like Tom and I are doubling up with the 8 here, My Runner. I have to give a good shout out to the 9 as well. I thought Callum looked in really good shape, just on your screen now. I thought that horse looked really, really well in the prelims, so hoping that horse can run a big race, because looked like a nice type, not disgraced. Last time out on the second start, had to make all that day, had to really cut out a lot of the running, and was just reeled in by one more, who I think is actually a proper nice horse. The horse that won was the horse that was my nap of the day all that time ago. I don't think I've had a winner since then, to be perfectly honest, but that horse has then gone on to run quite well in better company. So I think the Callum form is pretty solid. Whether being able to break from that stall 9 position and trying to make all in a race like this is possible is maybe the issue here, but a horse who's still got plenty of improvement in, I think. But I think I'm going to stick with the 8 just a little bit better. It was a tough choice. The Al Razi is a really interesting one. Arrogate's a fascinating sire, because obviously he had a very, very small crop, died unfortunately far too early. But his horses have been sort of very hit and miss. They've either been really good or have been really disappointing, and it's very hard to catch him right. He's had a little bit of success here in Saudi Arabia, but not as much as I imagine many people who bought Arrogates over here got. So they'll be looking forward to some more success with that one. Alduan is the 2, Samar Al-Shahani on board. Great to see him make his 2 kilo claim. I know I mentioned it yesterday, but he has been an absolute star this season with a 3 kilo claimer, and is finally now down to 2. He missed out on the big weekend of racing because he had a ban, the whip ban that him and a few other apprentices got. And it's interesting, he's deferred part of his ban to Taif next season. So he took 4 days, I think, and the 5th day he ended up deferring to Taif, which was an interesting strategy. I think he was just desperate to get rides. You know how important it is for apprentices to keep going while they're hot, because when they're hot, they are hot, and when they're not, they're not. Call Me Mischievous is the Mount of Lou Morales, looking to get a double on the day. He'll be intrigued by his performance. Hug a Tree. I swear to goodness I've got a different horse here, because I don't remember Hug a Tree being as flashy as she is, I should say. She's very fluffy as well. She's a stunning horse. She's big white face, 4 white socks, but she's very fluffy, and today might not be the day. But you know these connections can be sneaky, so keep an eye on that one. But the pick for me is the 8. That's what Tom and I are going for, while Martin goes for the 12. Mark Francis, who do you like here?
Tough puzzle, this, Helliwell. I'm really not sure. I'm happy to go against My Runner, to be honest. The draw's not great, and he only just about put it all together last time. Karoom Najad might be interesting. Still, again, short enough. Katouf. We saw plenty of white stable horses at the start of the season win second time out after showing virtually very little on their first run. Ibn Meflay is about to come forward. I'm still very undecided. I'll go with Simt, 14-1 as a place candidate. I don't know whether Simt is good enough to win this. She's had 22 starts now, but I'm really struggling here. Yeah, let's go with Simt to finish in the first 5. Drawn in 13 centre pack. As the last few are coming in, this is Aventurin Al Arab, and also the top one, Esni, about to step forward into 5. Halfway point in the programme here, race 6 coming up. Local Group 3 to come. They're off. Gates are back. They are off and racing. You can see the big white face of Hugger Tree. Black jacket, white sleeves is wanting to push forward. So too is the keen going Rital. One of the greys towards this near side. Further out, also orange jacket. Don Doro is prominent with Katouf is showing good early toe. One to the left is My Runner. Extreme left is Fahad. So plenty of pace on here as they go through the first couple of furlongs, 1,600 metres in total. Rital, this side, the grey, is up there with Call Me Mischievous, so too Don Doro, My Runner, and extreme left is Fahad. So 5 across the track here. Just in behind those runners, we have the Maroon Silks of Tribute, who races in company with Agay, closest to the inside. Alwar is further out, the Green Silks, who races in company there with Runaholic. Also in mid-division is Hugger Tree, who has lost a fair few positions. Likewise, Al Dewan. Right towards the back of the field, Katouf has gone backwards now, has virtually stopped to a walk, and Simt is also at the back of the field. As they go down the side of the course and approach the final 2.5 furlongs, it is Call Me Mischievous for double seeking Luis Morales, who is skipping away. Second position for Karoun Najad, who has now emerged from out of the pack, and so too Agay with the green head. This trio seemingly the only 3 with a winning chance at the moment. Tribute has gone into 4th as they approach the final furlong. It is Call Me Mischievous still with a 2-length lead. Agay is coming this side. Between those, we have Karoun Najad up towards the finish. Call Me Mischievous is all out and will hold on. Beats into second, Agay. Then came Karoun Najad. They were followed home by Tribute. And then came Matt Kareem with some late progress. 2 on the day then for Luis Morales, as Call Me Mischievous has won in a time of 1:42 flat. They're not really getting to the leaders today, are they? Call Me Mischievous has held off the late challenge of Agay, who ran well in second, it must be said, only beaten 3 parts of a length at the line. And also the yellow head of Karoun Najad, also a decent effort back in third. So the first 3 are certainly horses you can keep on the right side of going forward. 4 beat 12 and 9. They pulled a further 3.5 lengths clear of Tribute. Then came Mad Kareem. Hugger Tree with a big white face was next across the line with Runaholic. Call Me Mischievous, 2 in the afternoon for Luis Morales. 4 beat 12, 9 and 11.
Call Me Mischievous has finally justified his good looks to land a race on his 7th career start under Luis Morales, who has secured a double on the day here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse. A breezy King Abdulaziz Racecourse, and he took full advantage of that tailwind down the straight to win here, leading most of the way and unable to be reeled in by Agay, who ran a big race for a long way, but just couldn't quite reel him in. It felt like he was closing the gap in slow motion. Kuram Naj again ran another good race. That horse will break the maiden sooner rather than later. Tribute came from off the speed. Mbappe Kareem came from off the speed, and Hugger Tree looked well beaten before running on past beaten rival. Story of the race, the disappointing performance from My Runner, who was always just getting scrubbed along under Adele at the crown of the bend and went backwards rather than forwards. But Louis Morales, a double on the day. He'll be happy with that. He will be very pleased. And this horse, Call Me Mischievous, is a horse that you could have some fun with at the 0 to 70 sort of level, I think. Maybe even 0 to 75 at best. Clearly had ability to gorgeous looking animal, but it's just taken some time to put it all together. Finally has put it all together, and the Prince Sultan bin Michel bin Abdulaziz team will be very, very happy. These colours, famous black colours with the grey trim on the sleeves, and lovely colours I might add as well, have been guided to victory by this big old beast of a thing, Call Me Mischievous. He wasn't mischievous today, he was very, very straightforward, and he won well. Louis Morales getting a second winner. Lovely to see boys and girls here in the photos as well, going to enjoy this moment. It must be a school holiday, I'm sure. Either there's a school holiday or a school trip that we've not been told about, but we will try and find out more. The kids must be off because it's a cracking old day here. And we'll get the saddle taken off as well. You'll just see the double girth that the jockeys use here that runs over the top of the saddle just to stop it from slipping. That's why Louis takes a little bit longer to get untacked than we would normally see. But he's going to take the saddle off the horse. Look at the size of him. He's a big boy. A big, strong, imposing type, and trainer very happy as well. And Louis go out to get weighed in. He should get weighed in at around 58 kgs. He's getting the helmet off this time, and we'll find out whether he weighs in correctly. We've not had many issues. We've had a couple of jockeys disqualified for weighing in late on beaten horses, but no issues with these current horses. And well done to Louis, who will come and join me now. Louis, very happy with that result. 2 wins on the day for you. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Alhamdulillah.
He's called Call Me Mischievous, but he was very straightforward today. Very easy, dictated turns, and then when you allowed him to really lengthen, he really did.
Well, I rode him before. First time out, finished like 6 or 7. Second time out, in mile, he showed me speed. He fight all the way, and finished 3rd or 4th in a toughest race. Today, the race was even, and I thought if I let him go, for just free, in a nice pace, let's see for the last 400, and he kicked up very well.
Yeah, lots of people at home will be supporting you. They love the Prince Sultan bin Michel bin Abdulaziz horses. You're always riding them, so they'll be very happy with another victory.
Man, I'm very glad, especially because of Prince Sultan bin Michel bin Abdulaziz. He's amazing prince. He is really friend. He love you. I mean, he mean it when he said that he love you. And we've been struggling this season. Our horses, I don't know, not running so well. Don't know what happened, but we're trying to get back on our feet and continue in the game. We continue fighting in the game.
And it's a long season. There's still plenty more time for you guys to get back in the winning shape, but it does seem to be turning around. We are seeing these colours more and more in the winners' enclosure.
Well, because we're trying hard, we're working hard, and to try to improve, every day, and let the horses, become in their fitness 100% sound and clever. Like today, the horses they were very clever, and hopefully in the future we have a couple of other horses, to continue, winning and stay in the game,
Very exciting times. You are staying in the game. Well done. 2 winners today.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
No problem.
Yeah, well done to Mr. Morales. Second winner on the card, Golden Sul early on, and it's Call Me Mischievous, who again has paid credit to your liking for horses up on the speed again.
Yeah, just another one. Callum did point out actually that there is a tailwind now, and it does look a lot stronger outside than it was when we first got here and before we came in the studio. So maybe that is just yet another added bonus for those being on the front. This horse, I gave a good shout out to each way. I hope someone heard that and played each way at 16 to 1. He was always going to be the speed. Look, he wasn't my pick, don't get me wrong, but he was always going to be the speed. He was vulnerable late. And I thought my runner would be the one to take advantage, but again, as Callum said, he was very disappointing from his wide stall today. It was actually your pick, a Gay, who I also thought was a pretty vulnerable horse in the latter part of the race, that came out of the pack and proved to be the challenger. She fell just short in her bid, but again, a nice selection from you. Unfortunate, again, there's several places today. But she was very close.
Joint with you in the stable.
I know.
I keep saying so, studio tipping competition.
You should be in front, to be fair. Albeit I have given quite a few of these good shouts without actually selecting them, which is frustrating. But this winner wasn't impossible. And I know the price suggests he was easily overlooked, but he had the right characteristics in a race like this. A lovely pedigree, good jockey and trainer combination. It was just whether he was going to stay, and fortunately for him, the only closer was another horse who was unproven at the distance.
Okay, he's come out of the pack to give chase with the blinkers on. Not many have really got involved, have they,
No,
in this at all?
Well, Agay's just moved into third there. The eventual third place finish is currently in second, so the 1, 2, 3 are already in first, second, third at the top of the turn. We've obviously already gone round the turn now, and they started to stretch clear. My run has already just backed out of things under Adele Alfaredi. From here on, it's just these three horses all the way to the wire. You'll see on the outside of Gay in the green silks does make a little bit of a bid. It was probably 3 lengths down at the top of the straight. Slowly eroding the deficit, just moved into second here and gets within around half a length of the winner come the line. It's a solid effort from the runner-up, just had too much to do to reel in this leader, who kicks off the home turn in the black silks, and from there is never to be caught.
And he's obviously not been the easiest to keep sound, this horse, because his 6 runs are spaced out back to the far end of 2023.
Yeah. I think that, quite a few of these horses will have had problems. You know, in older horse maidens, unless they've had 14, 15, 16 starts, if they've only come into races like this with 4 or 5 starts, they've either been very backwards or they've had issues. And with him, it's probably an issue thing, considering he's pretty speedy and was precocious when he first kick-started his racing career.
Common Mischievous, mark of 60, goes on to win to beat one of the joint top rated in the horse, Gay, who finishes in second place. And they were clear of the remainder. What took third in the end?
It was the 8 horse, the 9 horse?
9.
Yeah.
Okay, one of the other joint market leaders on the international markets, Colin Mischievous, who was around 16 to 1 before the off, where it's not been found. In fact, got off 20s in the end. So another big price winner. Biggest price of the day so far.
That's probably the most annoying one as well, I think, because if I was at home, I'd have a few little shekels each way on that one. But yeah, it is what it is.
11 to 1, 8 to 1, 9 to 2, 9 to 4 favourites, 5 to 1, and then 20 to 1. Call me Mischievous. I reckon that's what Mark Francis says to a lot of people.
Oh, I don't think you need to tell them to call him Mischievous. They just do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, should we call him?
Mischievous Mark?
Just call him Mischievous. Just call him
Mischievous.
Thank you, gentlemen. Yes, we move on to race 7, which is a handicap for the thoroughbreds. 0 to 80 here. 1,600 metres, 4-year-olds only. They're headed by number 1, Marmaduke Lemon. Aye. Farhead Alfaredi in the colours of the Red Stable. Prince Faisal bin Khaled, drawn in 18, the big no-no. 2 is Nameen, Mohammed Al-Daham. Not too far away in 16. 3 is out. On to 4, which is High Zoom in the colours of Prince Saud bin Salman. Adel Al-Faredi, drawn in 5. Varden is number 5, Abdelaziz Al-Faredi, a long way from his best at the moment. 6 is Karam Al-Anea for Azil Al-Sahani, already on the score sheet today. And 7 is Kaberni Farwas Wanas. 8 is Princess Yara, the filly, for Osama Al-Sharani. Mandushi is 9, Ayad Al-Tarizi. And the grey, the 10, Cloudy Sky, is a non-runner. So take out the 10, that's a late scratch. 11, Qasib Al-Maidan, Rayan Al-Ta'esh. 12 is Secret Bid, Ahmed Al-Azari. 13 is Zainab for Alex Moreno. 14, Junior Audible, Eddie Castro. 15 is Samsoon, Jose Rodriguez, over the page. 16, Rebel Icon, Ricardo Sosa Ferreira. 17 is Stanley Street, Abdullah Al-Khamis. 18 is out, so on to 19, which is Desert Jewel, the filly, the Thurbal Timyat. Shibraya in new colours this afternoon, Khaled Al-Mamoni aboard the 20. And the two reserves, 21 and 22, both squeeze in here. Super fluidity for Mohammed Al Nasser is into the race. And so too is Calm Hadhar, who is the mount of Abdullah Al Saidi. They are the runners and riders then for this 0 to 80 handicap, 7th race of the afternoon. And Callum has eyes on Marmaduke Lemon.
I certainly do, Mark Francis. Yes, Marmaduke Lemon, the one, is looking at us right now. Liver chestnut, darker liver chestnut than we've often seen. Not the best of movers. A bit tight in the walk, I must admit. But look, comes here top rated with a mark of 80. Third last time out as well. Been in the money in 2 of the last 3. A winner 3 starts ago. But just for me, not the best of walkers. If Nawaf just gets a shot in behind, you'll see what I mean. He just sort of swings his hind leg out a bit towards us. He's just hanging on a bit. I'd just be interested looking elsewhere. Let's go back to the 2. This is Nameen. This is a really nice type. I remember Nameen as a youngster has always been a horse with plenty of ability and is just beginning to show it. A winner on penultimate start, well beaten last time, but as you can see, he looks absolutely magnificent in the coat, handling himself perfectly well. Good mover as well, covers the ground nicely. He's a nice type, does need to bounce back from that poor run last time. Here's the best horse in the race, so let's pull back one more now. Let's look at High Zoom. I absolutely adore this thing. He is drop dead gorgeous, and he's a beautiful walker as well. Look, he's not had it all his own way this season. It's been a bit tough for him. But dropping down to a mark of 80 now, I think he'd have a glorious chance here. He's absolutely gorgeous. I remember him as a juvenile. He's built on that. He's grown into that frame of his, and today might just be the day. The 5 here is Varden, another one who looks in great shape. This beautiful chestnut individual, big strong type here, big strong neck. Abdulaziz Al Faradi getting the seat on this one. He'll be looking for some more success after a very good season so far. We'll pull back to the 6. This is another very good looking, typical of the Alanaya team here. This is Karam Alanaya. Huge, imposing type here, isn't he? Looks great. The form hasn't been great, but has been finishing in the money recently with a 5th place effort. Will need to go 4 places better to win here. Asil Al Sahani on board, though he's looking for a double, and he's a jockey in great form. Probably one of the more informed jockeys in Saudi Arabia. Typically, horse turned out there's a word there. Impeccably is the word I'm trying to look for there. And Asil will be hoping to guide this horse to victory. One more we'll look at is the 7. This is Cabernet. Ooh, steady there. This is Cabernet just coming down now, handling himself far better than the 6, who's getting very, very excited. Fawaz Wanat riding for the white stable again. This horse, Cabernet, showed a little smattering of form earlier. Oh, steady. The 6 is getting really revved up, but Asil sitting tight. But Cabernet is handling everything very well. Big type, probably more excited than Carufa. You can just see the difference from the last white stable runner we saw. Nice flat back, nice high withers, but the back end is good as well. You've got the hip pointers on show as well. A nice clear poverty line. Cabernet could be dangerous at this level and gets a little bit of weight from some of the top horses too. A fascinating race, boys, but I'm all aboard the High Zoom bandwagon.
International market leader then is Cabernet, just 4 to 1 for the white stable. Cabernet heading the betting here from High Zoom at 5 to 1. Marmaduke Lemon at 6 to 1 for the red stables. Yet to get on the board today. Zainab at 7s. 8 to 1 and bigger the remainder. So we have a look at Marmaduke Lemon, formerly trained in the UK by Ed Bethel. This was the horse's 2nd start here in the Kingdom.
Yeah, he was yet to prove that he handled dirt coming into this race because he disappointed on his local debut, and he'd never run a it obviously in the UK. But this was a better run to finish 3rd. He just kind of gallops on at the 1 pace. Nothing wrong with the performance by any means, but it didn't really strike me as a horse that I definitely want to follow next time. And he carries top weight in this contest. He's not without a chance, but he also draws gate 18 today, which is going to be tough to get across.
Yeah, he's had those 2 runs, beaten 3 1/4 lengths there last time out. As we're taking another bit of form as well. I've got 3 bits of form to have a look at in this.
This is Zainab.
Well, Zainab, yeah.
Yeah, deep closing effort. The leader right now is Transferred, who's a horse that we love. Yeah, he won twice for us early in this 4-week stint that we're doing on the channel. And he dominates this race for Tamar Dahani and Mohammed Al-Daham. Zainab runs home okay again for 5th. Deep closing effort. He'll be off the pace today, Zainab. And she'll look to come through. She draws well. She should get a nice inside trip. I don't like the fact that she was bred by Godolphin and they got rid of her early in her career. Usually if they think a horse is pretty talented, they'll keep them. From what she's shown on the track, she's an each-way player.
Okay, they're running down at the start. I think we're all in agreement that High Zoom's got a big chance here, though. This is horse number 4. It was fourth in a course and distance handicap in November, off a mark of 85. He's off 79 today, so on that basis, I think he's quite well handicapped. Only had the 10 starts, got form in open company, and the open company last time was in behind Painter's Palette, and we've seen the 5th and the 6th from that win in recent days.
Yep, gets a good jockey booking, draws inside, won a 74 to 90 handicap at Taif, now runs in a 0 to 80, so a lower level. I agree with everything you say.
Los Andes we saw winning yesterday was 5th. We had Aguaplano, who was 6th, has come out and won since, and it's also a pound below the last winning handicap mark in Taif as well.
Yep.
There were two bits of form, the course and distance handicap form of 85 and the Taif win that both suggest this is well handicapped.
I agree. He's not one for maximum faith. He's only one from 10, and he hasn't gone close in his recent efforts, but he's definitely handicapped to go a lot better today. And as you say, it's probably a weaker race. The danger's the 7, I think, well, and the 2. We'll talk about the 7 though, because I think he's the favourite, Caberni. He's non-exposed gelding. His main asset is stamina. If Caberni is there or thereabouts turning for home, I think he'll probably win. But he can get outpaced in his races. Last time he ran in a Group 1. Now he drops into a 0 to 80 handicap. That is a major drop.
Which one?
Caberni.
Oh, sorry, the 7, yeah, beg your pardon.
Yeah. Gets Farah's Juanes on board. Obviously, Camilo can't ride. He's suspended. He's the horse to beat. I thought Haizum was the better bet, but I wasn't expecting 4 to 1 on Caberni. I thought it'd be half the price, so who knows? I'd make it between the 4 and the 7. The 2's an interesting each-way play. He's got loads of stamina. He'll be staying on late, no mean, but draws poorly in 16, and that was enough to put me off. It's between the 4 and the 7, I think, here.
That's a 10 to 1 chance. So we've got Prince Saad bin Salman Abdulaziz taking on the White Stable. Caberni up against Haizum. Prince Saad had a winner yesterday with Los Andes, that it's a horse who carries the same colours who's bidding to go in again here. Certainly, I think 1,600 metres is the ideal distance for Haizum.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything in this race that would put you off Haizum, to be honest. Everything seems to tick the box. Forwardly placed horse, draws well, good jockey, well handicapped. Quite a weak race in terms of depth. In his right grade, in the right grade in this race. So there's just a lot to like. It's just whether Caberni's a better horse, and there is a big possibility that he might be. You know, this horse ran a Group 1. Haizum wouldn't go close in a Group 1. I mean, Caberni didn't, to be fair, but it's just whether Caberni has more upside. But
arguably, he does 2 from 6,
yeah.
like more likely race the win as one.
Yeah. Well, I'm kind of in 2 minds to switch here. I'll switch. I'll go on Caberni. You can be on Haizum. Just for our competition, I will say that I did have Haizum down as pick 1, but I'll be with Caberni.
Yeah, Caberni, of course, on distance were a couple of weeks ago here in a winners of 1, and then beaten by Euroa last time out, which is, to be fair, strong form. Euroa does look a cut above, and it's now into 7 to 2. Caberni in from 4 to 1. Haizum at 5, 6 to 1 for Marmaduke Lemon as they arrive down at the start, where 4 apiece in the studio tipping competition. So got a head-to-head with the top 2. Tom followed the market move.
I came before the market move. Don't give me all that.
7 to 2 for Caberni. Haizum at 5. Callum, just remind us where you are. I think you're with me, aren't you, with Haizum?
Yeah, I'm with Haizum team. Really, really like this horse. I think it's a win or bust for this horse, really. If he can't win here, then what do you do with him, to be honest? He has to run well. If he doesn't run well, I'd be really, really disappointed. I think he's definitely... This is the opportunity, and he looked fantastic in the prelims. And Adel Alfaredy's not a bad jockey to book on either. Caberni looked fantastic in the prelims. Kerim Alanaya was another who looked really, really well in the prelims. And the mean, we gave that a good shout as well. Marmaduke Lemon's not the smoothest of movers. An interesting line about the Godolphin horses with Zainab. But firstly, if you get a chance to watch Zainab, got the most fascinating markings on the belly. Big white splodges all over that one. I think with Godolphin, they've got so many horses that often things can just slip through under the radar. There's been some big-name horses that have come through Godolphin's hands that have gone and thrived in other places. And I wouldn't say, you talk about horses from William Haggis's who leave. They tend not to be able to get improved. Horses that leave from the Johnstons, they tend not to be improved. But with Godolphin, I think when they come from those massive, there's the markings on Zainab. One of the most stunning markings you'll see on a horse. So excited to see how that one goes. But in regards to ex-Godolphin horses, I'd give them a chance. I wouldn't totally write them off. I think they can be improved. Junior Audible was another one who looked well, but always does, Junior Audible, a horse that they always have turned out incredibly well. Eddie Castro in the saddle. But the loading process has begun. Mark Francis, I am yet to have a winner today, so it'd be lovely, absolutely lovely, if you could call home High Zoom to victory.
Sorry, Halliwell, it's not happening here. All I can say is to Tom Collins, welcome to the winner's enclosure. Cabernet for me, Fawas Wanas, White Stable, class dropper, big price, 7-2. Still think that's value about a horse that should be miles better than these. She'll find out. As Secret Bid goes into 7, waiting on numbers 4 and 16 here, Rebel Icon and the aforementioned High Zoom. So best of luck to Martin Kelly and Callum Halliwell with High Zoom. Myself and TC with Cabernet. Good luck. They're all in. Race 7. Gates back. They are off and racing. Not to 80 handicap here, over 1,600 metres. Being pushed to take the early lead is Stanley Street. Black and white colours. Now the right of shot is being followed through by Secret Bid and High Zoo not too far away. Rebel Icon is also moving forward. Yellow jacket horse with the white face away to the left is Nameen, who is also happy to press on with Marmaduke Lemon. As they go through the first couple of furlongs, it is Secret Bid who has now taken the lead. To the keen going Rebel Icon, Ricardo Ferreira sitting in second. Back in third position, a further length and a half behind is Stanley Street, who races alongside High Zoom, third and fourth. Green jacket, red epaulets of Zainab is in fifth place, just a length ahead of Cabernet, who races in mid-division. Marmaduke Lemon is just being ridden along for a few strides. So too is Junior Audible on the inside. Between those, Qasim Al Maidan, and then comes Super Fluidity. Next in the field is Karam Alanea, who races towards the back of the pack with Shibraya. Then came Karm Hadhar, the back two are Princess Yara and Mandushi. That is the order then as they come down the side of the course and enter the home straight. It is Rebel Icon who continues to power away. High Zoom taking second, from Nameen in third. Then came the red sleeves of Desert Jewel for a first mention and is starting to pick up. Cabernet can offer no more. Likewise, Qasim Al Maidan. As they go inside the final furlong, Rebel Icon is kicking clear. Desert Jewel is trying to get to the leader and is closing. Rebel Icon needs the line and gets it. Rebel Icon, the far side, wins. Beats Desert Jewel, a very, very taking run in second. Nameen and High Zoom, third and fourth. Well, at one stage, I thought Rebel Icon was going very, very keenly through the first couple of furlongs, but fair play to the horse. He has sustained it throughout the mile distance here, as won by a length and a quarter. Squeezing out was Ricardo Souza Ferreira. Any remaining fuel as Desert Jewel began to close that gap, just ran out of time. And rather the racecourse in the end. Wins by a length and a quarter in a time of 1:41.30. Number 16, Rebel Icon. Ricardo Souza Ferreira is on the score sheet. Desert Jewel absolutely motoring home in second. Nameen got the verdict for the bronze medal ahead of High Zoom. Then came Karam Alanea, Junior Audible ahead of Qasim Al Maidan and the disappointing Cabernet. Rebel Icon has won this 0-80, number 7. Race 7 on the programme, I should say. Number 16, Rebel Icon, wins. Beats Desert Jewel, Nameen and High Zoom. 16, 19, 2 and 4.
Rebel Icon has won our most recent contest. It's highly competitive handicap, trained by Samir Al-Dahani. We haven't spoken to you in a while. Firstly, well done.
Thank you, thank you. Yeah, today we changed him. Yeah, we put a blinker, first time in his life, and he ran real good. Because the last time when we push him, he didn't want to pass the horses, and the jockey asked about the blinker, Ricardo, and we put it today. We are happy with him, you know.
So we'll be very happy with Ricardo for making that suggestion, and well done for putting it through.
Thank you, thank you.
He took a really keen hold early on. I thought Ricardo was sort of a passenger for the first maybe 2, 3, 4 furlongs, but he found plenty.
Yeah, he's a good in the 6 and 7 and mile. He's a good horse, really. But this year, all the time afraid from the horses. And the owner, my nephew, ask about the blinker so many times. I said, no, 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 no. And today I put it for him and for Ricardo, and I'm happy, you know.
So there'll be a very happy nephew who will be sitting there right home going, I was right, Sama, all along. He should have had blinkers on, and it's worked today.
Yeah. I thank God. Yeah.
Well, we won't hold you up any longer because the cameramen get angry with me. So you go ahead and go and greet that horse in. Well done.
Thank you.
Sam Al-Dahani there will go and greet his winner. We've got Faisal on the outrider, on his outrider pony as well. You've got Jessica just over there to our right. She's Ricardo's wife, is just getting the pictures in and getting some good old memories for the team there as well. And we will grab a word with our winning jockey once he comes in. I think this will be underrated. One of the better rides you'll see here in Saudi Arabia, because this horse is absolutely carted his way to the front. I'll be really intrigued to see what Ricardo thought about whether he made the pace here. So it'll be really interesting to see whether he wanted to be in front or whether he was happy, or whether he was taken there against his will. But he's beaten Desert Jewel, who flew home to finish second. Nameen was sticking on for third, just touched off High Zoom, who finished in fourth. Caramel Anaya in fifth. Junior Audible down in sixth. A couple of those paddock eye catchers all running respectable races. The disappointment was Cabernet, who never really looked to be going. I'm sure the boys will know more than me. We'll now grab a word with Ricardo once he gets the saddle off and weighs in. But this is a passion project, I think, and Connections will be happy. The blinkers are on and this horse has got the head in front. So let's grab a word with our winning jockey, who is just about to weigh in. He should be weighing in at around 56. There you go, you'll be fine there. They'll be happy with that. He'll be chuffed a bit. And we'll just make sure he comes through here. Ricardo, well done. First winner of the day.
Yes, I'm happy about stable, about Tamer and about Father Tamer. Today, first time with blinkers. Yes, the first 200 I scared a little bit because he pulling a lot, but I give chance go. And after, good turn, you know. In the corner, I keep relax, breathe good, and win, alhamdulillah.
Right, we have to talk about those first 2 furlongs because he was really pulling you into the race. Did you feel like he was running away from you, or did you always think you could get him back underneath?
Yeah, I try, you know, I try keep relax. But if you continue pulling, I think it is not finished. But after 2 furlong, he relax, I give chance all the corner, you know, and just wait for 100 that comes step by step. And very good run. I like this horse, you know, I ride him many times, but I'm happy because win.
And Sama said you were the one that suggested blinkers on him as well for the first time.
Yes, I think, you know, now I want to watch the horse in the next race. Sometimes the horse first time with blinkers is scary, run away. But when I understand the blinkers, it's different. But I think, you know, this horse have a hard, good, I think he's a good horse.
So when you finish being a jockey, you're going to become a trainer, aren't you? You know what you're doing. Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, Ricardo, who's been on board this horse for 3 of the last 4 starts. Interesting hearing from the trainer, as it always is. He's pointing to the blinkers, making the difference. The horse didn't want to go past horses last time. Well, he's been up on the front end down the home stretch there. He's had to pass nobody.
Yeah, his lone success came in a 1200 metre sprint last season. Now he's in handicap company over 1600, and yeah, I couldn't have had him, even though I love Sam Al-Dahani and Ricardo. Probably the best jockey and best trainer, in my opinion, that I looked to first. I couldn't have had this horse, really. I did spot the first time blinkers, but I didn't think it would have this much improvement. Take from the start, he breaks well from middle, again, immediately forward, much like every single race today. If you could play an international market in running, you'd absolutely, I mean, it'd be so easy. You just want forwardly placed horses. He's forwardly placed in this contest. He's currently in second on the outside in the yellow. Secret Bid goes forward up the inside in the cross belts, gold cross belts, blue. Silks on the rail in third is Stanley Street, a big price runner. And then High Zoom, who had the perfect trip just in behind the eventual winner. He was cruising for much of the contest, and I don't know, he just didn't go through a bit late in the day. But Adele always looked comfortable. If anything, he probably travelled best of the whole field. He's currently in third. Zainab's in fifth. She was in a good spot, but wasn't really able to make much of an impact. Then came Nameen, who ran a place, finished third in the end. And Cabernet was, at this stage, in 7th position, but he got squeezed out at the start and had to do a lot of running early and then disappointed. So the first, third and fourth are always up with the speed. The runner-up, Desert Jewel, was just making a move back in the pack with the blue and white checks, red cap, about to move into around 8th. She's going to be short of room here, but finds an out. Again, short of room, gap opens, albeit a very small one right at the bottom of your screen, and powers through. Desert Jewel is finished off with incredible verve. I haven't seen anything from this filly in a long time. If you go back and look at her, her CV, it's just 0, 0, 6, 7, 0, 0. Hasn't been doing much. She was readily beaten by loads of these in a 0 to 80 handicap last week.
And has she been dropping down the weights a bit?
A little bit, but where's this performance come from? That turn of foot was big. Where she is right now, she's at the back. She's in that kind of mustardy yellow noseband. She's already started to make her move, but now she starts to side through the pack. Tight gaps here. Goes in between Zainab and Stanley Street in a second. And then really finishes well and closes up the gap. She's done best of any closer today in any race. So you've got to mark her up for that.
Well, the win goes the way of Ricardo Souza Ferreira off the mark. Tamarel Dahani with the winner as well. The horse doubling the career tally. Headgear on for the first time and goes on to beat into second place Desert Jewel. Third goes the way of Namin, and High Zoom finishes back in fourth place. A little disappointed with the overall finishing effort from High Zoom.
Yeah, he was always in the right spot. He travelled the best and just didn't have much left for the kick. A little bit disappointing. Bit of a weak finish when horses like that finish like that, especially when they haven't done in the past over the trip. It can be a bit of a like they're feeling something issue, but we'll see if they run him again soon or not.
Okay, we've got eighth race to come shortly. 5 more still here in Riyadh today. Any thoughts and selections and comments, please do get in touch with us. We'll love hearing from you on YouTube as we head back outside to Callum.
Thank you very much, team. Yes, joined by Omar Altawili here, who's had such a good season this season with your Purebred Arabians. It seems every single week we at least see one winner from you.
Thank you. Welcome again. Alhamdulillah, it's a good season, yes. I have just 8 horses maybe, but good results. Inshallah, I see you, inshallah, in Saudi Cup. I have 1 horse in Al-Ubayya Cup. Inshallah.
Is that the horse that won the trial? Did you win the trial for the Obey? I can't remember.
Near Haz, you know?
Yes,
yes. He the Diriyah Cup. Yeah. Yes, he the small old horse in the race, just 3 years and 10 months. But the best time in 2000 meter in this season, Arabian horse.
Very exciting to have such a small team, but be going to that meeting like the Saudi Cup.
Yeah, I have a good team. Abu Muhammad.
The camera now. Let's get Abu Muhammad. Hello.
No.
No English there, but look, he's the main man behind.
Hakim, my son, he have some words. He my right hand and the results, time, all my I need. Hakim, he is here. Any trainer, he need.
Needs a big team, and a team can make it work. You've got 1 runner in this race, All Yol. Here, horse number 7. He looks very good in the parade, in the pre-parade when we've had a look at him. He looks well. His form isn't too bad, but the last run was disappointing.
Listen, Oliel, he have a story, small story. She's very good pedigree, very good. Basq Al-Khaldiya and Aloya, son of Amir. He from Rosebrook in USA.
Oh, okay.
Yes, she have 4 wins here in Saudi Arabia, 14 length and a good time. And this season, I take Mbiryu, you know. Yes, she have a baby now.
I love purebred Arabians. She's had a baby and she's back.
Now I just this race I check what he do after this. You know, Mbiryu and hormones is very good. Just I see if she good, I take in that dive season.
Very exciting. So she's had a foal. She's back racing. If she runs well, she'll be at Taif again. Will you have another foal with her? What does the foal look like?
Yes, maybe she run with the she baby.
Unbelievable. Well, best of luck, Omar. Lovely to hear from you. Best of luck with this race. You're breeding, you're racing, you're doing it all. Congratulations.
Thank you, my friend. I see you.
Thank you. Mark Francis, it's over to you for the runners and riders for this fascinating Arabian contest.
Story there, Callum, hearing from the connections of the 7, Al-Yal. This is a 0 to 75 Arabian horse handicap. We once again race over 1,600 metres with a field headed by number 1, Al-Doha Al-Sham. 1 of 2 in here for the Age Mill stable. Alex Moreno is on board the top horse. 2 is Al-Suwaida for Mohammed Al-Dahan, French bred. 3 is Alam Al-Gayar for Abdullah Al-Khamis, has the red blinkers on for debut. 4 is Bin Al Ter, also in a combination of red and black. Abdullah Al Kredis was a winner last time. 5 is Dirar Al Kaladir for Abdullah Al Saidi, and 6 is Ibn Anwar for Salman Al Rashid. Great to hear from the connections of the 7 Al Yal, now a mother. This 7-year-old mare, Asama Al Shirani, will get on top this afternoon. Stall 2 for that one. 8 is Sayret Al Dahab for Mohammed Al Mazid. Jockey change, I should say. Ayed Al Tarizi now on board. 9 Al Amber is definitely the mount of Ahmed Al Azari. 10 is Yasser Al Bakawi on board Hadid, and that is a colour change, now maroon and white. 11 is Shahika, Ricardo Sosa Ferreira, looking for 2 winners in a row. The second of the Age Mill stable runners, Shahika, denied the hat-trick last time. And 12 is Masanisa for Victor Gutierrez. 13 is Out. Connections have pulled out both their horses today in the Silk Statura Salwa, didn't go in the opener. No 13 here. 14 Jalmoud, Mohammed Al Yami. 15 Mamayez for Mohammed Al Hibail. 16 is Prince Aimar for Abdullah Al Hussein. Start number 45 this afternoon. Al Mahandis is the mount of Hamza Saad, still a maiden from 9 starts. Jay de Carrere is 18, Adel Al Faradi, and 19 Merjan Ramadan for Thurb Al Timyat. Couple more over the page. Jaja Al Thab, connections who won the first Arabian race of the day, have Jaja Al Thab in this contest, breaking from 13. Tariq Al Mansour aboard. 21 doesn't go. That allows room for number 22, King de Violet, to get in. Abdullah Al-Lawfi looking for a double in both Arabian races. So this is a 0-75 handicap for the purebred Arabians. It's back to our team in the studio. Tom Collins, but first, Martin Kelly.
Oh, I was going to try and get the Corolla by getting you to speak first, but you refused.
I refused. You didn't ask for that.
Been quite amusing. Okay, got a handicap then for the Arabian horses. 0-75 company, 4-year-olds and older, over the 1,600 metres. And the international market suggests this is wide open. We've got 11, is that right, 11-2 the field?
It is, yeah.
Yeah, and that starts with the 11, who's the unexposed runner in the field. This is Chikia, who we can probably have a look at in a second. That horse only had 4 career starts. Jade de Carrier at 7-1, but let's have a look first off at Al Suwaida, who's an 8-1 chance. This horse, 2 starts so far, 21 starts so far, the winner last time up on the 3rd of January.
Relatively prolific, actually, 6 from 21. As you can see here, she comes with a wet sail down the outside. She just has a better turn of foot, really, than the remainder of this field, and she gets the job done well. Mohammed Al-Daham takes over today. She's going to produce a similar kind of late surge, but today we're running over shorter distance, 1,600 instead of 1,800. She's also up £5 in the weights for this victory.
Yes, 70-75, but she's a consistent handicapper, Al Suwaida, as we have a look at Chikia, who's had the 4 starts and has won 2 of the 4, but the winning run came to an end last time in 0-75 company. Same as today.
Exactly, yeah. Same class as today. She previously won a 0-70 off top weight, so we know she's capable of going close. I didn't think she got a very good trip in this race, and she battled on well for 3rd in the latter part. She's a strong stayer. She did finish behind Alhambra in that contest there, so she does have to reverse that form, but considering the amount of upside she has and her connections, you kind of have to put her in as favourite.
Yeah, from stall 14, Ricardo Souza Ferreira looking for a 2nd winner of the car. But this looks wide open. Callum, what clues can you give us from down in the paddock?
It is wide open, guys. It really is. This is Aldoa Wa Al Sham, the chop horse here, 75 rated, a winner last time. Alex Moreno in the saddle, and I've got no negatives. Really nice looking animal, light type. Really bright grey, obviously, no surprise here. Already a 7-year-old here, which is why you can see the turn in the coat, get lighter with age. That's what these greys do, but plenty of positives to like about this one of the owners who have got Ajmel stable. They will do well in this race, I feel. Let's go down to the 2, Al Suwaida. Very different type, much smaller individual, lighter in behind, but don't let this this visual fool you. This horse knows how to win. Built on a good 3rd place effort on penultimate start to win last time out, and will be looking to do more again today. Let's go back to the 4 now. This is Bin Alter, I should say, who's just coming towards us now. Now, Bin Altair is very thoroughbred looking, and you'd be quite keen, but it's just not the most fluid of walkers. And my only other concern with Bin Altair is the fact that this horse is drawn right out in the car park and doesn't strike you as the speediest of rivals. I'll be probably looking elsewhere, despite the fact that this horse doesn't look too bad in the parade ring. But a wide draw, purebred Arabian, isn't often a recipe for success, especially over a trip like the mile. Let's pull back to the 7. This is the one we really wanted to talk about. This is All Y'all, who has already had a foal, bless her. She's had a foal and she's running again. Don't you love purebred Arabians? She doesn't look the most race fit and ready. I'm sure this is really a pipe opener for a campaign in Taif over the summer, but it'll be interesting to see how she goes. Connections are just happy to be here with her, and obviously Omar, with such a small team, he does find plenty of winners, so don't let this one go without having a little sneaky each way play. I feel they don't run them for nothing. Now we'll pull back even further to the 11, who we're going to have a look at. Shahika. This is the second run of the Ajmel stable runners. Another one who looks in really good shape as well. Partnered by Ricardo Sosa Ferreira. He had a purebred Arabian race winner yesterday in our last race as well. So he certainly knows how to get these horses home in front. This horse looks in great shape. Well, look at the ears on this thing. Look at the donkey ears on this. I mean, it's still got to grow into this frame, you'd feel. Only a 5-year-old here. Clearly, these purebred Arabians take a little bit longer to come to hand, but the ears on that are massive. I've fallen in love with that head. Let's pull back now to the 12. This is a really good looker. Masanisa just coming towards us now. He's an entire of the 6-year-old, big, strong boy. He's getting a little bit warm, and he's going to have a big old shout around in this parade ring as well. He's got the tongue strap on and the blue noseband. You won't miss this one. And he was a winner last time out as well. Another one of these who comes into this race with a little bit of form. And sometimes with these purebred Arabians, you want to catch them while they're hot. Eddie Castro in the plate. And finally, the last one we're going to have a look at is horse number 19 with the jockey on board, so we'll let this one come to us. I imagine will be even easier for now for our cameraman here. The 19 is Merjan Ramdan, a UAE bred individual who comes here underneath Saab Al Timyat, who will claim the extra kilo. A nice enough type here, looks really well in the prelims, and I think probably of these looks the best in the coat. Heading out to the track now, Saab will be looking for a winner. He's had a quiet time of things this season. He'll be looking for this horse to end that dry spell. Do you know what, lads? I think I'm going to go for the top horse here. It's the number 1 is a paddock pick for me.
8-1 on the international market, so I thought to have a bit of a chance as well. Alex Marino on board, only had the 5 starts, won a filly and mares race in Taif back in September over the 1400. Steps up in trip today for the handicap debut, the 1.
Does she stay? I'm not convinced. She might do, but it's a big question mark. I prefer the other horse from the Ajmel stable, the favourite in here, the 11, Shahika. But I wouldn't be surprised if the 1 did win. Good jockey booking. These connections do well in this type of race.
Yeah, she's currently 8-1, 7-1 for. We've got to have a word on the 18, who's been a regular around here. Jada Carriere, who's on career start number 29 today.
Yeah, disappointing effort last time up in handicap company, but broke through at the 27th time of asking. 2 runs back. Gets Adela Alfredi on board today, which is an interesting jockey booking. She's just hard to like, really. I mean, she's had so many tries and only just 1 victory. Draws wide. Not for me.
Okay, you've got the 11 on top?
I do, but I have no strong opinion in this race, to be honest. I actually quite like the 13. I know you did too. I was waiting to see the price on that one, but I do have the 11 on top. I go 11-2-7. 11-2-4, I mean to say. As my top 3 picks, but I have no real confidence in a race like this. Any of them can win.
Well, give us a word on the 4, Bin Altair, who did beat a couple of these last time, but that was over 2,000 metres, comes back in trip today.
Yeah, we'll be staying on late, which is why I put this horse in 3rd or 4th, depending on whether the scratch, you take into the consideration the scratch is out. He'll be passing beaten horses. He won last time, looked back in form. Prior to that, his form wasn't good enough to come close in this, but if he fires again from a wide gate, he might be able to run a place. I prefer the 11 and the 2 over him. But as I say, with a deep running style, he's a typical horse that would place but not win this event.
Okay, it's 11-2. The field wide open, this Arabian horses handicap. Really hard to decipher. Jade to Carriere, 7-1. Aldoa wa La Cham at 8. Al Suwaida at 8. Also at 8 is number 17, Al Mohandis. Al Mohandis, who's had 9 starts without success. We then have the 20 also at 8-1. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 of them at 8-1. 10-1 for Al Yal. 10-1 also for Al Ambra. 10-1 also for the 16 Prince Amma. 10-1 also for the 19 Merjan Ramadan. Just shows it's a very, very hard race to unravel.
It really is. The 20 is an interesting horse in here that you've already talked about. JJ Athab. Only rated 70. So, you know, is a 4-year-old, gets the weight allowances at the bottom of the weights, but is still up there in terms of the talent level. This horse has been running in opens and cup races since breaking the maiden at Taif. He's the real unknown quantity in here, apart from Shahika, who's obvious unknown quantity, but has proven already that she can run. We don't know if the 20 can run, JJ Athab, but the way that Connections have been pitching her into the top level suggests he may have some ability. Getting the weight allowance, as I say, as being just a 4-year-old. He's a bit of a sleeper. I wouldn't be surprised if the 20 ran well.
Coming from stall 13. Similar colours that we saw successful earlier,
yes,
with the Al Khaladir horse.
Indeed, Tawak Al Khaladir in race number 5. Yeah, it would be a good couple of races, a good couple of Arabian races today for Connections if JJ Athab got the job done. Considering the 13 was in my top 4 and has been scratched, I would now move the 20 up into 4th, I think.
Any concern with the 11 that it's been off the track since, what, November 22nd?
Yeah, there is a lot of concern. I have no confidence in this race whatsoever. I just thought her profile was the best. She shaped well considering she looked beaten last time and then rallied for 3rd. It looked like she was going to finish 5th or 6th. She quite clearly stays well. She could still be improving. Ricardo almost rode a winner for this Connections last week with a US bred that unfortunately hung away his chance. She's just the most obvious one. She leaps off the page. She could be too obvious for a race like this, but I'll stick with the 11 here.
And a beautiful drone shot looking back across the racecourse here. RIYADH off to the west of us there. You can see the sunset. Not quite the sort of beautiful sunsets we sometimes see, but still a nice sunset with a dark sky off towards the east as the runners assemble down at the start.
That turf's looking lovely as well, isn't it?
It
Saudi
does, doesn't
Cup
it?
week, yeah.
And where the stalls are and where that sort of whole tarmac area is where all of the internationals will assemble over the next couple of weeks to watch the international horses working and exercising ahead of the Saudi Cup meeting. Hopefully we'll see some likely fields coming out in the next day or so for the Saudi Cup meeting, which is 2 weeks tomorrow. 2 weeks today is International Jockeys Challenge. James MacDonald, Christoph Sumio, Holly Doyle, Rachel King amongst the riders. Mohamed Al-Dahaman, Ricardo, yep. 2 local jockeys taking part. We've got jocks coming across from America, Australia, France, Germany, and it's all going to be live here in Riyadh in 2 weeks' time. So 11-2 the field here. Tom's with the 11. I'd tentatively go with the 1, but I think it's a really hard race to play.
Me too. Yeah, it's definitely the hardest race on the card. It's not bad if you want an each-way kind of play in the international market because there's good pricing anyway. I mean, if you get a place, you'll make profit, but yeah, it's not going to be easy to get a place. That's the thing. Most of these aren't separated by much in terms of handicap figures or recent form. The 11's just a standout because of the unexposed profile, but I suppose the 1 is too on that basis. But as I say, don't discount the 20. Maybe I gave that horse a little bit of caution when I looked first time around. I'm kind of warming up to him a little bit, but I'll stick with the 11. Okay,
and I think Callum was with me as well with the 1 here. Alex Marino has had a couple of winners over the recent weeks, and he's on board. This French bred, who's lightly raced and steps up in trip on handicap debut, currently around 8-1 on the international markets. So there we go. I'm with the 1. Tom's with the 11. Runners are down at the start. Just dismounted is the 20, just for a tack adjustment. And they'll soon begin loading here for this race over the 1,600 metres. Still 5 more to come. This race ahead of a Fillies Maiden, which is race 9. There are 2 feature events. That awards race is race 10 and the Japan's Cup is race 12.
Senor Mascador far. The lead is taken by Spotosoro, but right on the line, Senor Buscador might have tipped him out.
Yeah, they're down at the start here, ahead of race number 9, 0.75 handicap here for the purebred Arabians, featuring a couple of intriguing runners. Shahika, the 11, very intriguing, and the 1 horse for the same owners, Ajmal Racing, is Aldoa wa Al Sham, also intriguing. Al Suedia, another one you'd want to put on your shortlist as well. Bin Altair, I'll be massively fascinated to see how Bin Altair gets on from that wide draw. Big boat of a thing. Will it have enough speed to be able to get across from that wide draw, the entire 8-year-old? Can't wait to see how All Your gets on as well. She's already had a foal and now she's back on the racetrack. So yeah, looking forward to this. Mark Francis has the call. Not so many Alcaladeers to deal with this time, Mark, but it's still not easy.
Certainly not, Callum, no. Particularly the Arabian races. They are certainly tough from my perspective. Just the one Al-Qaladir that I can see on my race card here, that is the 5 Dura Al-Qaladir, but none of the Al-Qaladir runners today in the silks of the Al-Qaladir stables. Of course, they breed and sell so many foals and yearlings, etc. When they're young horses. 12-year-old now, Dura Al-Qaladir. It's only start number 11, so they can be hard to train, as we know. Don't always put it all in when it comes to racing. Half the field are loaded, by the way. Black cap of Ibn Anwar is just proving a little difficult. 5-1 Shahika, the market leader. 13-2 Jay de Carrere. 15-2 co-third favourites Al Sawaida Al Mahandis and Jeja Al Thab. So if you have the winner here, fair play to you. It's a very, very tricky race. But still quality to come here tonight. Looking forward to the award and the cup races, the last 2 on the programme. They should be good fun. Certainly like one in the last race that isn't favourite. Has been well supported. Perhaps the TC coins have been on since the market prices were revealed. Say that with a hint of uncertainty. I'm pretty certain. It's Merjan Ramadan and Prince Aimer, along with King de Violette, make up the final quartet with Alam Al Gaya, the red and black silks, and shot there. The 7 races so far, 6 different winning riders. Luis Morales with a double, Call Me Mischievous, and Golden Soul, both his winners this afternoon. Still trying to get back to the top of his game, Lewis, after that very awkward wrist injury he sustained at the start of the Taif campaign. King de Violette. Saudi Cup sign looming in the background. Fortnight to go until the Premier meeting at this racecourse. We look forward to the 2025 Saudi Cup. This is an Arabian 0-75. They are all locked and loaded. Stand by. Ready. Lengthy hold, flag is up, they're off. And a nice level break over 1,600 metres for this 0-75. Best away, Al Yal, yellow jacket towards the inside, is pressing forward with Ibn Anwar with the white face. Black jacket for Salman Al Rashid. King de Violette, one of the reserves, blue jacket with the check sleeves, is also handy with Jeja Al Thab. Away to the left, the yellow head of Merjan Ramadan is also pressing forward. So too is Bin Altair, one of the greys. So as they settle down for early positions, this side of the running rail, it is Al Yal with the early lead. King de Violette, blue jacket in second. Then came Jeja Al Thab, who is currently running in the 3-path. Further out to find Merjan Ramadan and Bin Altair. Next in the field, Al-Doha Al-Sham, closest to the inside, is trying to squeeze a way through, as is Alam Al-Gaya, who is now passing Bin Altair in mid-division. Prince Amo races next, just in advance of Jay de Carrere, and then came the retreating Bin Altair and Al Amber for a first mention. Shahika is no better than mid-division at the moment. Right towards the back of the field is Jalmoud. as is Massanisa, who is the back marker as they turn for home. 2.5 furlongs to go. King de Violette is now kicking on for double-seeking Abdullah Alorfi. Jeja Al-Thab in second. Ibn Anwar has always pretty much been in third. And then came Al-Doha Al-Sham. Al-Suwaida, white headgear, is now staying on well into fourth position as they race inside the final furlong. And it is King de Violette who is opening up on the run to the line, 6 or 7 lengths clear of Al-Suwaida, who is trying to eat into the leader's advantage as they run up towards the finish. It is King de Violette, an Arabian double for Abdullah Alorfi. Al-Suwaida home in second, then came in third place Prince Amar. They were followed across the line by Al Mahandes, a lot of great late work, along with Jeja Al-Thab. King de Violette has won. Wins at a time of 1:51.56. They're just not getting to the leaders here today. If you go clear, you're not going to be caught. Abdullah Alorfi, 2 winners in the afternoon. Normally the big man for the Arabian racing, Asfan Al-Khaladir, his big horse, who we hope to see in the next couple of weeks, of course. Abdullah Alorfi with a double here today. Tawak Al-Khaladir, and now King de Violette wins by 3. Al-Sawada home in second, Prince Amar in third. Al-Mahandes was next across the line ahead of Jeja Al-Thab, and then came Alam Al-Gayar. 22 beat 2, 16 and 17. It's a win for King de Violette and a double in the afternoon for Abdullah Alorfi.
Abdullah Alorfi has done it again, and it was almost a carbon copy of his last win as he guides King de Violette to a maiden victory here in this 0-75 handicap, still without a win. A rating of 67, sneaks in at the bottom, horse number 22, and wins. Abdullah Alorfi with a big old smile on his face. He will be happy with that, no doubt about it. Winning Connections will be happy with that as well, which is lovely to see. And he's a bit of a big, strong boy, this King de Violette's 5-year-old in tyre, which is still pretty young for a purebred Arabian. You can't judge them under the same category as thoroughbreds, and it's a good looking type. I imagine there might be a little bit more improvement from this 67 rated performer. Clearly the handicapper had taken note. 67 rated, having failed to win a race, shows that they clearly thought something of this horse. He's pulled away clear of Al-Suwaida, who is doing best work late. You've also got Prince Amar running a typical Prince Amar race in third, and then others trailing in behind. But lads, Abdullah Alorfi, purebred Arabian race, in the money. Horse did get loose towards the end. That was horse number 8, who's just coming past me now. Horse and jockey both absolutely fine. It's Sirat Al-Dahab, horse number 8, was a horse who got loose, but both horse and jockey are fine. Mohammed Al-Nyazi is the jockey aboard that. I saw that jockey walk past me. Okay, and the horse is none the worse. Great work from the Outriders.
As always, yeah, they do a great job here, and it's another one of the reserves who's got into a race and won. King de Violette on this occasion, getting off the mark at the 8th attempt. I hadn't seen this horse since it was 4th over a sprint trip in Taif back in August.
Yeah, just impossible to really like here. Fitness was a problem, didn't even know if the horse was going to get in the race. And even on form, I couldn't have had him, I have to admit. He's just yet another winner today that's dominated from the front, though. It's a theme that we've had, not only today, actually, but over the last 4 weeks. Front-running bias on this dirt track. And if you're looking towards Saudi Cup time, obviously not the Saudi Cup itself, because there are so many good horses with different running styles in that event, but in some of the undercard races, maybe on the Friday, the Jockeys Challenge or whatnot, I'll be looking for pace in most of these races now.
Well, it seems to be a way... I'd be interested to sit back and count through how many races today the winner... Is it pretty much every race the winner's been up in the top 3 or 4?
Yeah.
Maydall.
That's that third. The second race that third. The third race was 4th early. The 4th race was 3rd early.
If not second, much of the way.
Yeah.
Callum Mischievous, Maydall, Rebel Icon.
Maydall. King de Violette's Maydall. Just a big pace bias.
So if you could really sort of foresee what was going to get onto the speed, this would be very easy.
Yeah, I do try to do that. But these Arabian horses handicaps are impossible because they're all much for muchness, really. Abdullah sat there in second. You can see in the blue and white silks. The horse that actually made the front was All Yul, horse number 7, but was quickly pushed aside going into the turn. And this is where King de Violette started to stamp his authority. Moving into second here is Ibn Anwar, well, 3rd currently, but we'll move into second shortly, alongside the horse in the white and the black silks, which is Jeja Athab. And those two give frivolous chase, to be honest, behind King de Violette's, who just kicks further and further clear in the home straight. The eventual runner-up is Al Suwaida, who produced her good late rally. The same with Prince Aima. They always produce similar kind of displays. Al Suwaida, Prince Aima, always run home well at the 1 speed from the back of the pack. Al Suwaida finished 2nd this time, Prince Aima in 3rd, and they've just beaten tired rivals. Meanwhile, King de Violette's is out by himself with a huge advantage.
Yes, and he stretches away at the end to win by 2 3/4. Al Suwaida's closed him down in the closing stages, the 2 horse. It was well exposed. We made the point beforehand that that's a really consistent handicapper. £5 higher the win last time. Again, runs a solid race.
Yep, very solid. That's kind of what you want in this level, isn't it? A solid horse. Al Suwaida was a great each way play, to be honest, 8-1. I had a second in, she finished 2nd. I just couldn't make a strong winning case for a £5 higher mark, but she's run a really good race and standard Al Suwaida kind of performance. I wouldn't have had the winner if you gave me 10 picks in this contest.
No, very hard to find. That I know there's a couple of hard races on the card today, but that I thought was particularly difficult because it was a big field and you couldn't rule many of them out, but you couldn't rule them in at the same time.
Precisely that. Form wasn't good enough to really side with them, but equally, there wasn't a standout, so you couldn't rule a horse out. It's kind of the case for most of these Arabian handicaps, to be honest, especially the lower grade ones.
Well, we still have 4 races to come here from King Abdulaziz Racecourse, day 2 of 3 here, and we'd still love to have your comments and selections on YouTube. We've got Saeed tuning in to say Riyadh's a great city with great horse racing and a great racecourse. Ray, as regards the Jockeys Challenge, which of course is 2 weeks today, J-Mac is top gun down here. Rachel King's hell of a jockey, especially for older horses or horses, he calls them troubled horse, maybe horses who've had issues. She's very, very good. I mean, she started off in the UK as an apprentice and conditional, had a handful of rides. Has gone down there, been big in Sydney, and even smashed up Group 1 wins at the Melbourne Carnival. Yeah,
she's been excellent. She's kind of had this whole 6 months of just globe-trotting, or maybe longer than that. She was at Royal Ascot, wasn't she? She did a couple of other...
Came with the Shogar Cup. She's been in the Jockeys Challenge in Japan. She's ridden the Jockeys Challenge in Hong Kong.
Exactly. It's like a year of challenges, which is great to see her back here as well. It'll be a really interesting day, won't it? Is it 4 international jockeys races? Getting a win on the board early is key, right?
It is. And the women, or the girls who've taken part, 6 international women, 6 international males. The women have done really well over the years.
Marilyn Eon won last year, I think it was. And this year, I mean, the female riders are just fantastic. So one of them could win again.
Yeah, Holly Doyle back again. She rode in year 1, and of course she had a winner in the inaugural year of the Saudi Cup meeting.
Yes.
For Willie Mullins.
Yes, indeed.
Who we know best as a jumps trainer back in the UK and Ireland as well. But to have J-Mac here is fantastic, and we saw he jetted into Meydan to ride Romantic Warrior the week. First rides at Meydan, didn't just ride 1, or 2, but he fired in the 3 winners to make it good.
Yeah, he's, as you would say, he is the world's ranked #1 jockey by Longines, so he has to be the best.
He is.
He might be.
Well, I think the international classifications, there's a degree of fluidity, but he's certainly one of the world's best.
Oh yeah, he's in the top 3 for sure. Yeah. We can agree on that.
And he'll be here on board Romantic Warrior Mark 2 weeks tomorrow.
Yeah, we've got all the big guns in Riyadh, haven't we, over the next couple of weeks. Really looking forward to the action, and all the races on the undercard are not to be missed as well. This is at the other end of the pyramid. This is a local bred fillies maiden, where these fillies are looking for their first victory at the racecourse. 4-year-olds only. We're running over the Saudi Cup distance of 1,800 metres. Al Bashira heads them for Alex Moreno, drawn stall 19. 2 is out, so on to 3, which is Asil Alanea for Farwas Wanas. Next door in stall 9 is the 4, Caroline, for Mohammed Al Gharib. 5 is Faras Al Maidan. Adil Al Faradi needs that winner. 6, Iftek Harrier for Rakan Al Abaid is now changed to Abdulaziz Al Faradi. 7 is Juman Al Kayer for Abdullah Al Rashed. So jockey change there on the 6. 8 is Kand Al Galia for Abdullah Al Khamis. New colours for connections here. 9 is Nomasim for Abdullah Al Sayyidi. 10 is Al Sayyuf. That's the mount of Mohammed Al Nasser, drawn in stall 8. 11 is Gharib for Mohammed Al Yami. 12 doesn't go. 13 is Salsabila for Asama Al Shirani. 2 starts so far. 14, Sanabic has had plenty of goes. 0 from 22, Tariq Al Mansour. Shafifa is number 15 for Mohammed Saeed. 16 is Tahindam for Abdullah Al Credis. 17 is Tazka, Rayan Al Taesh. 18 is Torkish for Ayed Al Tarizi. Lots of rice today, no joy. 19 is Tors, Khalid Al Mamoni. And 20 is Wood Al Gaylana for Mohammed Al Daham. 2 over the page, if they get in, that is 21 Tilda and 22 Shahanat Al Mogtra, both get in. Thurb Al Timyad on 21 and Ricardo Sosa Ferreira on 22. Shahanat Al Mogtra. So 21 and 22 definitely go here. We go with that. The 2 and the 12 runners are in the parade ring. So too is our top reporter, Callum Helliwell.
Thank you, Mark. Yes, this is the 5 Aluaf. We're going to have a look at here. She has really... oh, hang on. I'm looking at the wrong... Yes, sorry. Excuse me, team. I'm getting too ahead of myself. I'm getting excited about the award races. But the 5 is the first one to pick out. It's been tricky in this contest because you're really looking for a horse that stands out in these local bred fillies races. And it's just hard to find because a lot of these haven't really stood out. The one that has is the 5 in shot here. This is Faras Al Maidan. And she's walked out really well and has shone up really nicely in the coat. And I mean, she's at the top of a pretty short list. We'll drop all the way back now into the 13. That's the next one we're going to have a peep at. It means we have to run all the way back across the parade ring. This is Salsabila, who's the next one we're going to peep at. The one of 2 for the Red Stable. Both the Red Stable horses are your standouts, which is quite typical for the local bred scene. And we'll get a good old look at the red blinkers here, just coming into shot in front of us now. This is the 13 in shot. Another one that looks great in the coat, but as you can see, physically a lot less mature than what we've just seen there with the 5. But again, you kind of have to put this one on the shortlist because, hey, steady. You have to put this on the shortlist because at the end of the day, she looks better than most of these in this field. So you're kind of clutching at straws, but hoping that you can get a good run out of this horse who has had just the 2 starts and shown precious little in both those starts, but hopefully the experience will have helped her. Let's pull all the way back now to one of the debutants here. Next one we're going to have a look at is the 18. That is in the colours of Alawaji. Just coming towards me now. Now, Alawaji is a horse that I know plenty of you will remember from the local bred theme of the winner on his last start. This is Torkish for the same connections. Now, Torkish is getting a little bit on top of herself. She's been like this the whole way around. She's having a good old look at everything. You can clearly see this is the first day at school. She's a little bit weak in behind as well. I'm not sure whether she's roach backed or just underdeveloped in her hind end. But for me, I'm just intrigued to see what she does for these connections who cannot be slept on here in local bred contest. And finally, we'll go right back to the 22. This is the one that's a standout here, Shahana Al Muqtara. really, physically, she is head and shoulders above these, both metaphorically and physically. She certainly stands out amongst her peers here. She has to be just about the paddock pick ahead of the 5. She's had the 4 starts now. Her penultimate effort wasn't too bad. She was a little bit outclassed last time, but hopefully she can go a couple of places better today. She's got beautiful dappling. You can see she's a big, imposing mare. She might not have the ideal draw, but she might just have the class to beat a lot of these today. So she's my pick, the 22.
Well, at the start of the programme, the top of the show, Tom Collins, our esteemed expert here, said the Red Stable have got a mop up today. Here we go, race 9. How many winners?
0.
Right. Is this the chance
Yes, this
for them
one
to
is.
strike?
So I did, in my defence, at the top I said they have a short price one later and a reserve that have got good chances. They're still to run. However, I did like 3 earlier that all lost, so you were
forecasting about 5 or 6 winners for the Red Stable today.
Yeah, I had 5 and 6 on top. I thought maybe 4, 5 was a realistic number, but maybe not.
0.
There will be at least one this race, hopefully. Let's have a look at some form before we talk about that filly.
The horse that might beat the Red Stable horse.
This is your pick, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, the 19.
Doesn't find winning easy, but 5th last time out. This was in a cup race, one of the final of the racecourse championship races, and comes here off a mark of 63, which suggests is no world beater, but the horses in front of it, I know, okay, a fair way in front, but the 1st and the 3rd this day were 87 and 83.
This might be the most un-Martin Kelly-like pick. A 0 from 16 4-year-old filly from a wide draw.
Yeah.
You love an unexposed type. It's completely different.
Draw doesn't matter, 1800, you keep telling me this.
That is true. She will come from the back of the pack, though. That might matter. I have a second in, just purely because it's not a very deep race. As we saw in that footage there, she's a strong stay.
Okay, well, Tours is currently at 5-1, as we take it a bit more form as well. Horse number 1 here, 6 starts to date, and was 4th here just last week.
Another one with a high draw, Alba Sharia, as you can see, finishing 4th. The horse in 5th there is the 9 today, that's Nomacine. Alba Sharia has some early pace, but the wide draw in 19 presents a problem. Alex Moreno's going to have to try and get across if he wants to use that early speed, and from there it's difficult. Nomacine's a stronger stayer. She'll be staying on well in the latter part of the race, but she's 33-1 and only rated 40. Probably not good enough.
Okay, well, 5-2, the market leader, the Red Stable horse.
Should we talk about her?
Go on then.
So when I was going through the runner by runner comments on this race, you go from number 1 downwards, and I was going, no, no, no. I literally went through the whole field of declared runners, so 1 to 20, before any nons, and I didn't like any of them. I was going to put Tours on top just purely on the basis that she's got the highest rating.
Well, you just know she's going to run a race and be there or thereabouts.
Exactly. And then we got to the reserves. Horse number 21's Tielda, 0 from 26. I thought, no, that's a line through that one. Please be a good horse at 22. Now, she's not a good horse at the moment, but her run 2 back is probably good enough to win. She's a strong stayer. Last time up, she was disappointing. She has to get back to the run 2 starts to go to win this contest, but it is such a weak race that I think that's the best piece of form on offer here, and therefore I have to be with her.
Well, that was the 3rd over the course and distance in the local bred fillies maiden. What happened last time?
No idea. Shrugged my shoulders, ran poorly. No real excuse. Do I want to take 5-2 about her? I think it's a fair price.
It's a similar conversation we had yesterday, isn't it? Bar one run.
Yeah, well, the 5th as well was okay.
You're going with the potential that she could be better than the rest of them, which is what I was thinking with the
kind of.
2-1 chance yesterday.
I'm more going with, I hope she returns to her best, but there is also potential there, rather than a horse that's 0 from 16.
Well, you've got a 1 in 4 chance she returns to her best, on what we've seen so far.
I think maybe a 2 in 4. I wouldn't be surprised if that 5th place finish would be good enough either. But yeah, last time on the debut, she's nowhere near. But if you look through, I mean, it's just so difficult to make strong cases for many of these. The other Red Stable horse is 9-2. That's Salsabila, horse number 13. She broke awkwardly on a return from a long absence in December. She showed nothing in 2 outings. Blinkers go on instead of cheap pieces. And she is 9-2 in the market. That kind of tells you the level we're talking about here.
And the top rated in the field is horse number 3, second pick on the international markets at 4-1. Asil Alinaya, who is top rated off a mark of 66, was given a mark of 72 initially, but in just 4 runs the handicap has seen so little that he's dropped the mark down at 66, and this filly's been off the track since August of 2023.
That's the biggest concern. Huge fitness worries. All 4 of her outings have been at Taif. We don't know whether she handles this track. We don't know whether she's fit and ready to go. That's enough to put me off at 4-1 especially. I thought you were going to go with the 11 here. I thought you'd go with the 11, Garib. You tipped this horse, you selected this horse for a race 2 weeks ago, I think it was.
Was it even last week?
Might have been last week.
Second
Roberto Ramos was on. She moved into the race well, and then Roberto kind of eased off at the top of the turn, and she faded badly.
Yeah, because she'd been consistent prior to that. Second over 1400, second over the course and distance. Switched to a handicap last time and she disappointed.
Yeah, back in maiden company though, she's not without a chance. I have her third in, Garib. Didn't necessarily love the jockey booking, but that aside, she's got some claims in this kind of race.
Yeah, it's an easier race than last time. It was just a backward step last time.
It was. But
was she the one that was down the outside that he almost just gave up on?
Correct.
Okay, I remember.
Yeah.
So I've not got a memory to sort of retain this.
You just showed it there.
It's there, but it's locked away. It needs kind of jigging. But yeah, 8-1. That should be. If you back it each way, that'd be a fair price.
Yeah, she's definitely got a chance. As I say, I have her third in, and then horse number 10 with a similar name, Alsa Youth, I have fourth in. This horse stayed on well to finish fourth over course and distance in a cup race last month, but it was a very weak cup race. She's not one for maximum faith either, the 4, but she has outside place claims too. I think the 10 and the 11 are very similar types. I prefer the upside of the 22 and the proven talent of the 19, which is why they're first and second in my ratings, 22 being on top.
Okay, and I just go 19 to run another consistent race. Ray comes back and says, me too, Tom. I don't know what that was in relation to. We're talking about the Jockey's Challenge.
Maybe I said because I'll have Ryan Moore on top. I'm not sure.
Maybe.
I would have J-Mac maybe second or third. Ryan, for me, is proven worldwide. J-Mac, I suppose, is. He came over, didn't he, to the UK for some time, right at the Newmarket.
Charlie Hills, I think, for a bit of time.
Yeah. He's not
that
as
was
proven.
That was in his much earlier days. I think if he came again now, he's a different proposition.
Probably.
Did he ride for Stouty, Sir Michael Stout, quite a bit as well?
He did. He was on Expert Eye in one of Expert Eye's biggest races. I don't know whether it was the Jersey win or not, but he did, yeah.
Well, he's going to be here anyway. 2. I keep saying 3 weeks. It's coming around so quick. 2 weeks today, the International Jockeys Challenge. As they arrive down at the start here then. Number 22, 5-2 market leader. The 3s at 4s, 13, 9-2. Long-standing maiden tours at 5-1, 8-1. And bigger the remainder. The shortest price on the international markets we've had so far was Sem Al-Qatar in the 4th race, 9-4. Second favourite, was the joint favourite for much of the race, but came off second favourite on that occasion. And we've had big prices all the way through the card. Trying to find James McDonald in the UK.
Yeah, it's pretty difficult because you go back through his big race wins, and there's about 1 million in the US.
Because he's the world's best jockey.
He's definitely up there. Oh, here we go.
He had something ridiculous, like 18 winners at the Spring Carnival this year down in Melbourne.
Did he?
Yeah.
He's untouchable wherever there. 2016 he came over. He rode
10 years ago.
Antiquarium to win the Northumberland Plate for Charlie Appleby. Big Orange to win the Princess of Wales. Dutch Connection to win the Lennox. Yeah, and obviously he's had plenty of winners before that as well. I thought he was on Expert Eye, but maybe he wasn't.
Maybe look at Expert Eye itself.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to do that.
Right, go behind the stalls. Let's confirm Tom's selection here then. You are with...
I'm with the 22, Shahana Al Mokhtar.
The Red Stable to eventually have a winner today after a barren spell so far.
He was on Expert Eye, and it was in the Jersey in 2018. That's the best thing I've done all day.
Okay.
I mean, the rest has been pretty poor considering I haven't put up a single winner.
Yeah, well, I didn't want to say it, but yeah. I'm going to go tours here just for the sake of I think it'll run a good race. Stall 18, not ideal, but it's over 800 metres. But again, Callum, it's a difficult race to unpick this.
Oh, boys, I was just sitting here enjoying the memory of Expert High dotting up in the Jersey, and I'm almost certain he won a Breeders' Cup race as well. A horse that did more on the racetrack than he could ever do with the stallion, bless him, but I think he's out in Turkey now, old Expert High, but an absolute dude when he was running, and yeah, a big fan of James McDonald for his relationship with that horse. Very hard to find any standouts here. The 4 that stood out were the 5, the 13. In fact, there was only 3 of them because the 18 I would probably put a line through on debut, and the 22. So the 22 is going to be the pick for me. Big strapping type. She certainly looks far ahead of these physically. Now, obviously, she needs to put a big line through what she did last time, but if she can handle this 1,800-metre trip and just gallop them into the ground, that would be nice. So I'm going to be sticking with Tom here and Shahanat Al-Mokhtar. She's a big scopy filly, and hopefully she can take a big step forward here. If you do like Tours, the 19, he's got string foot, string halt, as some people like to call it. It was very late coming out of the parade ring, but was worth a note. Another one that caught my eye, Sanabik. Dear old Sanabik, rated 45. We've seen her dance every dance. This is start number 23 for her. She's been on the go since we were in Thai for last season, old Sanabik, and hopefully she can run a big race. I think she might have place claims with Tariq Al-Mansour taking off the kilo. She looked quite fit in the parade ring as well. She was a late one in. Didn't get a chance to see her when she first came in, but as she was coming out, I watched her going down to post and past me. A few of these were horrible going down to post, including the 3. Asil Alanaya took a keen, fierce grip going down to the start. And Alba Sharia is also here. That's the 1. That's partnered by Alex Moreno, who will be on fine form, knowing that the old paddock reporter, Shamila Hamley, is in the building, and he'll be hoping to give a winner for her because he's her biggest fan. So he'll be hoping for more luck than he's had so far today, and that's he's on the 1, so keep an eye out for a massively improved performance from horse number 1. The 4 is also just making her way around the parade ring. That's Caroline, ran a stink of a race last time when slightly quietly fancied, didn't quite live up to those expectations. But Mark Francis, they look like, from my view, they're going to start loading pretty soon, so let's keep everything crossed for horse number 22.
Yeah, best of luck if you're going with the 22 here. Shahana Al-Mokhtar, the white cap for Ricardo Souza Ferreira. Red cap for Osama Al-Shirani as he rides Salsabila from stall number 6. It's another very tricky puzzle. Final 3 races are all pretty decent. So stay with us here on the JCSA, English-speaking channel. Looking forward to bringing you award race, a cup race, a local group 3 much later. But this is the Fillies Maiden. Race 9 on the programme. Decent prize pot as well. 25,000 Saudi Real going to the winner. 9 furlongs in total as Juman Al-Khayer steps forward. Salsabila will be the second last one in. And the other one has gone forward as well. So they're all in. Ready for race 9. Stand by. Fillies Maiden, 9 furlongs. And they're underway. Racing away then with 1 mile, 1 furlong ahead of them. Nomasine is one of the first to get going. Green and yellow jacket, centre shot. Garib is also pressing forward with the blue colours of Wood Al Gaylana. But it is the Black Silks now moving forward of Al Bashira and Alex Moreno, who have taken an early lead. Second position for Iftek Harrier, the blue and white jacket. Horse with the red bridle is close up with Wood Al Gaylana. This is the leading trio. Towards the inside, the white and blue colours of Tazka, Rayan Al Ta'esh sitting in 4th place alongside Tildar with the red sleeves and cap. Further out to find Tours. Horse with the sheepskin noseband is just covering up Garib from view. Nomasine is next, and then came the red jacket, first colours of the red stable of Salsabila in mid-division. Juman Al-Khayer races next, that one racing in company with Shahana Al-Mokhtar, who is 2/3 of the way back through the field. To Hindam and Torkish race next ahead of Asil Alanea. The final couple are Shafifa and also Kant Al-Galaya. This leader is now pressing on. Al Bashira now takes 2 lengths out of the field, and they've not been coming back so far. Tours is now set off in pursuit in 2nd position. Then came Garib, now taking 3rd from the ridden along Wood Al Gaylana. Next in the field is Tila, who is trying to press on. So too is Nomasine, as Al Bashira now comes under pressure, and sweeping on by is Tours. Tours this side of Al Bashira now begin to lock horns as they tackle the final furlong. It is Al Sayuf now taking 3rd as well as they race with 100 to go. It is Tours this side. Al Bashira is coming back. Flying home Al Sayuf. It's very close as they hit the line. Al Bashira got back up. Al Bashira has just tipped out Tours. Then came Al Sayuf in a cracking finish. Al-Bashira has re-rallied on the far side, the top horse for Alex Moreno, to just shake out Tours on the line. Look at that from Alex Moreno. He was sure. Shushing the haters. Had a glance to the rider on Tours. Khaled Al-Mamoni probably couldn't believe his luck that Al-Bashira came back for more. Umar Al-Sayouf, certainly an eye-catcher, showed great promise running into third place. Then came Caroline, who also closed late. Al-Bashira, who got headed with a furlong to go, has got back up to tip out Tours into second, a neck between them. Al-Sayouf back in third. Caroline was fourth, ahead of Wood Al-Gadela and Gharib in fifth and sixth positions. The numbers 1, 19, 10 and 4. The winning time 1:57.53.
Al-Bashira is your winner under Alex Moreno. The 47 rated Al-Bashira wins here under Alex, who was riding the absolute living daylights off that horse to get it back up to defeat Tours in an absolute humdinger of a finish. Al-Sayouf with a real eye catcher there in third as well. Caroline bouncing back to form in fourth as well. Wood Al-Gadea there in fifth, and Gharib finished in sixth. Heartbreaking for Martin in the studio, who liked Tours. That horse just touched off in an absolute thriller, but Alex, who was full of confidence crossing the line, as you can see with those beautiful slow-mo shots, absolutely living for that success, and he has guided Al-Bashira to victory for Gaith Al-Gaith, who's been quietly ticking along this season, and Connection will be very happy. There's some very happy owners in here as well. You can just see really enjoying this moment, and he will be chuffed to bits, that jockey, with that success. It would have been hard to find. Had the 6 starts, was slowly coming into some sort of form. 2 fourth place efforts and a 5th place effort in the last 3 starts. So it'd been in the money, but it certainly wasn't a standout in the parade ring, but has stood out on the racetrack, and that's where it matters. Alex Moreno, just coming, handing over his hat. Alex, nice to see you back in the winners' enclosure. Well done. You had to give that everything.
Well, thank you, buddy. You know, definitely she was doing good in short distance, and today it was 900. So I thought she should be the favorite. You know.
Yeah, she showed a really good attitude for you late on, but you were confident crossing the line. You gave a little wave to the crowd as you crossed in front.
Well, I saw in the last 100 they passed me, but I don't know, my feeling she got something, so I just saved it for the last 100. You know, so that's why she did it well.
And she did that rating off a really, really low rating. Is she the type that can now, with that confidence, with that win, improve a little bit?
Well, I hope she can improve a little bit, you know. She don't look too bad, but she has to improve a lot.
Nice for you to get yourself a winner as well. It's been very hit and miss this season, I feel. You've had some really good moments, and you've had some real tough moments as well.
Well, now I have a tough moment, you know, but I have to keep going. So, yes, you know.
You've had more winners than me and Tom Collins, so don't worry about it. Well done.
Yeah, well done to Alex. This horse, Al-Bashira, has gone from the front, confident at the top of the stretch with a fair bit in hand, but here comes Tours at the pack to give chase. This long-standing maiden. It looked to be 17th time lucky for Tours.
It's heartbreak for you, isn't it?
It is.
Well, it's mad because, firstly, another all-way winner. So how many is that now? That's
Pretty much everything.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 all the way winners, and the other 4 all sat in second, third, or fourth in the early stages. And then
I mean, the eventual winners come from 19 right out on the outside and shows really good early.
She does, but that's how she races. We were anticipating that. She doesn't stay the trip. So I don't know how she's battled back against Tours. I don't know whether Tours has chucked it away or if the filly just didn't want to lose. But
Given she's not won a race in 17 starts, that may be the case.
yeah, because she hit the front. She definitely hit the front. And then Alba Shariah battled back on the inside and got the job done. It was only half a length back to the 10, Sayuf, who finished third. And when we get midway down the home straight, we'll see how far clear Alba Shariah is of Tours and Tours is of the third, and then how close they finish at the end. It suggests the leaders were just both tying up. Well, Alba Shariah definitely was. Tours may have just downed Tours, but we'll see about that. It's a remarkable result, really. Tours that's all over the winner. If you stopped the race in the middle of the home straight, you would say with huge amount of confidence that Tours was going to get up, but it wasn't to be.
But if we watch it across the line as well, it's not as if Tours has just been pipped on the line. Once they've gone through the line, the one's well in front.
Yeah, it's like she just stops running. It's very, very weird. So the eventual winner's out in front right now. That's Alba Shariah. Tours is currently in second, and the only horse really within hailing distance. The third place finisher right now is at the bottom of your screen in 6th place, just dropped out at the bottom now, in the Burgundy Silk. That horse is going to make up the most significant progress from behind, now into 5th, there as we see, just tipping wide in the straight. But here, at this point, Tours is 2 lengths down on Alba Shariah, now a length. They've still got about 200 metres to run, 150 metres to run, half a length down. Now draws level, and Tours definitely goes in front, near side. There you go, she's in front by a head.
A neck.
A neck.
A good long neck. Half a length,
Half a length, yeah. And then
no,
somehow...
thank you, done enough.
Didn't fancy it.
Come and join me, please. And he almost sweeps by at this stage back on the inside.
Yeah, and look how quickly the closers are finishing. That suggests the 2 out in front were really tying up. Well, the winner was. I don't know whether Tours was tying up or just didn't want to win. But the 3rd and 4th have absolutely bombed home down the outside and got very close at the line. But Alba Shariah is another all-the-way winner. Alex Moreno with a victory today. When the track's riding like this, it suits Alex, given his aggressive riding style. Look at these 2 out in front, paddling. Tours leaning all in on Alba Shariah. She's definitely just down tools. Didn't fancy it.
I want to watch that again, really.
Can
we move on?
Yep.
Ray's been back in touch to say, me too, Tom. And I said, well, what do you mean by that? He said, I mean, I've had the same amount of winners as Tom, which is...
big fat 0. It's been a bad day.
It's been a very bad day.
It's been a bad day, yeah.
We've been in the frame quite a bit, but...
Somehow we're joint top of the standings.
I mean, Thursdays are a bad day.
Yeah.
I've managed to add 1 to the tally, but 4 apiece. Normally...
It's been tricky today. I feel like we should have maybe switched, especially me, should have switched tactics to try and find the front runners in every race, but
I had the feeling today's Friday card was almost like a Thursday card.
It did
given
feel like
the
that.
Saudi Cup meeting coming up, no racing on the turf.
Maximum fields, competitive races, lots of handicaps and maidens. Tricky. But the last 3 races are better, and we should see form come out on top rather than where you are in a race.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the sort of ratings of these horses in the next race, you've got horses up into the 80s. The open races, race 11, you've got horses in the 90s in that race. And then in the big race to close, the Japan's Cup, horses rated, lo and behold, over 100 as well.
I know. A really good end to the card after a mediocre start, let's say, for a Friday.
OK, well, it's been tough going, Callum. We've, I think, found 1 winner between us. I think you should hang your head in shame, really, as we go back to you, Callum.
Thank you, team. Yeah, really looking forward to this contest. This is the one that you're just beginning to see the screw get turned. These last 3 races wouldn't be out of place on a Saturday, like we said right at the top of the show. Let's start with Ayla Malek, who was a very impressive winner 3 starts ago, but that 2nd place in group company on penultimate start was a good effort. And then beaten in a Group 1, but not disgraced when 6th in a Group 1 last time out either. Just looks an absolute stunner. Like a really, really good-looking individual here, the 3-year-old colt. He certainly is looking to end a pretty dire day for the Red Stable, and hopefully he can do just that. Let's track back. There's a couple more I wanted to see. The 4's in trouble. Let's go to the 9 actually now. Let's go to the 9. This is a nice looker. Just having a quick peep in the parade ring, because the real one I want to see is the 17. But we're just going to have a look at the 9 here. This is Saham Albertine. Now, I've seen this horse plenty of times and was really excited by its progress early on in the season. Ayad Al-Tarisi takes the ride on this occasion. Hasn't quite gone to plan recently. The last run in 8 was slightly disappointing, but was banging on the door. A winner 4 starts ago, back-to-back seconds after that. Just a really well put together type. Every time I see this horse in the parade ring, always looks incredibly well put together. I'm having a scan around, see if I can find the 17, but we'll find the 10, who is here. Yafael is just coming behind us here now. This is the 10, probably going to go by us either way. Find a direction. There we go. This is the 10 here. Now this is the 10. This is a nice type. This is a Yafael who quiet enough on debut, but with an impressive winner on the second start. Well beaten in tougher company last time. Shouldn't be judged on that. A very, very nice type. Mark Francis, a couple of really nice horses in this race. Take us through the runners and riders.
Indeed, yes, the runners are heading into the parade ring. We'll be back with Callum shortly. And TC, don't be so hard on yourself. It's been a very, very difficult day. Lots of maidens, lots of handicaps, but 3 really good races from here on in. I'm going to take this slowly. This is the Abdul Mohsen Albsan Award, over 1,600 metres, 3-year-olds in action. Headed by number 1, Asil Abdullah Al Sayidi, drawn in 15. 2 is Ayla Malek for Adel Al Faridi, red jacket for Prince Faisal. 3 is Al Metaib Sweet for brother Fahid Al Faridi, currently 1 win from 5. 1 win from 6, about the 4, Al Nabak for Abdullah Al Credis. 5 and 6 don't go, so we're on to 7, Dalay Al Hijaz for Abdullah Alofi, who seeks a memorable treble. 8 is Hatha Al Kalam, Ricardo Souza Ferreira. 9 is Saham Al-Batin, who is the mount of Ayad Al-Tarizi. We just got a glance at the 10, who looks a picture. That is Yafael for the White Stable and Rayan Al-Ta'esh. 11 is a non-runner. 12, Bahir Al-Anaya for Abdullah Al-Firuz. 13 is Expo Al-Riyadh for Mohammed Al-Nasser. 14 is Garlek for Azil Al-Sahani, who was on the score sheet back in race 2. 15 is Hajan, Naif Al-Anazi. Debutant is the 16, Moa Oth for Hamza Saad. 17 is Mint Mithlaha, the second in here for the for the White Stable, Farwas Wanas. That's a filly as well, as are 18 and 19. Frank Leah, Mohammed Al Gharib now takes over. And 19 is Gaymat Ale Red for Abdelaziz Al Massa. They are the numbers and names then for one of the feature races on the programme. It's an award race, 3-year-olds in action, 1,600 metres, and it's back to Callum Helliwell.
Thank you, Mark. Yes, here come just a couple more to show you. We've shown you a few, but we're going to show you a couple more in here as well. This is Hatha Al-Kalam, another one for the Red Stable. Sami Al-Harabi doing the training of this one, and Ricardo Souza Ferreira will be doing the steering. Winner on debut, not disgraced last time out, still very unexposed. A very different build to a lot of these. Seems like quite a precocious type, low to the ground, powerful, looks very fit, and certainly will be in the play here in this contest. It's hard to look past plenty of these. This is another one you have to put on a very long shortlist. Now, let's drop right the way back. I want to talk about the 15 here. Now, I'm not calling the 15 the race winner at all, but I am saying the 15 is one of the better looking horses you'll see today. This is Hajam. Now, Hajam probably will not be winning this. A 6-start maiden, has been in the money recently. 3 of the last 5 starts have finished in 5th, but there's no better form than that. I just think this horse looks in really good shape. Just a lovely type, clearly keen to get on with things today. Maybe one for next season, and certainly one if getting a bit well beaten here could be a handicap player at some point in the career. Rated 55 would be impossible to see this horse win today, but just a really nice type and one I keep in that old Saudi notebook. Let's give that horse a bit of space now after Sabisi. Bye. Let's pull back to the final one. This is Min Millahad. 17 is the next one we're going to have a look at. I'm hugely excited about this horse. Haven't seen her since she absolutely bolted up last time out. And when I say bolted up, I mean she won by half the track. She was put into a lot of people's trackers on that day. Hasn't been seen since then. That's the concern. But if she can repeat the form that she showed on that day, she might be very, very special. Don't know the strengths and depths of that race. That's for the boys in the studio to get to. But lads, I think she looks in great shape as well, doesn't she? A fascinating, fascinating contest.
Well, we've got a couple of bits of form to bring you to enhance this fascinating contest, in which I think is a match between the red and the white stables. But our VT department came up with 2 bits of video form for the last race. They were first and second, including the winner. They returned at about 20 to 1 in the international markets to beat the 5 to 1 chance into second. El Bashiri coming out on top. As we take in the red stable runner here.
Ayla Malek, this is going to be my pick. Again, unoriginal red stable favourite. But I think definitely the horse to beat. He's a 3-year-old. He's just won from 7, but as you can see, he's strong at the end of his race. Crucially, this came in a Group 1, and he ran a good second that day. It was a promising effort. He's probably better than the majority of these if he can reproduce that effort once again.
A 1,400-metre winner, 1,600 metres the distance today, as we take in one of the main rivals who was a winner back on January 17th.
Dalay Al-Hijaz has to grind out success from a red stable horse, actually, this day. This wasn't a very good race. The horse on the outside in the red, who eventually finishes 3rd, that's Mumterra, who ran yesterday. How did Mumterra get on yesterday? I can't even remember. I know she didn't win, but...
I can tell you, you keep on talking on.
She didn't win, anyway. So the form was let down. However...
I think she ran badly.
I do as well. Dalay Al-Hijaz finished second behind the previous horse we saw in the footage, Ayla Malek, earlier this year in a 1,400-metre maiden. On that basis, you'd have the 2 over the 7 all day, and the market kind of insinuates that anyway. 1 at 5 to 4 and 1 at 20 to 1.
I've looked at the wrong horse. Let me go back 1. So it's the 7 we're looking at, isn't it? And it was the winner last time out, the winning run. Again, it was race number 5. So we'll scroll down to race 5, and we click on Show More. Mumterra. I think I was, because I was with Mumterra yesterday.
Were.
She was a big play for me yesterday, 4th in behind Motawathabar.
Yeah, she didn't get home, did she? She was. That was that race where the first 3 were clear, and Motawathabar chinned Naflathom. Yeah, she let the form down a touch anyway of Dalay Al-Hijaz.
Okay, well, they were both in Group 1 company. They both ran in the King Abdulaziz Cup last time as well, finishing 6th and 7th. Not much between them on that, only a length and a half between them. But this looks to be between the red and the white stables as we go back to Callum.
Thank you very much, team. Just talking about your jacket, Mohammed, it's absolutely stunning. A Tatterstall's jacket right there to support the team. Got to talk about this race. You've got Baha Al-Anaya in this. Fascinating race here. He's done well in 2 starts. This is a big step up.
Yeah, he's still maiden horse, but I ran him first time in open race. He finished second in 1,200. Again, we go to the Cup, 1,400, and he finished 3rd, and he have a problem in the gate. Today is 1 mile. I hope, inshallah, he can handle it. He's supposed to handle it. He's still maiden, but you know, inside me, I think he can do better than the maiden, inshallah.
He's clearly a horse you believe a lot of, because you tried him in really tough races for his first 2 starts. You could have gone to a maiden, even a conditions race, but you've gone for these big, tough open races and cup races.
You know, for me, I don't have time because I spend all the summer here in Riyadh. You know, then the season is finished. If I will go to the maiden, I should, you know, 2-time entries, 2 weeks. You will lose 2 weeks. Again, you will go to the maiden, and you know, sometimes the maiden is hard than the open race. You know, you will run with 20, 18 horse, and it's better for the baby first time. For me, I bought him in the open race because the number, he will be short, 6 or 7 horse. You know, he's better for the babies. But this horse, you know, he have a brother for the horse. Is Group 1 horse. That's why I am always put him in the tough races.
You've got the pedigree to suggest he can do better. Now, how do you plan on having this race ridden for you? Because it's a big field. There seems to be lots of pace on. Are you going to be involved in that early pace, or are you going to hold back and let them come back to you?
No, I hope we can hold him back a little bit, because he have a good late sprint. You know, he have a good 600 meter. My plan to wait until the end, and inshallah we came.
Well, best of luck here. Really excited to see how this horse gets on. Looks fantastic in the parade ring.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Callum. So yeah, 5 to 4 now for this market leader. 2nd over the 600 metres in Group 1 company, and 6th last time out. Only beaten a couple of lengths in the King Abdulaziz Cup, in which Hatha Al-Kalam was back in 7th place. course and distance maiden winner as well. 2 runners here for the Red Stables, both with big chances. Give us your thoughts on the horse that I like in here, the 17, Min Myth Laha, who's rated just 77, but 2 runs in Taif, came here with a massive performance last time out.
Yeah, the 2 runs in Taif didn't show much at all, to be honest. She finished 8th and 5th, but there were no excuses those days. She just wasn't good enough. And then here last time, she was a completely different filly. She exploded to the lead. She won by a wide margin. She looked like she was pretty good.
She won by 17 lengths.
Yeah. She's only been rated 77 on the back of that. I thought she might have been hit a little bit harder by the handicapper. Ayla Malik's rated 83. She's rated 77. She gets 2 kilograms in this contest, which equates to £4, which suggests she's got around £2 to find. She could do. She's only had the 3 starts. It's not beyond possibility that she could improve past Ayla Malik. I think it's a match race between the 2 as well.
Yeah, she's drawn in stall 7. Big run last time. Jockey in form as well. He had, what, a double yesterday?
He did, yeah. He's kind of picking up all the spares, seemingly.
With Camilla been off.
Yeah, Camilla suspended this week. So Fawaz Wanas is the chief beneficiary of that, and he took good advantage yesterday. He'll be hopeful of grabbing another winner here.
Gamatala RIYADH is number 19, 4th best on the international market. A mark of 70 leaves this filly with a little bit to find, and she was 3rd over the course and distance last time out.
She was. That was a career best effort. That was in a week cup race. Obviously, this is an award contest. It's a bit of a loophole between a cup and an open. She's not totally discounted. I didn't have her in the top 4, but I wouldn't be surprised if she ran a place in this kind of contest. She does need to improve again, though.
Well, 2, 17 and 8 looks to be the main players here. We've just touched on the 19. Pretty much any price you want about the rest of them. That brings in the 12, Yarfel, who's another runner for the White Stable, but that horse was in the same race last time as the 2 Red Stable runners.
Finished 3rd behind Amitabh Sweet that day, on the debut, sorry, but then made amends at the second time of asking. Last time up,
King Abdulaziz Cup ran 18th.
Yeah, disappointing. Hard to really back that, support this horse on the back of that effort, you know. Draws well though, and has plenty of upside given he's only had 3 outings. But yeah, he wouldn't be for me. I think he should be bigger than 12 to 1 too.
And then it's hard to fancy anything else. It's 20 to 1 and bigger on the international market. It's hard to bring in anything else beyond that, really.
Yeah, I've got the 8, the Red Stable horse in 3rd. That's Hatha Al Kalam, but again, the last time out effort just suggests he needs to improve. 4th, I've gone for Al Nabg, horse number 5, or Al Nabak, depending on.
Yeah, well, he's a big price at 25s, given he's 2nd last time.
Yeah, 1 place behind Amitabh Sweet last time in a messy cup race. Should reverse that form considering the trip he got. Unofficial rated, it's rated 67, does need to improve a fair deal, but maybe he's the each-way alternative for someone looking for a big price. To be honest, though, I think this will be dominated by the 2 at the top of the market, and I'm with the Red Stable, you're with the White Stable.
Yeah, we're going to go head-to-head with 4 apiece in the studio tipping competition as well. Callum there on 2. And given the poor effort we've had today, Callum's not out of this yet.
Yeah, I know. I mean, we're all still to play. It's all still to play for. It's been a pretty poor showing.
Yeah, my 1... I've had 1. Should have definitely been in the mix for 2. Was there something else as well that framed that should have maybe gone closer? No.
You had a gay. Could beat half a length. And Tours.
Yeah. So a couple of places and the win.
Yeah. You've definitely got closer than I have today.
I've got to just take them. If we end up as we are, Lev, I want to take the moral victory.
You can do that. You can do that when you want.
Ray got back in touch to say he's had has had the same amount of winners as you today. He went on to say, as for J-Mac, his best ride was Romantic Warrior in the Cox Plate. He can ride anywhere, and it's probably New Zealand's best ever. I think the latter part's definitely true.
Yeah, I'd say so. I'm no professor of New Zealand-based or New Zealand-born jockeys, but I would say he's the best.
And he won the Cox Plate again this year on Via Sistina.
He did.
Breaking the track record.
That mare's improved drastically since going over there. Yeah, fast ground, J-Mac, great at judging pace. Yeah, that's why he's one of the best.
Yeah, 3 Cox Plates and a Jebel Hatter for Romantic Warrior, including a Cox Plate and a big win over in Japan.
Putting you on the spot here. How's he going to do in the Cider Cup?
Romantic Warrior?
Yeah. Give me a position you think he'll finish.
I want to see how he is during the week and how he moves on the dirt. I think it's an audacious move by Peter Lau, his owner. Peter's had this idea that he wants to come Saudi Cup and Dubai World Cup. I mean, he's got the class edge. If he takes to the dirt here,
Yeah.
He's got the class edge to be really
But
competitive.
will he take to the dirt?
I don't know.
Me neither.
I think you think he won't.
I think he won't, yeah. You're right.
I'd have almost wished them to do the Factor Cheval route in and tried him on the dirty Dubai, albeit it's a different surface. You kind of get an idea where you are.
Yep.
But they're keeping the dream alive to come in for the big race. I wish them well. I think Peter Lau's been really ambitious with what he's doing.
He has, absolutely.
Okay, confirming we're against each other here. 2 against 17.
Yeah, I'm with the 2, you're with the 17.
Well, Red Stable going to have a terrible day, so they've not yet had a winner. We're getting to race 10, they still haven't, so let's hope it remains that way. Callum, who are you with?
Thanks, guys. Yeah, the one and his wife is descending on the parade ring here. So many people are coming in saying hello to everybody down here. Very excited for this race. Al Nabak was one I know you guys gave a good mention to. Looked great in the prelims. Dahi Al Hijaz was not really the pick for me. Wasn't really bouncing around the parade ring. Was a bit lackluster and a bit slow. I could look away from that one. Hassa Al Akam, that's an interesting one as well. I think the really intriguing runner after talking to Mohammed Al Khalifi is Baha Al Anaya. And that would need a big step up in form, but you'd be intrigued by that. Now, this is worth noting. This is Ayla Malik. You can just see at the back of the shot there behind the stall. That's in the vet area right now. So Ayla Malik just being checked over by the vet. So I know that's well fancied by a lot of people. So keep an eye on that. That'll be Toby and his team ensuring that that horse is sound and fit enough to run. They will do assessments as they come out onto the track, as they canter down to the post, and as they circle down at the post. So clearly something has been highlighted with Ayla Malik. I'm really torn between the thoughts of the 2 white stable runners here. Yafael, I think, looked a picture, as Mark Francis said in commentary. He just had a quick look at Yafael, looked really, really well. And Mim Mitlaha is just fascinating. Like, we just have no idea how good she is. She's getting lumps of weight away as well. I'm intrigued. I'm very intrigued by this race. But the best horse in the parade ring with Ayla Malik, there's no getting away from that. That was the one that stood out most to me. The Red Stable form has been pretty poor, and Tom Collins will be very upset if I join him with Ayla Malik. So I'll probably leave it for him because I know he needs a winner. And if I join him on this tip, if I join him on a tip, then it's probably going to lose. So I'll leave them both well alone, which means, Martin, you can breathe easier as well as Mim Mitlaha. Another one I like. I will avoid 2 in this contest. I think if I had to make a choice, I'd go with the 9, Saham Albertine, who needs to make a big step forward after the last run, but showed good form up until that point. Gets the plum draw in 1. Yeah, I think that's going to be the way I go. It's a fascinating race. Really, really excited to see these 3-year-olds. I think the juvenile program here in Saudi Arabia is fantastic. I know lots of people have issues with the 3-year-old and 4-year-old program, but the 2 to 3 is fantastic. Mark Francis, it's over to you.
Henry's in.
Thank you, Callum. Yes, I did actually also like Saham Albertine, but I had that second in. It's been in decent form before an 8th place finish last time. I've got to be with the 17, Min Mitlaha, for the White Stable on Farwas Wanas. That absolutely destroyed the opposition last time, and I hope that we see a repeat of that, or something close to, because she will take some stopping. Runners coming in. White Stable have Mint Mitlaha, green cap here for Farwas Wanas. Yafael, red cap, Rayan El Taesh. Red Stable match them with the first colours, with Adel Al-Faredi on board, Ayla Malik, red cap, white cap for Ricardo Souza Ferreira on the grey, Hatha Al-Kalam. So we're over halfway through the loading process. Still 2 more races to come. Looking forward to the local Group 3. Before that, though, we have an open contest over a mile and a quarter, using every grain of sand around this track. Ajan about to step in with Asil, just backing away. Mint Mitlaha will be one of the last with Ayla Malik, market rival. And the other one out of the line is Gamat Ale Red. 3-year-old waiting patiently. 3-year-olds only in this. 2 market principals have already eyeballed each other. And they're both about to come in with, between them, Gamat Ale Red for this Abdul Mohsen Albsan Award. Just running a few minutes behind time here. One of the feature races on the programme. 1,600 metres. last one has now gone forward. Stand by for race 10. 1 mile. And they're off and racing. Very slow beginning from Hajan, who has dropped to be the back marker. Also, Bahir Alanea leaped out of the stalls, and they are the final two. As Min Mitlaha, the green cap, is joining stablemate Yafael for the lead. Also, Gamat LA Red, with a combination of red and white, is pressing forward, but they've all been passed by Hatha Al Kalam. Second in for the red stable, Ricardo Sosa Ferreira has been sent through to lead. Gamat LA Red, also the white headgear, racing in second. Right in behind them, we have Al Mitaib Sweet, who is just nosing ahead in third position, ahead of Mint Mithlaha on the inside. Then came the blue head of Asil, who is wide around the turn, racing in company with Ayla Malik. Also between rivals is Al Nabak, and back against the inside is Expo Al Riyadh. Garlic races next, is rather wide as they come down the side of the course, now being preceded by Dale Al Hijaz. Next in the field, we have driven along is Moa Off, that one towards the back of the field, now with Hajan. Also struggling is Saham Al Batin, and the slow starter, Bahir Alanea. Top of the lane then with 400 metres to go, and Hatha Al Kalam is the first to see the judge. Now in second, moving through the gears, is Ayla Malik. It's a 1-2 for the red stable on a day to forget, but they're going to have the first two home, but with Jorda. Leading the way is Hatha Al Kalam, being pursued by Ayla Malik, but the gap is not closing. Hatha Al Kalam is keeping up the gallop, drawing on, and goes on to score in terrific style. Number 8, Hatha Al Kalam, has won, and decisively. Ricardo Sosa Ferreira the winner, Ayla Malik second, then came Mint Mithlaha, followed by Asil Al Nabak and Dale Al Hijaz. Well, as I say, a day to forget for the red stable, but they have a winner. They've got the first two home as well, as Ayla Malik chased home Hatha Al Kalam. The winner is home in a time of 1:40.58 and a punch of the air for Ricardo Sosa Ferreira, his second winner of the afternoon. Wins by 4 lengths, Ayla Malik with no answers in second place. Likewise, Mint Mithlaha, not at her best today, did get the bronze medal ahead of Dale Al Hijaz in 4th position. Hatha Al Kalam, number 8, pretty much making all of the running. Ayla Malik in second, Mint Mithlaha a similar gap in third. This is where it gets tight. Dale Al Hijaz getting 4th ahead of Al Nabak, Asil and Hajan. The numbers 8, 2, 17 and 7 are the first 4 home in this Abdullah Abdul Mohsin Albson Award. Goes the way of number 8, Hatha Al Kalam, and finally the red stable are in the winner's enclosure.
Hatha Al Kalam, another horse who's made the pace and has been failed to be caught. You can't use the tailwind as an excuse anymore. There's not much wind here today. There's a little breeze, but it's not enough to make a huge difference. But Ricardo Sosa Ferreira made the difference aboard Hatha Al Kalam. Third career start for this horse, who was a winner on debut. Not disgraced last time, but needed a career best effort today and has put up a career best effort nonetheless to deny Ayla Malik, who's finished in second, and then Min Mitlaha has run on to finish third. They finished a mile clear of the rest of them. team led by Dale Al-Hajjaz, Alabak and Asayel. Now, I imagine this is probably going to work out quite well. The form horses have come to the fore, and this is a race that you'll probably be able to look at going forward. Look at this young man in the middle. He's loving this. This is for the memories. Lovely scenes here with everyone gathers with the Red Stable connection. This one trained by Sameh Al-Harabi. He'll be over the moon with that. And that's a relief round of applause as well, because they should have had a big day today, but it's not quite worked out. But they have got their winner in the end. We're just going to go and grab our winning jockey and find out from him how he felt, because Ricardo, he was tanked along to the front aboard, I think it's Rebel Icon. This time he'd made his way to the front off a strong pace, and on both occasions he's not been caught. So we'll grab a word with our winning rider, who is at the double today, treble yesterday, double today, 5 winners in 2 days. He is absolutely cooking. Seems all good there from the weight perspective. Ricardo, well, you were taken to the front of the last winner. This time you've gone to the front, and both times you've won.
Yes, before the race I speak with Sammy and take this decision, you know. Last time on the Cup you have more pressure, horses jump late but fresh, pulling a little bit. Today I speak with Sammy, and I told Sammy, if the horses jump front, I give chance and keep relaxed, you know. But I think this horse can improve a lot, you know. He have a big power, I hope, and thank you again for Red Stable for giving me good horses.
Yeah, you're continuing to have success with the Red Stable. Is there a pace bias on this track? If you get to the front, it looks like, watching the racing today, it's been very hard to catch horses that have gone off in front.
Yes, if the horses jump good, why you catch him, you know, the dirt, like system. If where go horse, you know, I riding like that. Where go, you know, if jump very late, you can come step by step, but all the race, you know, the first 3 win.
And as well, stall 18, a really wide draw. They've not gone slowly at the beginning. You've had to really get behind him.
Yes, I think today he jumped very well, because he more relaxed last time. Today, before the race, I go to start, and I think today is a day, because he keep relaxed. You know, when a horse keep relaxing stall, he jump well, and today jump very fast.
All your fans at home will be very relaxing. You get another winner today. You're having a great time of things. Hopefully you can get some more before the end of the card today. Well done.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, double up for Ricardo. Scored a little bit earlier on aboard Rebel Icon, and he's got the lead here on the second colours of the White Stable, and taken out the win to defeat what was seemingly the first string for the Red Stable on the White Stable. A 1-2 for the Red Stable. The White Stable took third. Min Thalar staying on from what was an uncompromising position, but again, out in front was the place to be.
Stop us if you've heard us say this before. There's a pace bias on the dirt track. And yet another all-the-way winner. I count that as 6 now. 6 all-the-way winners through 10 races today. Ricardo, I mean, it's got nothing to do with the jockeys, really, unless you're on a forward-going type and decide to hold it up, and then that's just silly. But Ricardo goes forward immediately on the eventual winner. That is Hatha Al-Kalam out wide, breaks from 18, and all the other jocks have just allowed him to cross. Very similar in the last race. Al-Basharia was drawn 19 and was allowed to cross. Ricardo at this stage wants to edge over, just can't get fully over to the rail at this point, so has to let a little bit of rope out to the leader, who does eventually get across and save ground on the turn. But he's just never to be caught. He gallops clear. And to be fair to him, this is no fluke, this one. I do think there were some results earlier on the card that if we ran the race again on a fairer track, we wouldn't get the same result. But this time, I think this colt's pretty good.
Well, he's totally unexposed.
He is, and Ayla Malik had every chance to run him down. He wasn't too far off, and the winner actually stretched the lead late in the day to win by 3 3/4. Ayla Malik, the eventual runner-up, probably around 2.5, 3 lengths down in 5th right now in the red. Maybe even just 2 lengths at this point. But the winner just gallops in the home straight and really quickens clear.
And to be fair, he'd won a course and distance maiden, and there wasn't much between him and the Red Stable companion when they ran in the King Abdulaziz Cup last time. I mean, for him to be pitched in at that level on just his second start, they think a bit of him.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I don't think it's a fluke. However, in that race, he got really tired late on. He didn't get tired today because the track is helping him. Maybe there's still a tailwind, but it doesn't look overly fierce looking over my shoulder. But the track is definitely helping him. Being inside, being on the speed, has enabled him to just kick clear his rivals. The runner-up ran his race. No excuses with him. He smashed the others, 5 1/4 back to Min Mithlaha, another 5 1/2 back to Delay Al Hijaz back in 4th. So the runner-up has run as well as expected. It's just he's bumped into a horse who's ridden the bias and could be pretty good.
I don't know if the white stable horse, Min Thalar, just didn't like getting in amongst horses, getting the kit back, backed out of it, and eventually stayed on again.
She was wide on the track last time when she won, and then obviously was clear from some way out anyway. But yeah, I think you might be right. As soon as she goes through between those horses there, she starts to pick up and draws 5 lengths clear of the remainder to finish 3rd, not in shot right
It's
now.
a bit like sort of someone throwing cold water, throwing a bucket of water in your face. You've got to kind of shake it off and go, oh, what was that? And eventually you go, okay, it's not too bad.
Yeah, there are quite a few horses like that in the US that just don't like the kickback. And I think that's probably why Ricardo actually always rides wide on the track when he rides on the dirt, just to make sure that doesn't happen. But we can see Connections now picking up the Abdullah Al Mohsen Al Sam Award. And it's an overdue victory for the Red Stable.
Yeah, a lovely prize been handed over on the main podium down in front of the grandstand. It'll be in use on Saudi Cup night. And yeah, a welcome winner for the Red Stable, a 1-2 there. They've had big chances through the day. You were forecasting a big day for them, and they finally hit the mark in race 10. What about 2 features?
Yeah, I thought it'd be the other one in this race, but this was the race I thought they had the best chance in. So at least that's come to fruition, albeit with the wrong horse.
And it'd be a surprise if they get a winner from here on in?
They've got a good chance in the last. Not our pick, but they've got a good chance. The favourite, Mazuna. She's very good, but yeah, we'll see. That's definitely the best race, and we'll talk about that when it comes to it. But in the next race, they've got Parshaman, who is a turf horse on dirt. So I think all their eggs are going into one basket in the last race.
And continuing with the good run for Ricardo, that's a double on the card again today. He had, 18 winners in December, a brilliant January winners.
21 in January.
21 was it?
21 in January, yeah.
Okay, so that's 21 plus 18?
39.
39, thank you. And of course, he's not in amongst the leaders for the Jockeys Championship, who are in their 50s, aren't they, as regards winners?
Overall?
Yeah.
They're in the 70s.
In the 70s?
Yeah, and he's in the 50s for RIYADH alone.
Yeah, having not ridden at Taif.
Yeah. He would be top, I think, if he rode at Taif, but he didn't, so he's not.
But he's a dual Spanish champion.
He is. He is. Yeah. And the thing is, he's riding excellently on turf and dirt, but he is now getting the good rides as well. Last season, he wasn't getting many for Red Stable. He would ride for Tam Al-Dahani. The Red Stable, Prince Faisal bin Khalid is using him a lot more now, which is a good sign, and obviously it's deserved based on how he's ridden here.
He had out to get Dubai World Cup night a couple of seasons back. I wonder, given his profile that he's right through the ranks, whether he's in the Jockeys Challenge here this year, whether he'll be a candidate for a Jockeys Challenge out in Hong Kong in December, or maybe even an outing at the Shogun Cup at Ascot in August.
That'd be fantastic if so. I mean, he has ridden numerous different venues. We talked about Spain, Portugal, Italy, France. Why wouldn't he be used for the Shogun Cup? He's a perfect kind of outside jockey that maybe people haven't heard of in the UK who would do very well over there.
For the rest of the world team?
Yep. They do sometimes lack good rest of the world jockeys as well. So he would
need to get J-Mac to come over and ride.
I don't think he'll do that now.
We're talking as well about the chances of Romantic Warrior in the big race. I want to see him work on the surface. It's a bold move. Rado's just come back and said no chance at all.
Yeah, I think that's a bit brash. I would say
he could improve for the switcher surface.
Oh, I don't know about that. I would say less chance, more chance that he won't handle it than he will handle it, if that makes sense. And therefore, if he doesn't handle it, he won't win. But it's to be seen. He's the most intriguing runner in the whole field.
I don't think for a dirt race you want a dirt horse.
Yeah. Full
stop. But the surface here does allow turf horses to adapt more than you might get in other locations.
Yeah, because it's not as deep, but equally, I'd still want a dirt horse.
Nishrif?
Yeah, that's true. That is true. That's a good point. I forgot about him.
Yeah, well, we'll see. Who do you like, Mark, for the Saudi Cup? Not long to go. You must have your speed figures and everything done so far.
Well, we haven't seen it today, but I thought, given the race was run so quickly last year, it suited a closer. Sierra Leone is the right favourite. Will reoppose Forever Young, who, of course, took the Saudi Derby last year. Of course, them two went toe-to-toe with each other in the Kentucky Derby. Let's hope Sierra Leone is here, not obviously 100% confirmed. But Romantic Warrior, as Tom said, it is the very, very interesting horse. Will he take to the surface? I'm in agreement. I can't see it. If he does, I mean, he's an absolute superstar. I mean, if he's not that already, I don't know what he's going to become. So, yeah, really looking forward to the Saudi Cup. Of course, we'll get the declarations through in the next couple of days. Open race here, the penultimate of the programme, over 10 furlongs, 4-year-olds and upwards. Headed by number 1, Mota Farid, Ayad Al Tarizi. 2 is City Streak for Abdullah Al-Kredis. 3 and 4 don't go, so 1, 2, 5, which is Fox Flame for Adel Al-Faradi. 6 Parshiman, that's a jockey change. No North Abadiani, so now Abdullah Al-Lawfi goes in search of a hat-trick here this afternoon. Thunder Squall is 7, Tariq Al-Mansour, and Mulazem, also Mohammed Al-Dahan, seeking a 3-timer. Over the page to find the next horse, which is 9, Konta, Farwas Wanas. 10 is Absolute Queen, one of the mares in the field here for Ahmed Al-Azari. 11 is Billy Bats for Victor Gutierrez, 1 win from 28 starts. Is Stoppel, Mohammed Al-Nasser, a bit more prolific, 4 wins from 33, but does have stall 18. 13 is Premium Ticket for Naif Al-Anazi. 14 is Sultan Scent for Azil Al-Sahani. And a trio over the page, headed by Time Najad, drawn in 16 for Osama Al-Shirani. 16 is Dramatic Device Abdelaziz Al-Faradi. And 17 is the last of 3 mares, Sakut for Abdullah Al-Sayyidi. They are the runners and riders then for the penultimate race here. Decent contest coming up, isn't it, Callum? Open grade, we go with that 3 and 4. It's back to you.
It is a decent contest, mate. I'm really intrigued by this one. We'll start with Fox Flame. Coming into the winter coat for sure. Looks like a woolly mammoth, bless him, old Fox Flame. But isn't devoid of form. A 5-time winner in the career and well placed in the last 2 efforts. Looks in great shape today. Look, you can just see he's a little bit backward than his hocks here today, but that's not enough to put me off him. He's certainly got a form angle in this race and should not be ignored. Let's drop back to the 6th. They're spread out all over Riyadh in this parade ring. We'll go right back to Parshiman, who is the 6th here, who comes into this struggling for a little bit of form. Clearly highly regarded when he first came over, but hasn't quite hit the heights that were expected of him. We have seen a few of these Red Stable runners step forward for time. Look at Painter's Palette, for example. Very similar sort of profile for this one. And a nice walker too, typical of the European types. A very nice mover. Really intrigued to see how the son of Lope de Vega gets on. Now a 7-year-old Parshiman. Can't believe he's that old already. Making me feel old. I remember when he was running back in Europe. Let's pull back to Thunder Squall. This is the toughest horse in Saudi Arabia. The last 2 wins have shown everything you love about a tough racehorse. He just keeps grinding and grinding and getting the better of his rivals. If it's a tight finish at the end, I want to be in his team. He's a real nice horse, looking for the hat-trick. It's going to be a tough ask, and Tariq Al-Mansour will have to be at his absolute best, but he's certainly one you have to have on your shortlist. Now we go to the 8. This looks like the paddock pick for me. This is Mulazem. Beaten last time out in tougher company than this. Looks in absolutely perfect shape. Look at Mulazem when he comes into the light. I mean, you won't see a horse fitter today. I mean, it looks like he's been pulled from a catalogue. What a stunning individual. And Mulazem will certainly be the pick. Mohammed Al-Daham looking for a double. Samar Al-Dahani looking for a double as well. Just going to look at the one more horse. We want to see Time Najd is the other one we want to take a peek at. Just coming towards us now. Horse number 15. Time test runner here. 5th last time out. I just thought looked really well in the parade ring, having a really nice bouncy walk about him. You can see he's still stuck in a bit of a queue here, so you don't get to see him at full extension, but he's got a nice loose walk to him. Now, if we just try and get him from behind here, you'll see what I mean by the fact he just takes himself across the ground. He's a nice active walker. Really like him, guys, and he would probably be my second choice from the paddock here. But the pick is horse number 8, lads. It's all back to you.
Looking to give Tamar Al-Dahani another winner on the card. 2-1 favourite on the international markets, clipped in from 9-4. 3-1 for Motto Fared. Thunder Squall in good form, 7-2 chance. Parshiman at 10-1 alongside Time Najid at 10s also. 10-1 for Dramatic Device, and it's 12-1 and bigger the remainder. Let's have a quick word before we have a look at a bit of video form on the horse that Callum was talking about, the international favourite, Mulazem. Who's a 3 times winner from 11 starts, back-to-back wins over the 1600s, but the form dipped last time.
Yeah, he's a speedy stalk, Mulazem, and we'll see that footage in a minute after one other. But he plundered 2 1600-metre contests before falling short in a Group 1, as you say. He's untried at this trip. That's the big concern with Mulazem.
Well, Thunder Squall in good form, won the last 2 starts, 3 wins overall from 13, a 0-90 handicap win and an open success last time.
Yeah, he battles back. Pride of Priory comes there to win the race. He was supposed to be running again today, but he's been scratched.
And they come clear.
They do. Thunder Squall is one of the most game horses in the country. He's done this twice in a row now. He looks like he's going to be beaten. battles back and manages to fend off his rival. This is his track and trip, Thunder Squall, but it's very hard to win 3 consecutive races. That's the one concern.
And Mullazem disappointed last time out in Group 1 company over this trip, but had been in good form over 1600 prior to that.
Indeed, yeah. This is a good effort as well to get the job done. I don't think he'll stay today. That's my one concern.
I've got the trip down as a big question mark. It's hard to say because it was such a good race last time.
And the issue is, because he's a full-going type, is he just going to ride the conveyor belt and get home that way? That's the question. But
and we know that Tama's horses can be held to pull back to the front.
Exactly. They do just keep finding. So there is a chance Mullazem makes all. But if he gets in a scrap, I'd rather be with one of the others.
Not favoured by the weight, Motofarad. He's got a couple of kilos more to carry and is rated £1 inferior. But Motofarad comes here, the 5 times winner from 29 starts. He was a course and distance winner back in November. And he's been up against some very good horses the last couple of runs.
He has. He was actually my selection, but I'm going to change my mind on this race.
No!
You want me to be with you?
I want you to be against me.
I am going to be against you. He was my pick.
You changed. Oh, good.
Yeah,
okay,
I'm going to switch away. He produced a big late surge to get up on the line in a 0-85 handicap over course and distance in November. Not quite as good since, but he does match up well against these. The negative for Motofarad is he's a closer, and I'm going to change my mind because it just looks like it's impossible to close. So I'm going to be with Thunder Squall instead. He's game. If he gets in a battle with Mullazem, I think he'll come out on top. He's a stronger stayer. And yeah, he's won his last 2 in this kind of grade. So Thunder Squall for me. But look, I fully respect Motofarad, and if it was a fair track, then he would be my pick.
Thunder Squall at 7-2, Motofarad 3-1, Mullazem at 2-1, heading the market, looking to prove the stamina over the 2,000 metres in this open race for 4-year-olds and older. And of course, Motofarad in behind Al Musmak and defunded on the last couple of starts. But that's a word on maybe number 9, which is Contar, rated 84, so not far behind these. Beaten in a couple of handicaps, having been in behind Karachi as well.
Doesn't this horse just prefer turf to dirt? I mean, the last one was actually quite eye-catching coming from off the pace, but I think he's very much a turf horse, and he wouldn't be coming into the calculations here for me. It's the same with Dramatic Device, horse number 16, turf horse. He's been running behind Tell Me All recently, over 3,000 metres. I just don't think track and trip will suit either of those two in this contest. Pasture Man, I mean, again, turf horse. Doesn't really handle dirt, I think you could fairly say. Has a chance on official ratings, but is he that good on this surface? Doesn't look that way.
Well, we just get down to, there's a whole host that are around the same 10 and 12-1 marks. Premium Ticket, another one of those, rated 82, been beaten in handicaps the last couple of starts, over the course and distance and on turf.
Just 1 from 31. That's not good enough for me to part with any money on him. He draws wide as well in 15, and he's very inconsistent.
And a word on the 6 as well. Red Stable struck in the previous race, the first and second. This also been beaten in 0-90 handicaps the last 2 starts.
Yeah, as I say, I just don't think he handles the track. If you go back to his French form, he would be the best horse in terms of actual talent in this race, but he's not the same horse anymore now, a 7-year-old. There are quite a few in here that prefer turf. City Streak, Fox Flame, Pasture Man, Conta, and Dramatic Device. They're all turf horses. Switching to the dirt because there aren't any turf races available this week.
So it would essentially be 8-1-7 with the main plays? The market's got it about right, really.
Yeah, I mean, I would, if I was to price this race up, I'd go 8-7-1. But there wouldn't be much between them. As I say, I'm taking the 7 on top.
But those 3 are kind of standout to the field, aren't they?
Yeah, agree. The one at a slightly bigger price is the 15 Time Nudge that could run well. But his last win came in a 0-85 handicap. This is an open, it's much tougher. If he can produce his A game, then there is a chance that he could run down some of these. But again, he won't be favoured by the way the track is playing. So I'm going to stick with Thunder Squall and hopefully get an overdue winner on the board.
Yeah, it's been a tough day. And thanks to Ray for his comments. Jose gets in touch to say another double for King Ricardo. He's had 2 winners so far today. And of course, taking part in the Jockeys Challenge here in a couple of weeks' time. And he's got another chance to come. I think he could well make it 3 on the day. He's got Dance Design in the last, Ricardo.
Yes, I agree with you there. What price is he currently?
Dance Desire, he was putting at 7s on the international markets earlier today. He's currently at 5-1.
That's probably the best each way play of the whole day.
Save the best till last.
he shouldn't be out the 3. It's basically an each way play to nothing. But we won't preview that race just yet. We need to keep our ammunition for when we have time to analyse it.
Okay, arriving down at the start. Remind us of your top 3 again.
I've got 7 Thunder Squall on top. He's my selection. In second, Motafared, horse number 1, and in third, Mulazem, horse number 8. I do want to say quickly, sorry,
Yep.
Pride of Priory, horse number 4, would have been my pick in this race, but unfortunately he's been scratched. Watch out for him next time. He's in fine fettle at the moment. I don't know when he'll next run. He might be able to get into one of the Jockey Challenge races. I can't remember the distance for the dirt races, but he is rated to get in, so watch out. That could be why he's scratched today. But he's in good form, Pride of Priory.
Yeah, he'll just make it in.
Do you know? Can you remember the distance for the dirt races? Obviously, I presume one will be a sprint and one will be a staying trip, but
I can get them.
He wouldn't want to run in a sprint, of course. But if one of them is a 2,000 metre race or so, then he's got a good chance.
I can tell you when we come back. In the meantime, let's head to Callum. You're with the
I'm with the 7.
I'm with the 1. Callum, your thoughts? We've got Mulazem. I think you're with Mulazem, aren't you? The international favourite. Plenty of money around for him as well.
Yeah, all fingers crossed the money is right, because I thought Mulazem looked an absolute picture in the parade ring. I'm surprised I'm the only one of the team going for him. Hopefully he can run a big race and give Mohammed Al-Daham another winner. He had a very easy winner to open our card. It's been quite quiet for him since. A couple of these that look really nice. I think Thunder Squall's it would be a lovely story if Thunder Squall could land a 3rd win in a row. Just as tough as teak, that horse. Parchemin, again, probably more of a turf performer. City Streak looked well. That's the chestnut number 2 here in the colours very similar to See the Stars. That's a horse that I'd be intrigued by. Needs to show the form he showed last season to have any say in this, though. He's quite quickly tumbling down the handicap. Of the others, who else was worth a note? Estopel for connections that seem to be coming to the boil at the right time. If Premium Ticket wins, we can all go home, because that horse is a bit of a type specialist. Time Naj as well with another one I gave a good mention to, a nice looker. And then you've got Dramatic Device, who's been really campaigned on the turf mainly and is now coming back to the dirt. I remember watching him on the turf and thinking, oh, he preferred the turf much more to the dirt, so I'm intrigued to see what the plan is here. Might be just trying to get his mark down a little bit. I know there'll be some valuable turf handicap prizes available later on this season, and I think Dramatic Device in those staying handicaps might be one to make a play on, and that might be the reason why he's running on the dirt today. It is the only bit of plot jobbing you see here in Saudi Arabia, is turf horses being run on the dirt to knock their mark down a little bit. It's something that we saw a little bit of last year, and we are still seeing it this season as well, which I quite enjoy, because it just means you have to check a little bit deeper into the form. But if you do find one, it's quite satisfying when it all works out on the turf. Of the others, those were the real main contenders for me. I thought Mulazem was arguably one of the best lookers I'd seen all day, just behind High Zoom. Hopefully he can go 3 places better than High Zoom. We're just looking at Dramatic Device down here at the start from our beautiful drone camera. Hard at work as per usual, the drone, getting all these fantastic shots of King Abdulaziz Racecourse. You just got Fox Flame there in the background. We've seen a few types similar to Fox Flame where they look physically fit, but they're just coming into that winter coat. It's a big negative for me. It's not for everybody. So it's just one of those things you've got to pay attention to and keep an eye out on. I don't know whether we're running on time here or not. This is the time where I should say I've got my watch, but usually I do. But today my watch is back home. So I don't know whether they're loading or not. But Mark Francis, if they are going to go on time, it's over to you. Mulazem, the pick for me.
Thank you, Callum. Yes, Mulazem looks tough to beat here. Before I give a selection in this race, just a word to TC and Martin. I'm pretty sure the international jockeys races are 0 to 90s, and if that is the case, Pride of Priory won't get in. Martin will update us, I'm sure, on the back of this race, whether that has changed. But I'm pretty sure they were 0 to 90s last year, and there is a contest over 2,100 metres. Of course, this being 2,000 metres, but they are mostly for 4-year-olds. I think there is a 3-year-old race. So Martin will clear things up in regard to the International Jockeys Challenge contest, which we can look forward to 2 weeks today. Mulazem is my selection here for Mohammed Al-Daham, Sheikh Abdullah Al-Malek Al-Sabah, and Thama Al-Dahani, that trio having a fantastic season here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, as Premium Ticket is the next to go forward. Callum's absolutely spot on. Premium Ticket is a Taif horse, not a Riyadh horse. Was a winner in the west of the region back in the summer. Should go and win now. Thunderscore will be next. Top horse Motafared has gone forward, so we've only got 2 left to go. Sultan Sense and Istoppel. Those 2 will complete the line in stalls 9 and 18. Adel Al-Faradi nearest to us, clinging on to his lead in the Jockeys Championship. 6 clear of Mohammed Al-Daham. Too sure where Cabillo is in the lineup. Of course, suspended here this afternoon. Was set to an excellent finish in this Riyadh 2024-2025 season, which will go all the way to the wire. Standby, open grade, penultimate race of the night. 2,000 meters. They are lined up. 1 or 2 getting a bit jiggy. Adel Al-Faradi is just asking, hold on, there's a horse going out. Yeah, someone's not happy here, and Istoppel is the horse that's been taken out. See what the problem was. We had a good view of it, didn't we? Mohammed Al Nasser in the plate. Seems to be lots of screaming and shouting at each other. I wouldn't want to be spoken to like that. Istoppel. Just waiting on. I think they may have had the wrong draw, believe it or not. Istoppel, yeah, that's due into 18. So they must have gone into the wrong gate. Very bizarre. Anyway, they're all forward and in the correct positions. Stall 18 doesn't have a number, but there is a horse in it. So keep an eye on that. Flag is raised from behind, and we're set. Take 2. And away they go. Istoppel extreme left, who went into the wrong gate, eventually went into 18 and broke on turns with the rest, is now to the extreme right of this drone shot as they go through the first furlong. 2,000 meters ahead of them here. One of the early leaders is Sakut, blue jacket, white cap. Going with this one is City Streak in the yellow colours, and City Streak has now taken the lead. To Sakut, who's only a neck behind in second, and they really are putting pace into this race. Closer to the inside, we have Fox Flame, horse with the white headgear, yellow cap for Adel Al-Faradi, currently racing in 3rd position. Sultan Sense is disputing 4th with Mulazem, who came away well, and also in that cluster is Billy Bats towards the inside rail as they go midway down the back straight. Is Premium Ticket, who races in company with Motafared. Between those, we have Parsham in the red jacket, who's 2/3 of the way back. A further 2 lengths behind is the white cap of Time Najad, only has 2 behind that one, and they are Dramatic Device and Absolute Queen. And those runners at the back of the field also just preceded by Kontar. So that's the order as they come down the side of the course and enter the final half mile. It is Sakut now who has taken the lead. City Streak is now folding tamely, being passed by the likes of Fox Flame in 2nd, Thunderskull in 3rd, and Mulazem in 4th. Then there's a break then of 3.5 lengths back to Billy Bats, who is occupying 5th position, who races just ahead of Premium Ticket and then Time Najad. Kontar is now trying to pick up 1 or 2 pieces. Istoppel comes next. Then came Sultan Sense and Motafared. These are the runners seemingly in with a chance at the moment, but they are all catching Thunderskull, who is now opening up as they approach the final furlong. It is Thunderskull, Tariq Al-Mansour, who is now stretching away from Billy Bats in 2nd, Time Najad in 3rd, running up towards the finish. This will be a hat-trick of successes for Thunderskull and Tariq Al-Mansour. It's absolutely robbed her. Clear in 2nd of Time Najad. Then came Billy Bats, followed home by Kontar and Premium Ticket. One-way traffic. Thunderskull, and you guessed it, TC is on the board. Tom Collins with a winner here, 2:07.91, counting his change at the furlong pole. This is absolutely hosed up in the end. Thunderskull wins by 11, longest winning distance of the night so far, and a day that has proved hard to find winners. TC was absolutely spot on here, And I know he's got a big play in the last. Looking forward to that. 11.5 lengths back to Time Najad. No answers in second. Likewise, Billy Bats, Kontar in fourth. Premium Ticket and Nose behind in fifth place. Mulazem disappointing. And Fox Flame. Thunder School. TC is back, ladies and gentlemen. Finishing order 7:15, 11 and 9.
Oh, it's a wonderful, wonderful hat-trick for Thunder School. The old man has done it again. He just keeps on winning. That's his fourth win now from 14 starts and his third win on the spin. And while he gutsed out the other two victories, this one, he's won by half the track. He absolutely romped clear under Tariq Al-Mansour, who was a picture of confidence all the way along. Of some of the others who were beating him behind, if you were with me on Muller then, you knew your goose was cooked as Tariq got the inside line on Mohammed Al-Dahan and just pushed us about 5-6 wide on the turn. And that horse got very tired late on, probably a horse that's just going a little bit backwards now, but we'll find out more from his trainer, hopefully, at the end of the show. But this is a really, really good performance from Thunder School. This son of Dabawi, bred by Godolphin as well, bred in the purple, and is finally beginning to build on that early of that hype from the pedigree. There's no doubt about it. You send a mare to Dabawi, you expect to be winning big, big races, derbies, classics. You know the drill. But you're coming here and now landing your third race in Saudi Arabia in a row, and this one in open company. And a good performance. I think this has been some very good race planning by the team. This is the team of Prince Saud bin Salman bin Abdulaziz. They'll be very, very happy with the way this has worked out, because sometimes you've just got to find races for these horses to win, and they found a few races, and this horse has responded by winning. That we talked about it earlier on in the show yesterday, that this is this weird period before the Saudi Cup. We've got no racing next week, and then you've got the Saudi Cup meeting. So if you want to take advantage, you've got to run, because you're going to be off for 2 weeks if you're not running Saudi Cup. So great scenes here from the connections of Prince Saud bin Salman bin Abdulaziz, the team here in these famous white and blue colours. It's not been an easy season for the team, but they've had some success here, and mostly with Thunder School, who lands his third race in a row. Tariq Al-Mansour as well in the saddle, a very talented young rider. He was winning everything last season as an apprentice. Hasn't quite had the same success this season, now a fully licensed professional, but he's taking advantage of his opportunities, and that is a big, big winner for him. Remember, 47,500 Saudi Riyal to the winner. Congratulations to all involved, and well done, Tom Collins. You're on the board. Congratulations.
Well, Tom Collins gets on the board and takes the lead 5-4 in the tipping competition. And it's a nice winner as well. Comprehensive success for Thunder School, who lands the hat-trick.
Yes, I'm very happy not to end with a drought today of 0. That would have been a poor, well, I mean, it still is a poor showing, but it's not a terrible showing. He's done it very easily. I didn't think it would be this easy in the end. Mulazem just didn't stay as anticipated. Loomed up large, faded. He's got the green sleeves on the outside with the visor.
Well, you'd say you didn't expect it like this, but then if that horse hasn't stayed...
It's true.
The other market rival was drawn wide, never in contention.
Correct. Yeah, you are right. If his two closest... if his two closest compatriots don't perform, then he was a clear standout, I suppose. Motafarid didn't travel at all. I don't know what happened to him. He didn't finish in the top 6 in the end. And it just left the door open for Thunder School, but in fairness, he did win by 11.5 lengths. He has blitzed these, and Time Nabs, who was the E-Tray alternative, did run second. Take it from the start, 2 horses missed it. Conta being one, the other was, couldn't tell you, Absolute Queen maybe, but it was a colour change. And you can see out in front early doors, on the outside in the yellow is City Streak. Now he eventually finishes last and was beaten a long, long way. So this is the one race where the outright leaders have not dominated, albeit Thunder School's not that far behind in the second tier of horses here. The other horse that went forward alongside City Streak, who's in the yellow, was Sakut on the inside, again, out the back of the TV. So This was a facile victory for Thunder School. He just kind of had to wait for those front runners to come back to him. He's currently in 5th. You'll see with the white with the blue braces. Currently in 5th, and he just travels lovely under Tariq Al Mansour throughout the whole contest. Quickens clear in the latter stage of the race, and he's won head in chest. He probably had more to come as well because he does love a battle, but he didn't have to give it today.
Yeah, he sat in that second wave. The eventual second time knowledge has come from way off the pace. Was right at the back.
Yeah, deep closer.
We've not seen the closers coming to the fore, but he does.
He does, yeah, and you won't. I don't even think you'll see him in the whole replay actually from now on. Maybe he'll just appear now. There he is on the fence, but he's going to quickly go out of shot.
How on earth does he manage to hit the frame?
Yeah, well the leaders stopped. Mulazem stopped.
And he's had a charmed passage up the road. Look at that.
Yeah, scooted up the inside. Good ride, to be fair, on the runner-up, time nudged. Who I think
Treary on the YouTube comments had a meltdown watching this. Go, 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 run, 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 mate, speed up. Then is now a poor man because he
couldn't speed up quick enough. He ran very well though, time nudged, to get second, right on the outside here. But at this point, Thunder School's away and gone.
Yeah, and Thunder School thriving at the moment, lands the hat-trick, 0-90 win and a couple of open wins as well, beating Pride of Priory last time out, well clear. And he's won by a huge margin.
It would have been good if Pride of Priory did run in this race today. As I say, he would have been my pick, Pride of Priory, but he got scratched. If those two had another battle, it would have been interesting to see who would have come out on top. But with Pride of Priory not in there, Motafarid and Mulazem not performing, it was Thunder School's for the taking.
And Mark was saying 0-90 handicaps for the Jockeys Challenge. They were last year, he was quite right.
They were.
But the 2 dirt races are now 0-95. The 2 turf races, 3 and 4, are 0-100. So you think back, Mark, you go back to in early days of the Jockeys Challenge, there were 0-75s, but year on year, they keep getting better and better.
And that's why we got you there to correct me, Martin. Looking forward to this year's Jockeys Challenge. As you say even, the quality of horse is just getting better and better at King Abdulaziz Racecourse, and great to hear that 0-95s, 0-100s, because there are some very, very decent handicaps on the way. Looking forward to that. Looking forward to this, the Japan's Cup, the local Group 3, the highlight on today's programme, and it is a cracking field. 1,600 metres, Aina Waya is the top horse here, one of the greys. Fahid Al-Faridi rides the top horse. 2 is Al-Mosalhima for Khalid Al-Mamoni. 3 is Consoling for Tariq Al-Mansour. 4 is Craft in Silk, Abdullah Al-Sayidi. 5 is Dance Desire, Ricardo Sousa Ferreira from stall 1. 6 is Israj for Abdullah Al-Lawfi. 7 is Just for Sol, Luis Morales looking for a 3-timer. Mazuna is currently the 7-4 market leader for Adel Al-Faredi in the red stable. Eddie Castro is on the second favourite, that's the 9, Off the Map from Sultan bin Mishal. Paradise Row is the 10 for Abdelaziz Al-Faredi. 11 doesn't go. 12 Strong Impact, the mount of Mohammed Al-Habib. And 13 is Tamadar. For the white stable, King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz and Sons. Abdullah Al-Farouz is on board the very talented Tamadar. So market leader here is Mazuna at 7-4. Off the Map 9-4. Dance Desire, well backed, 5-1. Back to the gents in the studio for one last preview.
Thank you, Mark. Yeah. Looking forward to those International Jockeys Challenge races and the final race. In fact, looking forward to this as well. Highlight of the day as well. We've got 165,000 Rial on offer. We've got a field of 12 runners set to go to post here for the Japan's Cup, this local Group 3 over the 1,600 metres. And what's the one horse looking forward to seeing coming out on top here, Tom?
Dance Desire is the horse. I think us two are definitely going to side with. I don't know where Callum sits, but I know that Callum thought the early price was also a little bit ludicrous. She was 7-1 in the international market this morning, but we'll talk a little bit more about her in a second after we talk about Prince.
It's Off the Map we're going to look at first, winning back on December the 7th before disappointing last time out in the Saudi Cup qualifier. Yeah,
Prince Sultan bin Mishal's black and white silks finished first and second here. Just for Soul's runner-up to Off the Map. Off the Map is definitely the best of the two. This isn't a one-off. If you were to run this race several times, they would finish first and second in this order. Off the Map won this race last year, not the race you're seeing, the race that's about to be run, the Japan's Cup. So maybe he's been targeted here again, but she'll have to improve on what she did last time up. This is Dance Desire on the outside, travelling lovely. Israel's just in behind horses, going to stay on at the one pace per second. But Dance Desire really puts a stamp on this contest. I don't know how much talent there was in behind here. Abu Jan is in in the field in behind. Abu Shaker was back there as well. But she's done it well. And this is her 4th consecutive victory. When Tamara Adahani gets one on a roll, it's hard to stop them.
I think informed fillies as well can keep on stepping forward. The horse I've she's got to beat, there was the Red Stables horse, who we can see here, Maya Una, who has got Adele Alfredi on board. Paradise Row we could also see with a bit of a chance. Paradise Row in the orange colours here is also, a bit like Thunderscorn, the last looking to complete the hat-trick.
Yeah, it's very game off the front as well, much like Thunderscorn. Likely to be the speed, and if the speed holds up once again, then maybe Paradise Row will win again. But this is a step up in class as she looks for 3 consecutive victories.
She's 7-1 on international markets. The market headed there by the Red Stable horse who I alluded to, Maya Una. This filly by Sioux Nation for the Prince Faisal team. 8 wins from 24 career starts. Won a couple of races back-to-back, couple of fillies opens before being beaten, and well beaten by Pretty Flag in a local Group 2 last time.
Yeah, was she not behind Dance Desire in that race as well? Maybe I got my horses mixed up, but if she wasn't, then...
I don't think so.
Okay, maybe I got the comment then mixed up, for which I apologise.
She was in behind Just for Sul at one stage.
Yeah. She's been beaten by several of these. She also, Mazuna, used to be with Tamara Adahani, and then was gifted to the Red Stable. She didn't used to be owned by Prince Faisal bin Khalid, and then ran for Adela Mushrif Al-Qatani rather than Tamara Adahani. So Tama knows her very well, and if he's willing to pitch Dance Desire in against her, I would quite like the chance of Dance Desire at the prices anyway.
Yeah, I think Dan Desire's got a big chance. I've got a quiz question for you. You can have a think about it. I'm going to ask it to Callum first. Mazayuna Callum ran in the custody of the 2 holy mosques last year under which international jockey?
James Doyle, I think I'm going to go for. I'm looking at you through the window. Nod or shake? No, he's shaking his head. that was the one pick. I'll just go for that 1-1. Let's go for the 1, Aina Weyer. This is who we're looking at. Jockey's jumping on quickly. Looks in great shape here. Has just been a real solid performer this season. Farhad Al-Faredi on board. Let's pull back to the 2, Al-Musalema. She's lovely. This is a really nice type. She's been the biggest improver this season. Has sort of come out of nowhere, put forward back-to-back successes, and then has finished second in her last 2 starts as well. Certainly an each way player in here. Pull back, we'll go beyond Consoling, we'll go beyond Craft and Silk, and we'll go straight to Dance Desire now, horse number 5. That's the next horse we'll go for. Dance Desire just coming towards us now, just coming around with Ricardo Sosa Ferreira on board. He'll be happy enough with his chances here, looking to land the hat-trick. She looks in really good shape. She's got a great winning record right now. It's 4 on the spin. Can she make it 5 on the spin? You know what it's like with these fillies. When they get on a good run, they can go well. Ricardo just patting her down the neck and making sure she knows she's okay. Let's pull back a little bit more. We've got the Japanese national anthem playing at the moment in the background as well. Let's go for Just for Soul, who is the 7, just coming through us now. This is the mount of Louis Morales. Horse that's interesting now, back at a shorter trip, back up to a mile. I'd be looking elsewhere, but the horse looks in good shape. Let's look at Maizuna. This is the next horse. Horse number 8 is the next one we'll look at. Maizuna, gorgeous individual. Really looking forward to seeing Maizuna, and hopefully she can bounce back to the form that she showed earlier in her career. A rare bad run last time. Can she change her form around and run a bigger race? It's a packed out parade ring here, and we're hoping for plenty of excitement in this contest. Finally, the last one I want to look at is number 10, Paradise Row, just coming towards me now. She's won her last 2. She's an absolute queen. I love her. She's beautiful. She's improved with time here in Riyadh, and hopefully she can continue to take a big step forward in this contest. And finally, we'll just have a quick peep at Tamida, the 13, the bottom one here, for the White Stable. Cannot be ignored and looks in really good shape as well, boys. It's an absolute corker.
Well, Dance Desire, we went through the international prices early on today. We could not believe 7-1. It was like looking at Father Christmas and all sorts of internationally recognised gift horses. Well, that went 5-1 soon after the 7s, now into 4-1. So Dance Desire becoming the sort of price that she should be. She beat a few of these to win last time out. She's won her last 4 starts. She's won cup races. And I just love the way she's done it. She's done it over 1,600, she's done it over 1,800. She's very versatile. And as you say, Tamer's horses, when they get on a roll, they're hard to stop.
They really are. Look, I don't think she's a good thing by any means, but from an each-way perspective, 7-1, even 5-1 was a great price because she is so consistent. This is her track and trip. She's in great form. She's improving. She's got an inside gate. She's got the informed jockey. There were just so many ticks in the boxes. Now, she does have to take another step forward to beat Mazuna and off the map. I actually prefer off the map out of those two. I think off the map is a better horse than Mazuna at this stage of her development. So I would take the 9 over the 8. But that being said, I'm going to be with Dance Desire as my main pick. We should briefly talk about the 13, Tamida, as well. She chased home Dance Desire 3 times this season, then ran second to Paradise Row. So she has form with a lot of these horses. She's very consistent, Tamida. But as we've already said, she's finished behind several of the others. So why would you put her on top? She definitely has a chance. But I'm with Dance Desire.
Yeah. I'm with Dance Desire as well. We've got to end the day joint. We've got to be either...
I was going to say exactly that.
5-4 or 6-5.
Yep.
Callum's with the 10. Paradise Row, who's also looking for the hat-trick. So with our thanks, let's go back to Mark Francis. Hope you've enjoyed today, Mark. And we end with this really fascinating race of the day, the Japan's Cup. It's all yours.
Thank you very much indeed, Kello. And the answer to your quiz question, I'm pretty sure it's Holly Doyle. It was either Holly or Sylvester. Once Callum removed James Doyle from the argument, it had to be one of those two. So it is Holly Doyle, I'm hearing from my excellent producer who rode Mazuna here in one of the big races last January. Mazuna has got to have a very decent chance here for the Red Stable. Adel Al-Faredi on top. Quiet time of things, Adel, at the minute. He's just sort of chilling at the top of the Jockeys Championship with Camillo, who has obviously closed since he returned to the scene in November. Mohamed Al-Daham really can do no wrong at the moment. He's not got a ride here, Mohamed Al-Daham, sadly. Ricardo Sosa Ferreira does. You can see the horse, the 5, towards the back of screen. Runners are just getting down to the 1,600-metre start here. Be back to the team post-race to review the day's action. Of course, 12 more races coming up here on the JCSA tomorrow, and then we pause for a week as we look ahead to the 2025 Saudi Cup meeting. So stay with us here tomorrow. 12 more races in the company of Martin Kelly, Tom Collins and Callum Helliwell, and we thank that trio, along with our star producer, for their excellent work here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Great month ahead here in the capital. A great way to end tonight's programme. Meeting 89 about to come to a close here with the local Group 3 Japan's Cup of 2025. 1,600 metres ahead of them. Mazuna remains the 7-4 market leader. Off the map 9-4, but the money horse is certainly Dance Desire, who was 7-1 this morning, into 5s, now 4-1 for Ricardo Sosa Ferreira, Thama Al-Dahani and Sheikh Abdullah Al-Malek Al-Sabah. Paradise Row, I know that Callum has got a soft spot for this mare. She's looking for the hat-trick here, just for Sol, 10-1. Tamadar, who's a decent filly in her own right, at 10-1 as well. Runners going forward then for the finale here. I'm with Dance Desire, as is Tom Collins. Tom with the winner in our previous race, with Thunder Score. Is he now hitting form ahead of the Saturday programme tomorrow? Last few stepping into line. Off the map and just for Sol, owner mates and stable mates, as Tamadar will complete the line. The dozen runners are set then for the local Group 3 Japan's Cup. And they're off and racing. With 1,600 metres ahead of them, Dance Desire is well to the fore with Paradise Row, and also breaking through is Consoling. The white cap up there is Off the Map. Away to the left is the grey Just for Sol. Between those, the black epaulets on green of Israj. Also extreme left is Tamadar as they work their way midway down the back straight. Mazuna is next in the field. The red jacket is a further length and a half ahead of Almos Al-Hima. Then came Craft in Silk, who is towards the back of the field with strong impact. And the back marker is Ainawaya. They've gone through the first 3 and a bit furlongs, and it is Consoling and Tariq Al Mansour looking to complete the programme with a double, who have the lead. The ridden along off the map in second between horses, and away to the left is Just for Sol, who is creeping into contention, as is Dance Desire. The big market mover in this race is now being bumped along in 4th place, just ahead of Paradise Row. Tamadar is next with Israj centre field, as Al Mosahima looks to improve its position ahead of Aina Weah. Craftin Silk has now dropped to be the back marker with Mazuna, who has it all to do. Top of the straight then in the finale, it is a Prince Sultan bin Michel 1-2, as off the map is the first one to see the judge. Away to the left is Just for Soul. Between those is Dance Desire. This trio now go on from Al Mosahima, who is trying to rally in the closing stages, but off the map is the one to catch here for Eddie Castro. The gap is 2 lengths to stablemate Just for Soul, and that's the way it will remain in the Group 3 Japan's Cup. The winner off the map wins well. Just for Soul in second, then came Dance Desire, an honourable run in third, and Al Mosahima best of the rest in 4th. Off the map has won the concluding Group 3 Japan's Cup for Prince Sultan bin Michel and Eddie Castro. They've had the 1-2 in the end, with Just for Soul getting home for the silver medal in second, and then came Dance Desire, only third today, but still a decent effort in Group 3 company. 1:39.72 is the winning time. It's been the story of the afternoon. I'm sure the chaps will review with the same comments applying. They have never ever got to the front runner today. Off the map pretty much makes all, wins by 2. Just for Soul in second, Dance Desire in third, Al Mosahima with a decent bit of late work. That one took 4th place in the end. That one was a long way back, did get 4th place. Aina Weah also was the back marker at an early stage and got a distant 5th. The final race of the programme, the local Group 3 Japan's Cup, has gone the way of Off the Map. The finishing result 9-7-5-2. Back to the team who can review the programme.
Yeah, Off the Map goes in then to take out the feature and final race of the evening. It's a 1-2 for the stable. Dance Desire was back in 3rd place, but a horse who was a winner a couple of starts back and gives a nice boost to those who ran in the Saudi Derby the Saudi Cup qualifier.
Yes.
Rattle and Roll, of course, won that. This horse was lapped down the back of the field, 18th that day, but comes out with a win today.
Yeah, she was pitched in the deep end, but now she was back in a race that she had won before. She won this last year, 12 months ago, and she did it very impressively. Today she was ridden forward, and yeah, again, ridden the Golden Highway. It's the way forward, isn't it? I think that's now 7 winners that have virtually made all. She didn't make every single yard, but she made most. And it's just been the way to ride today.
And if not, certainly make it all, been in the first 3 pretty much.
Absolutely.
Everything has been prominent, has managed to afford out the finish.
Well, we saw turning in there as well. The top 3 didn't really change. It was Off the Map, Just for Soul, Dance Desire. They had the race between them. Ricardo went inside on Dance Desire, didn't really work out, had to switch, and then he couldn't find enough to get in between the 2 Prince Sultan bin Michel horses. But it was a good victory for Off the Map, and this is her race. She's won this twice now. Maybe she'll return again next year.
And Dance Desire not losing anything in defeat, really, finishing 3rd?
Yeah, she ran her race. She just wasn't good enough today, but she was a little bit unlucky turning in anyway. I'll tell you one horse that wasn't unlucky today, Thunder School, in race 11. He was definitely my highlight. Hopefully we can watch him right now. He just kicked clear. I thought he was fantastic today. 3 consecutive victories now, very game sort over the 2,000 metres on dirt. Tariq Al Mansour, another big day for Tariq. And he ends up winning by, I think it was 13 lengths at the wire, or 11 lengths maybe. It was a wide margin success.
11.5 it was.
Yeah, a wide margin success for a very good horse.
Yeah, came here in good form, won a 0-90 handicap, had won an open company, coming clear, and he lands the hat-trick bid in really good style, albeit maybe one of his market rivals didn't stay and the other one underperformed, but the manner in which he did it was pretty taking.
Exactly. On a day like this, where we had quite a few maidens and some handicaps earlier in the day, seeing a class horse like Thunder School, as you can currently see in shot right now, he was just a clear standout. Obviously, we could have had the Japan's Cup as a highlight, and of course it was, but we just watched that race. So here's a look at one earlier on today. He gallops clear. Motafareh didn't perform. Mulazem didn't stay. The remainder just weren't good enough. Apart from Time Nudge, he ran very well from the back of the pack. And yeah, 3 consecutive wins. It's not easy to do that here.
He's very likeable, and he's very game as well.
Very, very game. Yeah, he won a battle twice to win his first 2 starts prior to winning today. Last time he beat Pride of Priory in a real head banger of a battle in the home straight. And we've seen plenty of those today where maybe the result hasn't been what we have wanted.
And a couple of jockeys landing doubles on the card today. Louis Morales, he won aboard Golden Soul. A little bit earlier on today, you can hear the cheers of the winning connections behind us following our final race, the Japan's Cup. So Louis Morales at the double, he also scored aboard Colby Mischievous in the maiden race as race 6. Another one who was up on the speed all the way.
Yeah, another horse for Prince Sultan bin Mishal as well. It's been a good day for him. And Louis said in the post-race interview with Callum that they had been struggling a little bit this year with their horses. They haven't been in form, but now they're peaking in terms of fitness. And Louis back after injury himself. So it's been a very good day. I'm sure the team will be happy to get 2 winners on the board, including the feature.
And a double up as well for Ricardo Souza Ferreira, Rebel Icon, winning the 0 to 80 handicap as race 7. And he also took out the 10th race, the awards race on Hatha Al Kalam as well.
When is it not a good day for Ricardo? That's the thing. Rebel Icon, yet another winner for Ricardo, and manages to get the job done. Forward going type with blinkers on and just dictating matters out in front. It was a fantastic performance from Rebel Icon and another great day for the man himself, Ricardo Souza Ferreira.
18 winners in December, 21 in January, soaring past the 50 winner mark here in Riyadh as well. Ricardo does join us. The winners keep on coming, Ricardo. It's been another good day for you.
Yes, it's a good day and a good meeting for me. First, thank you all people, but my stable support me a lot. He have a good like horses. Tamer is a good trainer with me, help me every day. If I riding not good, he told me. Sure, you know, because
he tells you the good and the bad, does he?
Yes, sometimes you mistake is normal. You never ride all race 1000% ready. But then also Prince Faisal, Abdullah Mishrif, Jimmy, Sami Al Kharabi, Sahad, all, you know. Principal these 2 stables because give me all week chance, but another stable also Arabic horses give me chance, not call me for the horse, not chance, you know. He try give me chance in this race. Amazing meeting for me.
And Tamer himself as well, having a wonderful season. He'll be champion trainer here this season.
Yes, he's a very good trainer, you know. He understands the horses. He know when the horses need breeze or not need breeze. I think he's very clever for selection the race. You know, look the program and maybe this race good for my horse. You know, he look I think very well, and also good machines, good horses.
And what kind of a man is Tamer to ride for?
Sorry?
What kind of a man is Tamer to deal with? He seems to be a man who thinks a lot and puts a lot into the placing of his horses as well.
Yes, I tell before. Tamer has good horses, you know, you best trainer. But if the horses not help you, you can doing. But although not just Tamer, I think Tamer and Sheikh have a good team. For me, this is more important, you know, good grooms. The grooms like the horses, help too much. And for me also, the grooms help me.
You've had a fantastic season here in Riyadh. Have you ever thought about riding in Taif? Because if you did, you'd probably right up there in the Jockeys Championship race.
Is probably maybe I don't know if next season or not, but I think my future come in Saudi Arabia all seasons, but not clarify. But maybe yes, one day I go Taif.
It will be hugely exciting to see you in Taif, but the more exciting is the International Jockeys Challenge. You've spoken to me a lot about it. How important was it this year for you to ride in this competition? Because I remember it was one of the goals you set really early on.
Yes, I think it's because, you know, maybe many people knows, I don't know me. You know, I riding in Spain. In Spain, no open too much for world. And all this jockey challenge, all people see him. I want to improve a lot. I want to try another countries. I'm very grateful Spain because I start in Spain and the trainers and owners help me. But you know, I want to go.
Absolutely.
We've seen Rachel King, who's coming over to ride in the Jockeys Challenge this year, go around the world in this Jockeys Challenge over the last 12 months. Would you like maybe to go to Ascot for the Sugar Cup, or there's a big Jockeys Challenge in Hong Kong in December? Are those the sort of things that you hope that this might lead you on to?
Yes, if I think if I riding good and I have a good result in this Jockey Challenge, it can open for another jockey challenge, and I hope he go to Japan to go to the Ascot. Sure, if he invited me, I go now.
And which jockey are you most looking forward to going up against in the Jockeys Challenge? We've got some big names coming out. Velasquez from America, James McDonald coming up from Australia.
Yes, I think all is important. No, the best jockeys on the world, Jose Murphy, Christophe Simeon. You know, in Europe, I riding with them. But I think not just one. You know, all the and Ollie Doyle also, and many girls. I think this competition you need a little bit lucky because you don't know which horse you have. But sure, I'm very grateful. I tell before. My first goal for this season.
Well, we might see 2 weeks today. Ricardo in number 1, Velasquez in 2nd, James McDonald in 3rd, Holly Doyle 4th, Simeon 5th. We look forward to seeing that. Thanks to Ricardo. He'll be back tomorrow, as will we here, live from Saudi Arabia.